Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to create a complete full stack application which will target all the platforms. It will target web, it will target desktop apps, Windows PC and macOS desktop, and then it will target mobile devices, Android and iPhone. So we are going to use .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid and Web App template that is there in .NET 9. Okay, and for the designing we are going to use Tailwind CSS in this for designing our as our CSS library, and then we are going to use SQL Server and EF Core, and to connect to our backend from our mobile and desktop applications we are going to use minimal API endpoints, and we are going to reuse almost everything. Okay, almost 99% of the things we are going to reuse. Those are in shared project, all the logics and UI extensions and a ton of things basically. Now let's quickly see the demo of the application. So this is how it looks on the desktop. So this is a Windows desktop app where we have this list of nodes on the left. This right section here we can create a new node. Okay, we can add a new node using this thing. We can save this node with proper validations. Then we can hide this left sidebar using this. So we have this nice animation as well. Okay, and then we can edit any existing node. So this is the node. Let's say I'm just editing it, and if we say save node, we have this loading indicator and this snack bar here. So this toast, this is device specific, and that loader which you saw, that was also native device loader for Windows. Okay, and then we have this delete functionality as well. We can delete it. It will ask for confirmation. This is again a native dialog. So we can say okay. Then we have this loading indicator properly. Here on the left side we have this paging. We can click on this, so it loads next nodes. We can keep on clicking on it, so until we have all the nodes. Now all these nodes are there. Now we don't have, so load more button is not there. Okay, then we have this simple logout. We can log out. Then we have login and register functionality. We can simply log in and register with the proper validations. Okay, let's try logging in with some incorrect password. So we have proper error handling as well. Error, incorrect password, and when we'll add the correct password, it will let us log in. Okay, now let's quickly see how would it look on the Android device. So this is how it looks on Android. Here we have this load more, proper loading indicator. If you saw, that was this native device loading indicator. We have this add node on the top. Then this opens this thing. Here we can start typing the title. Then we can start typing the content. We can save it. And we have toast message here that it was done. Okay, we can edit anyone. We can delete if we want to. On delete we have native device confirmation box. If we say okay, this note is going to be deleted, and we are back and we can see the toast message. We can log out here as well. Then we have the same login and registration functionality. After this, let's see how it looks on web. So this is how it looks on web. The UI looks same as desktop. So here we have login, we have register, and on this let's try some incorrect password. We'll say login. We can see incorrect password. Then if we put the correct password, we can log in, and now we are here. Here we can see all the nodes on the left. Same, we have the same animation. We can add a new node. We can click on it. We can edit the node. We can save the node. But while saving, you saw that loader and then this toast message here. Let me show you again. Save. So the loader and then this toast message. So these are custom Blazor component which we created for web, because on web we don't have those native alerts, toast and activity indicators. Okay, and here also same delete. For deletion we don't have that device specific, device native confirmation box, so we are using JavaScript confirmation box here. Okay, let's try to delete this. or let's maybe create a new one and we'll try to delete that. This is creating. Then let's select this. We have this delete. Let's okay. So it got deleted. Here also we have this load more button. If we click on it, we can load more nodes. Okay. So login, registration. This is same. Here also we can log out, register, login. So this is the entire functionality we are using. I hope you will learn something new from this series, and it has lots of things to learn. Alright, so complete tech stack again: .NET MAUI, Blazor Hybrid, and Web App Template. .NET 9 with almost everything reusing all the Razor components and all. Then we are using EF Core with SQL Server, and for UI we are using the Tailwind CSS, Tailwind version 3, and we are going to build it for all the platforms. So let's start building. Alright, so I'm here in my Visual Studio 2022. We are going to choose .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid and Web App because we are going to target each and every platform. When we say this, that means web, and then desktops, Windows PC and macOS desktop, and then mobile applications, Android and iOS. So for this we need to choose this Blazor Hybrid for web and the desktop and mobile, and Web App for web. Okay, so let's choose this .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid Web App. Now we need to name it. So I'm very bad at naming, so let's say full nodes blazing MAUI. So I kept all these keywords in this. So this is not a great name, but it shows the intent what we are building. Okay, so do let me know in the comment if you have some other creative name for this, or the name which suits it. So I read each and every comment, okay, and I reply more often. So if you have some name, please drop a comment. Next, .NET 9. Yeah, let's choose .NET 9. It is in .NET 9 only. Yeah, this template. Alright, then we have interactive render mode. So it depends, you can choose whatever you want. It's totally up to you. So it will be for web. For .NET MAUI side, we are going to have the default which will work there, and if we need some server, we will be needing an API layer. It depends, whatever you choose, no matter, we are going to need an API layer. So if you want to handle everything from API, you can simply use WebAssembly. So for web also, it will be using WebAssembly. Then if you don't want that, you just want to have API for the desktop and mobile versions only, then you can choose server as well, and you can choose auto as well. So it's totally up to you. I'm going to choose server here. Let's create. Let's wait this project to be created. Alright, so the project is here. Let me walk you through what we have in this Solution Explorer now. So if we see, we have 3 projects here. If you have chosen the interactive render mode, WebAssembly or auto, you will be having one more project here, .web.client. But for this, we are good. We have these 3 projects. So if we see this default project, the direct name of the project which we gave, this is .NET MAUI project, which will be running for Android, iOS, Windows PC and desktop, macOS desktop. Then we have a web project which will be running inside browser. So for this one, we are using Blazor server, interactive render mode server. That's why we have one. For for interactive render mode, WebAssembly and auto, you should be having one more project, .web.client. So both of those projects would belong to the browser. Then we have this shared projects, which is going to be shared in both of these projects. Okay, so if we see in main MAUI project, we have the basic MAUI program.cs, we have app.xaml, we have main page.xaml. In main page, we just have the Blazor Webview, where our entire Blazor application is going to be rendered. The host page is www.root/index.html, which we can find here, index.html. And the root component, it will be from shared. If we see shared is the shared project, I'm going to show you that in a bit. From shared, it is referencing the routes.razor component as a root component for this Blazor Webview. Okay. Then we have this components folder where we have imports, and we are going to add up our things here. Then we have this web project, which is Blazor server project. So here we have program.cs, which have all the classic ASP .NET Core related stuff. Okay. Here we have add interactive server render mode, and we have add additional assemblies. So this is for checking or registering the routes from this project as well. So here we see it is referencing shared project. So that means we are going to get routes from the shared project as well. After that, if we go to the components app.razor page, which is the entry point for Blazor application starting from .NET 8. Okay, so here if we see, we have standard routes, add outlet. Now if we check these routes from where we are getting it from shared project. So that means we are getting these routes from shared for web project. Same thing for MAUI project, where we have our main page. Here also we have root component as this routes. So both of these projects are referencing the same shared project. This is a Razor class library project. Okay. Here if we see, we have this routes. Here it is simply defining the router. And then if we check in pages, we have the home page with the / default route. Then we have the same counter and weather, the classic things which we get scaffolded, the default template for Blazor. It gives us all these three components. All these are defined in shared project right now. Then we have this one services folder. Here we have this simple interface iForm factor, which simply tells us on what platform, on what form factor we are using right now. So the interface is here, which is being used inside the shared project only by injecting these. But if we see the registration and implementation of these, this is going to be different for both the projects, MAUI and Blazor Web. So for Blazor Web, we have services folder. Here we have form factor class. This is implementing the same iForm factor. Form factor is web here, and get platform, it simply gets the OS version from environment. Okay. And if we go to the program.cs, here we should see this add singleton and iForm factor. This is interface from shared, and this form factor, this is a class which we just defined here. Same thing if we go to MAUI project, here also we have this services folder. Here we have form factor.cs implementing the same interface, get form factor. It tells us what is the ADM, that means if this is desktop or mobile. And then we have get platform. Here it tells us about what platform the current app is running on. So we have this thing, and for its registration we can go to MAUI program.cs. Here we have the same type of registration, builder services, add singleton, iForm factor from the shared project, and this form factor service which we have in here. So we are going to follow the same approach what we have here. Okay, so if we have something which is most of the UI is going to be common, so we are going to have those things inside this shared project. We have right now layout, we have pages, we have services, routes, imports, a lot of things here. So we are going to have other pages, shared components, all these things we are going to have inside this project only. If we need some business logic, that also we can have inside this shared project, if that can be shared between both of these projects. If we have something specific related to web, then we are going to have, and if we need to have this business logic and UI, everything related to web, we are going to have that in web project only. If there is something which totally belongs to the mobile or desktop versions, that means for MAUI only, the UI and the code behind, logic, everything belongs to that, then we are going to have that directly in this MAUI project only. And there is one other case. If we have something which we could say, let's say UI is common, but the functionality or the code behind or the business logic is different for that UI. For those things, we are going to define UI inside the shared project. We are going to have an interface defined in the shared project. Then we can directly inject that interface in those components or pages in the shared project. We can directly use them. But for the implementation, the web specific or MAUI specific implementations, we are going to define those classes inside the respective projects, the way we are using this form factor. And then we can directly use those using the interface. By this, we are not going to leak the actual implementation. Okay, we will have proper encapsulation, proper abstraction. Okay, so this is the approach we are going to take. I hope things are clear now. And now comes the way we are going to build this project. In here, we will be starting from web, and we'll try to build the entire application for web first. After that, we'll go to the MAUI side, and in that MAUI side, first we are going to target the Windows PC and macOS desktop. That means the desktop versions. After that, we are going to target the mobile versions. Okay, because the UI is going to be HTML. So we are going to simply make the screens responsive. I will be starting from bigger screen to the smaller screen. Ideally, we target basically mobile first, but in this, I'm taking a different route. For UI designing, as you already know, we are going to use Tailwind in this. Okay, and then for the API, for the mobile and desktop versions, we are going to have API inside this web project only, because this web is actually an ASP.NET Core application which has UI using Blazor. So inside the same project, we are going to have an API layer as well. Okay, and then our components and then the API both are going to talk to the same data access layer basically, which we are going to have inside this web project only. For database access, we are going to use Entity Framework Core, and for database, we are going to use SQL Server, the usual. Okay, so all the database related stuff that should not go in the MAUI side. Okay, that will be in API side, and our API is going to be inside web project. So we are going to have API layer in the data access layer and everything related to database in our web project only. That cannot go to shared project as well, the implementation and all, because if we move that to shared, it will be leaking inside the MAUI application as well, and it will not work, because for database we are going to use the connection string and also all these things does not make sense on the desktop and mobile versions. For desktop, we could say that okay, that is still fine if we are running some desktop app, and if we have the database hosted on the same device, then it makes sense. But the same project, same everything, we are going to run on mobile devices as well. So there is no database, there is no SQL Server. So for those, we are going to use API. So we are fine to use API, and the implementation and everything will be in web project only. So this is the overall idea and overall structure which we are going to use. So database, APIs, and the web version all will live inside web. All right. So next thing, we are going to set up these third-party things. We are going to start from web. So we'll simply set first the UI using Tailwind. Then we are going to set up our database. All right. All right. So now we'll integrate Tailwind in our project. So how to integrate Tailwind with Blazor applications? I already have a dedicated detailed video for this. So here it is. I'm going to drop the link of this in my description, and maybe I'll add it in I button as well. So I would recommend you guys to check this video out first. It has everything related to integration of Tailwind inside Blazor. Tailwind version 3 and Tailwind version 4 steps are different for both of these versions. Okay, so I have explained everything in detail, why, how, what, everything. Alright, so in this current project, I'm going to keep it fast. I'm not going to explain everything. For that, you need to watch that video. So we'll keep everything fast here. So in the shared project, most of the things are in shared project only. Our main routes, our layout, our pages, everything in here. So, and most of our components are going to live inside the shared project only. So that's why we are going to add the Tailwind configuration in this project. So for this, what I am using an extension that is this one, Tailwind CSS VS 2022 editor support. So this is the extension I'm using. So everything related to this as well are there in that video. So we'll simply right click, and here we should see set up Tailwind CSS. Okay, so this is coming from that extension. We'll select the first option, set up and install in projects. Let's click it, wait for it. So it is Tailwind CSS up to date, and if we see, it created this tailwind.css file. Now by default it uses Tailwind 4. We can see this package.json as well. Here it shows Tailwind CSS 4, but this is not what we are going to use. We are going to use version 3, which is still most widely used. 4 is relatively new. So for that, what we'll do, we'll first remove the CLI, and for this Tailwind CSS we are going to use the version 3. So the latest version 3.4.17. this is the version 3's last version, so we'll keep this. Then in Tailwind CSS we are going to delete this thing. Instead we are going to say @Tailwind base, Tailwind components, and Tailwind utilities. Okay, and then we modified this package.json. Now we need to do one thing. We need to go to the location of this, and here we'll see we have this node modules folder, node_modules, and this package log.json. We'll simply delete both of these things. Now we modified this package.json, so we need to manually install the node modules now. So we are going to simply use command prompt here on this location where we have this package.json and Tailwind CSS. So here we'll simply say npm I, which is for npm install. Okay, all these things are there in that video, so all explanation and everything is there. Okay, so this is done. After that we need to create our Tailwind configuration file. So all these steps are for Tailwind CSS 3. So here we'll say npx Tailwind CSS init. Let's wait. So it created a file, created Tailwind CSS config file, tailwind.config.js. Now we don't need this command prompt. We don't need this folder now. Now after this, what we should do, we should simply close the Visual Studio and open it again once. Okay. Then why we need to do this? Because the extension, the Tailwind CSS, Tailwind CLI, it is already working, but we made some changes. So we need to just get these changes in that CLI. Okay, so I closed Visual Studio and open it again. Now here if we see, we can see these icons. These means Tailwind. Save. So we can see these icons. That means it picked up all these Tailwind related stuff. Now here we need to check this tailwind.config.js file. So how Tailwind works, we have three different parties. One is configuration, one is input, and one is output. So this tailwind.config.js, this is the main configuration file. We are going to modify it in a bit. Then we have tailwind.css, which is the main input file. So it will get the basic stuff from here. Then we need to have some output file where the final generated Tailwind CSS going to live inside. Okay, so for that we can create a new file if we want to, but in this we are going to use the www root app.css. We already have this app.css, so we are going to use this file only. So I'm going to delete everything from this file app.css, save it. Now on this tailwind.config.js, I'm going to right click on it, and here we see add tailwind css configuration file. So we need to create this tailwind.config.js file as a tailwind css configuration file. So let's do this. Okay, if it was done or not, we can simply right click and check. If it says remove as tailwind css configuration file, that means it got added as a tailwind css configuration file. Then tailwind.css, on this we just need to create it as a input file. So here we see remove as tailwind css input file. That means it is already added as a tailwind css input file. We don't need to do this. If you see add as tailwind css input file, you need to click on it. Here what is the problem? Components, the spelling mistake. Okay, then this app.css, we'll right click on it, and here we'll set this file as an output file. So here we have an option set as tailwind css output file for this tailwind.css input file. So we'll simply do this, and now we are good. The basic stuff is done. Now next thing is, by default what it is going to do, it is going to get the styles from the tailwind css input file, which are these, and from here it is going to generate the classes inside this app.css. So for the first time we can simply use this build and build tailwind css. So here we can see it generated some basic stuff. So if we go to the very end, this is tailwind css3. So we'll save it, and now we don't need this file. Now we are going to use our tailwind classes on all our components and everywhere, all these pages and all. So now we need to tell Tailwind that you should scan the files to find out if we are using any Tailwind CSS classes. If we are using them, you just need to generate the output CSS in this app.css. So that is what we need to add in this tailwind.config.js. So this content, this is the thing where we need to define all the sources. For this it should scan for the Tailwind CSS classes. So here if we see, we are in the shared project, so we are here. First thing, we need to have this layout. Okay, so inside layout we can have the Razor file, so there we can have Tailwind related stuff. So let's add this. So here we'll say /, that means this current directory. Inside this we have layout, so we'll say layout, then / here any file, so we'll say *.razor. Save it, and we are good. Now this folder is scanning, this folder is getting scanned for Tailwind related stuff. Now next thing we'll do for pages, so let's simply do the similar kind of thing. So /pages /star.razor. Now we might add other nested folders inside pages. If we are going to do that, we need to tackle those things as well. So for that, what we can do, inside this pages folder, we can have a //. So this wildcard, this is going to use none or any folders, nested folders. So it is going to use direct these files, and if we have any nested folder inside that we have some Razor file, it is going to scan those files as well. Now if you are using the scoped isolated CSS styles, that counter.razor.css, that thing, if you want to use some Tailwind related classes in that case, what you need to do, you just need to do this, wrap this in curly braces and simply comma CSS. So now it will scan all the Razor files and CSS files inside the pages folder in any of the nested folder. But for us, we are not using scoped isolated CSS classes in this, so we'll simply skip those. So just this. Now for this particular page we are done. If you want to have something in this routes.razor, you can add that as well in the config. But for now, we are good. Now, we know we have MAUI project and we have web project as well. We can have our components or some other pages or anything Razor UI we can have in these two projects as well. So we need to track or scan those as well. So here, after this, what we'll do, I am going to do first here. If we see the structure of this, so we have this Tailwind config CSS file. So if we'll go to the containing folder, here we see we are here. So we need to go back to one parent here, two parent. So from two parents we'll be here. Inside that we need to grab this folder. Okay, so let me copy the name of this. Come here. So upward 2 steps to // now we are on the root of this solution. Then we'll simply get the project name, this web project. Now we are inside web project / if we see in web project, all the Razor files are going to be inside this components folder. So /components. Then after that, inside this we have direct files and we have nested folder as well, right? So for this we need to use the * wildcard pattern. So * and star.razor. Save it. Now we are good with this project. Similarly, let's see what we have in our MAUI project. So here same thing, we have components folder, but here we have www root and index.html folder as well. If we want to add this, we can add this as well. So let's quickly copy this, paste it. We'll simply remove web because for MAUI project the name is direct project name. Inside this we have components. Inside this we have this * and star.razor. Good. Let's make a duplicate of this. And then in MAUI project we are going to have www root and then we have index.html. Save it. And with this we have added all the files where we can have our Tailwind related stuff. Okay, now we just need to verify if this configuration is working and if we can get the actual UI design. But before that we need to get rid of the existing classes, styles and bootstrap. So if we see in MAUI project we have index.html where we have bootstrap.min.css, this thing added here. We don't need this. Let's get rid of this. Then we have from shared app.css. This is our Tailwind output file. So we need this thing. So we'll keep it. Then we have this app.css which is coming from here only. So if there is some styles or classes or any CSS related to this MAUI project only, we are going to keep them here. So we are good with this. From index we just removed bootstrap. We are good. Now let's go to the web project. Web. Here we are. Inside this web, the entry point is app.razor page. Here we see the first link, bootstrap.min.css. Let's remove this. After that we have shared app.css which is Tailwind. Then we have web.style.css which is isolated styles. If you want to use it, you are free to use. If you don't want to use any isolated style, you can simply get rid of this. So we are not going to use any, so we can simply get rid of this. With this we are good. We saved everything. We removed all the dependencies of the bootstrap. Now let's go back to the shared project. Let's get rid of all the scoped styles as well. So in layout we have main layout.razor.css, right? We are not going to use this. So let's delete these files. Delete. Same thing in nav menu.razor. Let's delete. Pages, we are good. So we'll save everything. Now we should be good. Now we'll simply verify if the Tailwind got integrated. So for this what we'll do, let's try. In shared project we have layout. On main layout let's try to add some Tailwind classes. So on this anchor tag, this about, let's try to add some classes. So we'll say text And all these suggestions, these are coming from the same extension which we have added inside this. So text, let's say for Excel, and let's say text red 600, save it. So this I have added in the main layout in shared project, so it should scan this. Then let's go to the web project. In web we have components, we have app.razor, right? So here before routes, let's have something. Let's say I'm going to have h1, we'll say before routes.razor, and on this h2 let's add a couple of classes. Let's say w full, and let's say bg yellow 200, and we can say text I don't know, text green 600. So with this I have these Tailwind classes in two different projects at two different places. So let's try to run this app and we'll see if we got these things. So we are going to run our web project, select it and just run it. Let's see if Tailwind is working. So here if we see, we have about is using the classes, but before routes.razor this section is not using. That means these got applied to the main layout, that means within the same project, but these classes did not get applied to app.razor, which is in the web project. So there might be some issue with the configuration. If we see, we have // web project and component spelling mistake, components. All right, save it and let's try to run it again. And boom, we have this thing as well. So this is from shared project, this is from web project. That means we are good. Okay, so our Tailwind setup configuration, everything is working fine. Now we are good to continue. But before that, let's get rid of Bootstrap folder as well, because we are not using it. So let's remove this. Okay, save it. And let's quickly do one more thing. We have this layout, main layout. Let's clean this main layout up. So we are directly going to have body, nothing else. We'll see what we need to add. Save it. And we are going to get rid of navmenu.razor. We are not going to use it like this. We'll see what and how we will add this. Okay. After that, on app.razor, we added this h2. We don't need this. Save it. Save everything. And I guess let's quickly run it one more time. So we'll see everything is cleaned up. And we just have this thing. This bottom section, welcome to new app, and this an unhandled error has occurred, reload. This is the default error boundary related stuff, so we can get rid of this. Or if you want to, you can simply in main layout, it was there in main layout. So for this we had this main layout.razor.css. in that we had some CSS styling. For that, if you want to have that, you can. But for me, I'm going to get rid of this as well. We'll try, we can use error boundary to handle those errors. By the way, if you want to see how to use error boundaries, I already have dedicated videos for those as well. You can check those on my channel. Save, run. Now we should see the simple string, nothing else. Everything is cleaned up. Cool. Now we can start working on our layout and all. Okay. All right. So now our Tailwind integration is done. Now we can simply start designing our app. So for that, first, inside the pages folder, we just need to add a couple of pages. So first we'll start from auth. So I'm going to have a login page. So login.razor and a register.razor. Okay, and let's add the @page directive to set the routing for these /login. And in register, we are going to say @page/register. All right. Now for login, let's have simple div here where we are going to have the UI is up to you how you want to design it. For me, what we'll do, we'll simply have the login form and register form in the center of the screen in a card like layout basically. So here we are going to have a div with the class of, let's say, w full or width full, or maybe we can simply have h screen. What is happening? H screen and w screen. So this is width screen in the sense what we have right now on the screen. So viewport width and viewport height. Okay, here we can see the generated style is height 100 vh viewport height and width 100 vw viewport width. Okay, inside this we are going to have our main div for a login container. Okay, now here there can be multiple ways to do this. We can use grid layout, we can use flex layout, we can use direct margins and all. So I'll simply try to do what I know. So for this we'll simply use a flex layout on this. Okay, and inside this flex we are simply going to have the justify center and items center to move this div to the center of the screen vertically and horizontally. Okay, now we have this div. On this div, let's have a simple shadow. We can have rounded borders as well. So rounded, let's say rounded MD. And let's have some padding here. So P5 maybe. Inside this we can have our form now. So we'll say our form. We are going to use edit form here. Inside this we are going to have div class, our username and password. So we can simply have a label with a text, let's say username, and then we can have an input, but we are inside edit form, so we can simply use input text as well. Okay, on this we can use couple of classes. We'll use placeholder. Here we'll say enter username, save it. Let's copy this div, paste it one more time, and this time we are going to use password. So input text, and the type we'll set explicitly as password, save it. After that let's paste it one more time, and this time we are going to have a button here. So we'll say button type submit, couple of classes we'll see, and just login. Okay, and after this we can maybe have one HR tag here, and then we can simply have a nav link with href to the register page. Okay, we can add a couple of classes here as well. Here we'll say don't have an account, question mark, we'll say register, something like this. Save it, save everything. Let's try to run and move to the login page. Okay, or maybe we can go to the home.razor, and from here we can simply override on initialized and some problem with Visual Studio, which happens a lot. So we need to use protected override void on initialized, this one, And here we need to inject our navigation manager. I'll name it navigation manager, and on this on initialize, for now I'm simply going to navigate it to the login page. We'll change this logic later on the basis of current auth state, but for now we are good with this. It will directly open our login page. Let's run it and see. And we have that basic problem. Edit form requires model or edit context. For now we can simply have something here, public class abcd. We'll change it. And on this edit form, let's set this model to new abcd for now, just for testing. We'll change it. We are going to have our DTO. And again, it had some problem. Input text needs a bind value. Oh my god. Let's use prop string a. So here on input text, we'll simply say bind value equals, or maybe let's create this model once and for all. Okay. So inside this shared only, we are going to create a new folder where we are going to have our DTOs and models and all. So we'll name these DTOs because these are going to be used from both. And DTO, let's add class, let's say the login model. I'm naming it model. Okay, let's use this. So we'll say public class login model. We'll simply say string username, duplicated, and password. We can add data annotations on this. So this is required. And this is also required. For now, I'm having the basic validation. You can add others as well, max length, min length, or any other pattern validation and all. So we are good with this login model. Here, let's quickly create private login model. Let's use the naming. This you add the using statement. Here we'll say login model equals new login model, and then we can use this directly on this edit form model. And then for this bind value, we'll say login model dot username, and for the password, we'll say @bind value equals underscore login model dot password. And inside this edit form, we can also add data annotations validator. Save it, save everything. Let's run. Now it should run without any error. And this is what we have. Okay, so very basic stuff. We can see this rounded, some shadow and these rounded corners, and it is in the center of the screen. So that means things worked. We just need to add styling on these things as well, because with Tailwind we have bare minimum. These things are not there. So input, labels, buttons, everything is default. There is nothing. Okay, we just need to add the things here. Let's do that. So on this div, we can add something, maybe just margin bottom 3 on this as well, margin bottom 3 on this as well. So if we have the same margin on the children of something, for that this Tailwind gives us space utilities. So we can say space y, and let's say space y3. Inside this direct sibling of these, by default these are going to have gap of these 3, which is 12px. So we are good with this. First thing is this. Then on this div class, we can again have a space y of, let's say, same 3. So for this button, HR, and then this one. So save everything. We are good. On these labels, we don't need to add anything. On this input text, let's add a couple of classes here. So first thing we can say W full. So it should take the entire width. We can have some padding. So let's say maybe PX. From the x-axis, we can have PX2 and PY1. We can have a border. Save. Same thing, we can simply copy for the password. On button, this button, we can maybe have, let's say, BG. We don't have any primary or secondary, these default styles set up already. So we can simply use other things. So let's say BG blue 700. And on this, let's try to have text white. Okay. And for this also, let's have W full. And we are going to have a rounded corners for this. And on this, we can have some hover effect as well. So let's say hover. And this time on hovering over it, we'll maybe make it a bit darker. Hover. Save it. And I guess we are good. On this, don't have an account and all. This link, let's use text blue 600. W full. And text center. Save it. Save everything. Let's try to run. So this is what we have. Better than before, not very good, but still better than before. So we can see these things. Let's try to design these further. Or maybe we can try, maybe I can do this offline, or maybe we can try some online resources for these forms and for some styles, Tailwind styles, because this video tutorial, this is not about Tailwind. Okay, this is about Blazor and .NET MAUI and all those stuff, right? So what do you think about it? Let me know in the comment. If you like to keep me design each and every stuff from scratch, trying different things and all, or you prefer to have me having some these designs offline and then directly show it here and simply walk through it, do let me in the comment. Okay, all right, let's make this button a bit bigger. Let's have some more rounded thing on these entries in this text box and password box, and then let's increase the width of it, and let's have some heading here which state that login or something like that. Okay, let's do this. So inside this div, first thing we'll have, and let's say one h1 where we'll say login. On this, we'll simply say class text, let's say 3xl to make it bigger, and we can have as text center. On these things, these input entries, we can have rounded MD. Save it. Rounded MD. On this button, let's have some PY styling. Let's say PY3. Save it. And here on this thing, between these three things, let's have more spacing. So let's say space Y6. Save it. And on this div, this one, shadow and all, here we'll have some increased height. So let's see, I'm very bad at these heights, these widths, sorry. So 12 rem, 42, 64. Let's have this 64. Let's see how it looks. So save everything. Let's see how it reload works, because it is very bad with all these stuff, but it worked this time. Okay, we need to increase the width, but we can see, and let's decrease this height of this. It looks odd. Let's have some spacing here. Okay, let's do this. So where are we here? Let's increase this. So instead of 3, we'll use space 5. On this H1, let's have MB3. Let's use it font bold. On this login text, it was text 3. Let's use text 2XL. Save it. And then the main width, it was W64, right? What we have after that? W after 64, we have 72, which is 288, W80, and W96. Let's use W96. Save it. And on the button, we have PY2, PY3. Let's have this as PY2. So save it. Let's see how it looks now. And better than before. Okay, not very good, but still better than before. All right. Okay, now next for designing, what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply do it offline and I'll simply walk you through so that you can just see the output, because I don't think using all these and trying different things for UI designing, it does not make sense. Or do we really have that much of design in here? Looks like no, we don't, right? Yeah, we'll see if there is some extensive design part, then I'll try to do it offline. But for now, I think we are good with this thing, right? So we have login page like this. Let's have the validation messages as well here. So validation message for underscore login model dot username, and here also we can set some classes. Let's say text red 500. Save it. Let's copy this, add it with password as well. We'll say login model dot password, and with this we are good. Let's copy this thing, go to the register page and do this same thing on register page. But before that, let's create a new model for register. So I'm simply going to copy the login model, paste it, change it to register model, username, password, yes, and we are going to have one more. We'll say just name. This also, let's have required, or maybe this username, let's have it as email. Okay, so register model, and on this login model, maybe let's rename it to email. All right, let's move the register model into its separate file. So we have this register model here. Now we can simply go to our login page. We can copy everything, go to the register page, just paste everything without the page route, this thing. Here, instead of login model, we are going to use register model, and name we are going to use underscore register model. Copy it. Let's add all these places. So edit form, username, and validation message, same thing for password. And we just need to copy the first one, username, paste it. Here we'll say name, name, and the placeholder we are going to say add enter name. Second one, it will be for email. So here we'll say enter email, and then third one will be password. Save it. The button text, it should say password, sorry, register, and then the link at the very end, it should say existing user. If yes, log in here, and the link should go to the login page. Save it, and I guess we are good with Okay, we just need to change the heading as well. So let's say register, save it, save everything. Let's run. Okay, so let me pull it up. We are here. We can see the login page. If we click on register, we can see the register page. Existing user login. Yes, yes. We can see the errors. Login. We can see the errors. So login and register page UI is working basically, right? If you want to stand out furthermore, we can have some grayish kind of background color on this entire thing. So maybe this entire div, if we have some, let's say some background color, select it, some light color. Okay, and then on this form, this one, if we have background color as white, it will look something like this. So which is better than that one, right? Let's do this. So here on the main thing, we have this background color, some random color. So what we'll do is we'll simply come here, and on this main container, we are simply going to have bg, and then we are going to have this dynamic color here. Okay. So copy the same thing, and before that on this div, inside inner div, we'll say bg white. Go to the login page. We'll do the same thing there. That bg color, and then here we'll say bg white. Save everything. Let's see if it works. And it is not working. It is not working. Why is it not working? Oh, here needs to be added this hash login and register page for the color. Save it. Out reload. Let's try, and now we can see this. So you see, we have this login page, register page with this UI. So not very good, but not very bad either. So we are good with login and register page. We just need to add the functionality next. All right. All right. So for login and registration functionality, we need to work in the backend. We need to set up our database and all. So as I already mentioned, this should be a protected thing. So it is going to live inside this web project, because this is the one which is going to run always on the server only. Okay. So first thing is we need to add our NuGet packages. So we'll go to manage NuGet packages, and here we are going to use entity framework core here. So here I'll say Microsoft.entity framework core.SQL server. Okay, so I'm going to install this package. Okay, it has all these transitive dependencies, so we are good. Let's apply. I accept. And we are going to use code first migrations as well in this. So for that, we are going to install Microsoft Entity Framework Core.tools NuGet package. So let's install it as well. Apply. I accept, and we should be good now. Now for all the database related stuff, I'm going to have a folder in this web project. I'm going to call it data. Okay. Inside this, I'm going to create a nested folder. I'll name it entities for our database entities. Okay. And right now we are going to have one entity for our users, because we are working on login and registration. So I'll simply have this user. We'll keep on adding more stuff when we'll need. For now, we can have integer ID, or it's up to you what type of ID you want to have, GUID or string or whatever. So we'll keep it simple. So int ID, Then we have a name. Then we have email on our registration page. Then we have a password. But here we are not going to store plain password. We want to make it secure. So we'll use password hash here. Okay. So for now we are good. If you want to have some auditing field, you can add those as well. Is active, created on, modified on, and all those stuff if you want to, but I'm keeping it simple, so I'm not going to add all those. Then if you follow me, I like or I love data annotations, so I'm going to use those here. So this is key, which is default, but still I like it explicit for these things. So this is key. Then for name, we'll have a required, and we can have a max length of, let's say, 50, not more than that. Then for email, we can have required and max length, let's say 150. And this password hash is also required. We can leave the max length. We'll have the password hashed password here. And I guess we are good. So we have our user entity ready. Now we need a database context to access all these entities and all using entity framework core. We need a DbContext subclass. In data folder only, I'm going to create a new class. The name is up to you, but I mostly prefer data context. If I have multiple contexts in the same application, then I use the specific names. For example, let's say notes context or notes data context, or it could be anything. It's up to you how you are naming it. But for most of my applications, I name is data context. Okay. Now we need to make it as DbContext so that we can work with EF core using this thing. Before that, we need to inherit this from DbContext, which will come from Microsoft Entity Framework Core. Then we need to define its constructor. This one, the options constructor. Okay, we don't need this default one. Here, DbContext options, we'll use the generic version. So here we just need to provide the type of data context. And with this, we are good. Okay, now we have our user entity. So we are going to use that here. So we'll create a DB set here of type user, which will come from our data entities folder. And let's name it users. So with this, our data context is ready. Okay, now we just need to use register this data context. So we'll go to program.cs. Here, before builder.build, we need to register that. So here we'll say builder.services. Here we have two things. One is add DbContext. This works fine with most of the applications, but for Blazor, it's better to use add DbContext factory. So that sometimes if the multiple requests came at the same time, it can handle all those things. So with Blazor, it's recommended to use DbContext factory. So then we need to provide a type of the DbContext, that is data context in our case. Okay. Then inside this, we can have the actions, the DbContext options builder. So basically options, not actions. So options here, we can say options dot, we have lots of different things. Here we are going to use SQL Server because this is what we are using inside this project. Here, if we see, we have an overload version of this use SQL Server where we can provide connection string as a first parameter. So we need to get the connection string for this. So we can have this in some secure key vault, we can have it in user secrets, or we can have it in app settings, or we can get these from environment variables when we run these. So there are lots of different options, but the simplest is having these in app settings. So I'm going to add the connection string in app settings.development.json. Okay, so here connection strings, let's use default only. So here this connection string, it could be different on the basis of your system, your SQL Server installation. For me, my data source is going to be dot. I have installed default instance. Okay, then integrated initial catalog, which will be the database name. So let's say full notes MAUI. Okay, then I am using Windows authentication, so I'm going to use integrated security true. Okay, and I'm not going to use encryption here, so I'll simply set this encrypt to false. Encrypt false. With this, our connection string is ready with this default key. Now we can go back to program.cs. Here we have used SQL Server. So first we can get the connection string. So we'll say connection string equals, we have this builder. On builder we have configuration property. On configuration we have a method get connection string. Inside this we can provide the name, which will be this name, default. This name is up to you. Whatever you want to name it, you can name it. So let's have this as default. Here we have connection string ready, and in this options.use SQL Server we can use connection string. I'm okay with this default settings. Now here you can customize SQL Server options as well if you want to. So here you are going to have SQL options, and you can set up different things here as well if you want to. Command timeout, and there are lots of different things you can set. But for me, I don't want to set anything. So for me, this setting is good. Save it, and we are good now. So our entity framework is set up now. Now we just need to use this on our login and registration page. So for that, what I am going to do, I am not going to directly inject all these things in shared. That we can't, because the dependency flow is from the other direction. We can have something in shared that we can access in web project, but there cannot be anything which we define in web and we can share in shared. Okay, so data is defined in web, so we need to have the implementation here only. But login and registration page, those are inside the shared project. So how would we access this? I would say just pause the video and comment the answer, and then we'll see if you were able to guess that how we are going to work with this. All right, so let's see. I'm going to read all the comments. I'll see who all were able to figure out how to do this. All right, so now what we'll do, in this we have this services folder. We can use this, or we can simply create a new folder here for our interfaces, or services is also fine. So here what we'll do, we'll define an interface in this shared project, and then we are going to have implementation of that in the web project. And when we'll work on with MAUI, in that case we are going to have an implementation of those services in MAUI project, which will actually make API calls to the web project. So that is how we are going to handle all those things from MAUI project. Okay, let's do this. So in services folder in shared project, let's create a new class, or not class, let's create an interface. So here we can say, let's say AuthService. This name is up to you. So I'll name it as public. We want to use it in other projects as well. So here we need to define login and registration methods. Okay, so we'll say task of registering, and here we are going to have the register model as a parameter, and I'm going to duplicate this. And the second one will be login async, and it would be login model. Save everything, and with this we are good. Now we need to have some return type as well, which will tell us if this operation was successful or not. Okay, so for this we can simply have a type defined somewhere in the shared project only. Here we already have DTOs, so here only we can have one more type. So the name is up to you. Whatever you want to name it, you can name it. For API, it would make sense. I mostly use result pattern. So here I can use API result. or we can name it method result. So we'll say public class, or let's make it as record. We'll say method result. Now it could be success or failure. So we'll have bool is success. And with this, we can have in string, a label string error. If there was some error, then I'm going to have some static factory methods to make the instantiation easy. So here we'll say public static method result. Let's say okay. Okay. And if it was okay, that means the each success was true and error was null. So from here we can directly just return true and null. So we are good with this method. Then I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to create one more with fail. And in this we need to have some error, because if the operation was failed, we need to have some error message. So here first parameter is success will be false and the error would be this error. So with this we are good. Let's move this method result to a separate file. Now there can be scenarios where we want to send some data as well. Right now we are just having the status and if there is any error. But what if we want to send some data? So we will create one more version of this. We can directly use inheritance, or we can simply copy this and make this directly as generic. So we'll say t data, and here we can have one more parameter which will be of this type t data. Now it has its success, data and error. So if the result was okay, let me make these generic as well. So if the result was okay, in that case we should have some data. If the operation was successful, so we are going to have this as data. The second parameter we are going to pass this data. If the operation was failed, in that case we don't have this data, so we can use the default, whatever default we have. Just pass this as default and we are okay if this is nullable. So these are our method result classes. We are going to use these for web and for API result as well. Alright, now let's go to AuthService, and from register and login, from both of these things we can simply use these method results. Save, and now we are good. Our interface is ready. Now we just need to implement this interface in our web project. Okay, so we'll go to our web project. Here we have this services folder. Inside this I'm going to create a new class and I'll call it AuthService. And this should implement AuthService. Let's implement. We have these two methods. Save everything and we are good. Now for login and for registration, we need our data context here. So we will simply inject it. So we have our data context. But in our program.cs, we didn't register at DbContext. We registered at DbContext factory. So let's inject DbContext factory here. So instead of data context, we'll say DbContext factory of type data context. Okay. And the name of this would be, let's say, context factory. Save it. Let's create a private read-only field here, context factory. And then whenever we need the actual DB context, we are simply going to get that from this factory. So first we'll work on register async method. Okay. So here what we'll do, first we'll check if the email ID user is trying to register with, if that email ID already exists in our system. So here we'll say where is email exist. Here we'll say await. Now we need context. So before this we can simply say var context equals context factory dot create db context. Okay. After that, is email exist. Here we can say await context dot users dot any async. Here we can simply say u.email equals model.email. Okay, then we'll simply say if email exists. If email is already there, then we'll simply return method result dot fail. Email exists already, or whatever message you want to show. Email exists, something like this. Okay, now we are good from here. If that's not the case, that means this email is unique. Then we just need to create a user object here. So we'll say new user. This user should come from our entities folder. All right. Here we have ID, which will be auto generated. We have name, which is model.name. Then we have email, model.email. Then we have password hash, but we don't have password hash. We have plain password. So we need to generate hash of that. So you could use any hashing algo or any hashing logic. But what I'll do, I'll simply use the built-in iPassword hasher from the ASP.NET Core identity. ASP.NET Core identity. So for that, we can simply inject that here. iPassword hasher, Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity. iPassword hasher. Here we need to provide the user type. That is a user. We'll say password hasher. Now we have this underscore password hasher. Using this here, what we can do, we can simply say user.password hash equals underscore password hasher dot hash password. Here we need to provide the user object, which we have right here, and comma plain password. It would be model.password. With this, our password hash is also ready. Now we just need to add this to our context. So we'll say context dot users dot add user, and then we can simply say await context dot save changes async, and after that we can simply return method result dot success or method result dot okay. And let's get rid of this thing. We are good now. If you want to handle exceptions, you can simply have try catch as well here if you want to, but for the sake of simplicity, let's have it like this only. Alright, so our register method is completely ready. Here we'll see we have used this iPassword hasher of user. We are injecting this, but we have not registered it. So we need to register this as well in our program.cs. So we'll simply go to program.cs. Here we'll register it. So we'll say builder.services. Let's use at scoped or at transient. It does not matter. It will be used for login and registration. That's all. So for this type, we are going to use a password hasher class, which again comes from the ASP.NET Core identity only, from the same thing. Cool. So now our registration method is ready. Let's do the similar thing for login. Okay. So for this, first we need to have our context. So we have this context. Then we'll grab the user from the database. So we'll say user await context dot users dot first or default async. Here we'll get the user on the basis of email. We'll say u.email equals model.email. Here if we check if user is null, that means this email is incorrect. So we'll return method result dot fail. Now the message is up to you. So here we can say count does not exist, something like this. If that is not the case, that means user does exist. Then we need to verify the password. How can we verify the password? For that, on this password hasher, we have a method verify hashed password. Okay, so here we need to provide user, which we have here. We need to provide the hashed password, which we can get from user.password hash. Then we need to provide the plain password that we have in model.password. Okay, then this thing is going to give us something that will be password verification result. So we'll say password verification result equals this. Then we'll simply say password verification result if this is not equals password verification result dot success. That means the password was incorrect. We can simply return method result dot fail incorrect password. If that is also not the case, save everything. If that is also not the case, then we are good. So now we can simply return method result dot okay. But later we'll provide other stuff as well so that we can have the authentication authorization in Blazor. So we will provide the user identity and all users information, basically at least ID and name, so that we can display name on the UI and we can use that ID to maybe create a token or maybe store that locally or for stuff related to the authorization and authentication on Blazor pages. For now, we are good. Now we are using this auth service and iauth service. We need to register this. So we'll again go back to program.cs. Here before builder.build, we'll simply say builder.services.addScoped iauth service. We are going to register auth service with this. Okay. Then just inject this iauth service in our pages in our shared project. So we have pages, we have login and register page. So let's go to the register.razor. Here we are going to say inject iauth service. Let's add the using statement. So these two, we are going to use these almost all the Razor pages. Okay, so I'm going to cut these from here and I'll go to imports.razor and I'm going to paste these using statements here so that these usings are available for all the Razor components and Razor pages inside this project. Okay, let's go back. Here we can see this iauth service. I'm going to name it auth service, save everything, and now we are good. Let's use this auth service here. So when we hit the submit button, then it should call the method from this auth service. So for this, first we need to define a method here only. So we'll say private async task, we'll say register async. Okay, here we already have this register model. We are going to use this. So here we'll say var result equals await auth service dot register async, and we need to provide the model, which is register model here. Okay, then we can simply check if this result dot is success was true or false. If this was not true, then we are simply going to show an alert for error message and we'll return from here. And if that's not the case, that means the registration is successful. So after registering the success, after registration is successful, we can navigate back to the login page. So for that, we need to have our navigation manager injected here. So let's inject that. Here we'll say inject navigation manager with the name navigation manager. Here we'll say registration successful, and we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to. Here we'll simply go to login page, and we can say replace, we can set, but let's leave it. Let's not set it. So we are good. If the registration is successful, we will navigate back to the login page. If that is not the case, we'll simply have some alert here. Now for this alert, we can use JavaScript alert if you like that. If not, we can have some alert message here. If that is also not the case, you can have some toast message, or there could be n number of ways. We'll see what we can do. We will maybe implement some global toast kind of thing. We'll do it later. But for now, if there is any error, let's display that here only, here. So for that, we need to track that error. That means we need to have some variable which will display that error. We'll say private nullable string underscore error message. Okay. And if we are here in this case, we'll simply set error message equals result dot error. And when we are coming inside this, the first thing we'll do is we'll set error message to null. And here we should actually show some loader, which we are not showing right now. We'll show it later. We'll have some global loader implementation as well. Okay. All right. Now we have this error message. We just need to display it. So here, right before the submit button, we can simply check if this error message is not null. Then we need to have something here. So let's have a p tag here with some, let's say bg red, some light red color. Let's say this one, and a px of 3, py of 2, or maybe let's have p3 only. We are going to have flags here, flags box. Okay. And then we'll say justify between, and then we'll say items center to make the items vertically in center. Okay. And we can have some gap of, let's say 3. Inside this, I'm going to have error message, and I'm going to have the one cancel button, so that button simply removes this error from the UI. Okay. So here, first I'm going to have a label. Inside this, I'm going to render our error message, and then I'm going to have a button, type button only. Okay. And let's have some classes, I don't know, font bold, and we'll simply have this X here, nothing else. And on click of this thing, what I'll do, I'll simply set underscore error message equals null, so that it simply removes the error from there. Okay. Looks like we are good. Save everything. Now on valid submit, that means if there is no validation error, then it should call this registry sync method. So here on this edit form, we'll say on valid submit registry sync, save it, and with this our registration flow should be completed. Okay. But before that, it will come here, and we have set up our entity framework, we have set up our data context and all, but we didn't create any migrations. So right now all the database related stuff lives inside our code only, but that should create some database, and that should simply create the table and all those things. So we need to have some code first migrations for that. Okay. So let's do that first. What I'll do, again, I want to have everything related to database in my data folder. So here we'll run our code first migrations. So first we need to set the startup project as web project, which we already have. Then we'll simply open our package manager console. You can open this from tools as well, tools, NuGet package manager console. Okay. So we'll come here. Here you need to see the default project. This should be the web project, because inside this we have our data context defined. So here we'll simply say add migration, add hyphen migration. So we are adding a new migration. Let's call it initial migration. This name is up to you. You can name here whatever you want. After naming it, we need to, by default, what it is going to do, it is going to create a migration on the root of the project. But as I already mentioned, I want database related stuff inside my data folder. So here I will explicitly define the location of my migrations. So here we can do -o, that is output folder, output directory. Here we'll say you should create directory named migrations inside data folder. Then you should create migrations there. Okay, let me press enter here. So it will first build the project and then it will simply create the migrations. So it could take some time, so we'll wait for it. It took a while, but we have our migration here. If we see, it created migrations folder inside data folder, and then we have migrations here. We can quickly verify in up folder. It is going to create a table with users with ID, name, email, password, hash. ID will be int, SQL Server identity, yes. And it is going to create a primary key with ID. And in down, it is going to drop this table. So we are good. Our migrations are ready. Now we need to run these migrations against our database. So we have two options. Either we can do that manually. We can simply go here and we can say update -database. It is going to run this migration against our database. It will first check if the database is already created. It is directly going to create the table. If the database is not there, it will first create the database, then it will create the table. But I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to add the automatic DB migration because we are going to have a lot of different migrations. I want them to be automatically run. So for that, I'll simply go to the program.cs. Here, after builder.build, here we are going to have our AutoDB migration stuff. Okay, so for this, at the very end, I'm going to create a private method. By default, it is private, so we can say simply void auto migrate db, something like this. This name is up to you. And here I'm going to get service provider parameter. Okay, so here first we need to create a scope because by default the DbContext factory and DbContext and most of the services are scoped, so we need to have some scope here. So for that we can simply say var scope equals sp.create scope. Now we need to simply dispose this scope as well, so we'll add this using statement here. So using var scope equals sp.create scope. After this we can get our DbContext factory. So here we'll say our DbContext factory, we can directly get our context here from here. So we'll say scope.service provider. From here we are going to get a required service. Get required service. And what is the service we need? We need DbContext factory of type data context. Okay, so using this we are going to have our data context factory. Now from this we need to get our context, so we can simply say create DbContext. Now we have our context. Here we can simply check, we can say context.database.get pending migrations. If .get pending migrations.any, if there is any pending migration, we can simply say context.database.migrate. So it will simply migrate the database. And for the first time we have pending migration because we added that create user initial migration that does not exist in the database. So it will simply run migrate and it will create the database and create the users table and all. Okay, now we just need to call it. We'll call it right after building the app. So app equals builder.build. Here we'll say, what is the name? Auto migrate db. Auto migrate db, and here we need to provide service provider, which we can get from app.services. And now we are good, and we can make it static. With this we are good. Our entire registration flow should work now. Okay, let's try to run and see if things are working for the registration. Let's run it. Okay, you can pause the video here and you can tell you were watching this complete video. So tell me if everything is going to work or not, or we are going to have some error here. Let's go to register page. Here, let's have some test user. Let's say test at test.com. Just register. Password field is required. Validation 1 2 3 4 5 6. Register. And we came back. That means registration worked. Okay. Let's try with the same credentials again. New user. If I say register, we can see email exists already. And if we click on this, that error is gone. So our error alert, this thing is also working fine. Okay. We can design this a bit further if we want to. Let's do this. So here on it was on register page, right? On register page, we have this. So let's have some lighter red, not BG red 400 is, let's use maybe 300. Save it and let's have these as well, rounded MD. And for this button, let's have a P3 and let's maybe have a border or maybe a slightly darker red. So we'll say BG red. Let's have it as 400. Okay. Save it. Auto reload. Let's see how it looks. So it looks ugly. Okay, maybe let's not have the from top and bottom. This is very bad. This does not look that good. So instead of P3 here on this button, we can simply have PX3, but for PY, let's have only one. Okay. So on here also, let's have rounded MD. Save. Yeah, better than before. All right. So if we do this, we can close it. So our registration is working. Next thing, we'll work on our login functionality. Okay. Cool. All right. So now our registration part is ready. Now we'll move to the login part. And when we'll say login, we'll implement the proper authentication, authorization and all, because all these are related to the login functionality only. Okay. So first, let's go to the login page. We'll see we have this login page. And then we have our auth service and iAuth service. And then we have implementation of this in our web project. So here are all the pieces. Now from login, the way we are going to use with Blazor Interactive Server, the most common approach is to use cookies authentication. And to set the cookies, we need access to the HTTP context. But in interactive render modes with interactive server and interactive WebAssembly and interactive auto, for all the interactive render modes, there is no HTTP context. So HTTP context is there only in static server side rendering. Okay. So what we need to do, but right now we have a global interactivity. If we go to the web and we check components app.razor, which is the entry point. Here we see on routes, we are defining render mode as interactive server. So we are globally defining this interactive server render mode. Now here we need a way by which we can simply exclude the login from this interactive server render mode. We need the login page to be available as static server side rendered page. Okay. So now for that, what we can do, we have two different approaches. One is on this app.razor, we can simply have code block, and here we can somehow check what is the route. For this, we have this /login. Here we can have a condition. If the route is login, then we will set interactive basically render mode as null, and if the route is not login, we'll set interactive server. We'll dynamically set it. Another approach is on this login Blazor page, we can add one attribute. We'll say attribute, and we have an attribute which says exclude from interactive routing. So now here on this page, we are saying that this page should excluded from the interactive routing. Okay, so this is not using interactive server right now. Now, because we have this global registration, now what would happen by default if we directly go straight with this setting? It will say login page is not found, because from here we are saying everything is interactive server. Then it is going to try to find the /login page, and it will not find it, because we are saying this login page is excluded from interactive routing. That means it is not there in interactive routing. That means it is not there with interactive server render mode. So here you see, initially we had a flip of that login, and then after that it is gone. So that was the server rendered, and after that when we are here in interactive mode, login page says not found. This is not the case. We have the login page, although we said exclude from interactive routing. Now on our app.razor, we need to tell these pages are also there in our application. So here what we'll do is, first we'll simply inject our HTTP context. The name is up to us. So here we'll say cascading parameter. We are going to get the HTTP context from cascading parameter. Okay. And after that, for this render mode, we are going to have it dynamic render mode. So here we see this render mode is component render mode. Okay. So here we can have a property. Here we'll say component render mode, and let's say render mode, or we can say dynamic render mode. The name is up to you. Now we will get it on the basis of this HTTP context and this exclude from interactive routing. So on this HTTP context, we have something called HTTP context. We will first access this property HTTP context. Here we have this accepts interactive routing. So it says determines whether the current endpoint is a Razor component that can be reached through interactive routing. This is true for all page components except if they declare the attribute exclude from interactive routing. This attribute. So it will be true for all, but it will be false for this login page. So now using this, we know exactly what is happening here. So here we'll say accepts interactive routing. Now if this is true, that means this is not login page. That means we can have the interactivity here. So here we are directly going to define it as interactive server. If that is not the case, we'll simply set it null. So this null is for the login page and interactive server is for all other. Okay, right now it is saying it can be null, so let's simply have the default value just to what is happening here? Possible null reference return, yeah, to make it this nullable. Save it. Now instead of directly setting interactive server, we are going to set this dynamic render mode property. So we'll set this here at both the places, we can set. So now we are good. Now we know for this login page, this is not an interactive page, and pay attention, everything whatever we are doing, this exclude from interactive routing, it will be available or it will be applied, it will have effect in the web project only. It will have no effect inside the MAUI project. Okay, Then app.razor, we are setting this dynamically. It is also inside the web project only. So all this, what we are doing, this belongs to web only. Right now we are not concerned about MAUI. We'll see later. Okay, so save it. Now we are good. We know that for login, we need to have access to the HTTP context. So we need to exclude it from interactive routing. Now this is statically server side rendered. Cool. Now we need to change a couple of things here. Right now we are using this login model as a variable here. Now we need to make it a property. So we'll simply say public login model, and I want to rename it with login model. All right. And I want to change it to a property get set with a default value as empty this. Now this is fine. This will work when we'll simply start this application. And when we'll navigate to this page, initially this page will be in get mode, HTTP get mode. So it will work. But after that, when we'll press this submit button, it will be posted to the server. So now we will be using post method. So for post, we need to have a couple of different things here. But first, let's define a method here. Public async task. Let's say login async. Okay. Here, let me put a breakpoint here. Okay. And on this edit form, let me add on valid submit, and we'll simply use this login async. Now if I run this, I have that breakpoint. First we'll see now login page should get rendered. We have login page, register is still working. Go back to login. Let's try to login. Here we have some error message which says the post request does not specify which form is being submitted. To fix this, ensure form element have @form name or pass a form name parameter if you are using edit form. So what is happening here is Blazor has component based architecture. We can have multiple components. Edit form is also a component, and we can construct our page using multiple components, multiple Blazor custom components. So we can have, technically we can have multiple forms. Now the post basically works on which URL we are posting. So let's say I have two forms here and I simply clicked on submit button. Both of those submit buttons are going to be posted on the same URL. Now, how would Blazor know that you clicked on submit button from this form or from some other form? So for this, Blazor needs to know that which button you have pressed, so that on the basis of that form, it is going to call this method. There can be one more. Let's say we have this register, right? What if I have something like this? Right now, if I run this, we will see login, and after login, we will see the register page at the bottom, because technically everything is, all the Blazor components, whether these are routable or non-routable, those are simple forms. So here we can see this is the login button, login form, this is the registration form. Now if I pressing this submit button or this submit button, how would Blazor know? So we need to tell it that we have pressed this button which belongs to this form. And why this matters? Because on the basis of this, if we are pressing button on this, it should call this login async method. If we are pressing the button from that register form, in that case, it should call this register async method. So what method it should call? That's why it needs that thing. So that is, we need to define a form name here. So we'll say form name. Now this name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Let's say login form. I'm naming it this. Now if I run it, now that error should be gone. Now if I click on login, it should come here. Cool. If I press login, email field is required and password field is required. There is some problem. What is the problem? We are adding the values, but still it says these fields are required. Why? Because right now what is happening, when it is submitting, when it is going in the next phase, let me show you. I'll have override on initialized or on initialize async method. We can have any of these. Let me put a breakpoint here as well. So when we'll first start it, it will come to on initialized. Okay, here if we'll check login model, it has both the null values with default values. We'll continue. We are good. If I press login, it came to on initialized. Here if we check login model, the values are again null. But if we see on our page, we had these values in login and password, username and password. But this is not able to grab these because we are setting this to default value as null. So it does not know about these. But right now, when we are in this stage, this is a post request. So here, instead of directly setting it to this blank value always, we need to tell this login model that Blazor will tell Blazor that you should supply parameter values from form by adding this attribute supply parameter from form. So for post request, it will simply check what values we have in form, submitted form. And on the basis of that, it is going to fill those values to this model. Now, again, same thing. We can have multiple forms. How would it know that which? Because this line can be on the other forms as well. So how would it know that from which form values it should add the values to this login model? So if you remember, we had this form name. So we are going to use the same form name to tell it that you should supply parameters from form. Which form? Here we can have simply form name, and this form name should match with this form name. Now we have wired up everything. Okay, now if we do this, and if I run this again, and let me put a breakpoint here as well. We have breakpoint, continue. Okay, login, we have breakpoint. Right now if we check login, we can see the values. That means everything is working. If we say continue, now we are in login async, and here we can have our login logic. Okay, all right, so let's continue with our login logic. We have our AuthService. We are going to inject that. So here we'll say inject AuthService. We'll say AuthService. Then in this login async method, we'll say var result equals await AuthService dot login async, and here we need to provide login model, which we already have. Okay, then we can simply check if the result dot is success. If this is not true, we are going to show some error. For error, we can simply follow the same approach we are following on register. We are going to display an error label kind of thing here only. So edit form, before this buttons, the only change here would be, first let's add the error message as well. Let's add it here. Now we don't need this is on initialized, so we can get rid of this. Inside login async, we can simply say error message equals null. The only change would be here, we can't have this on click because this page is static server side render. This page is not interactive. Okay, so we can't have things like this at the rate on click. It will not work because this is not interactive. So what we can do is we can simply maybe remove this, or if we really want to get rid of this thing, we can simply have maybe add some ID here, and then we can use JavaScript, pure JavaScript. So we'll say at the rate on click, and here we can simply say document dot get element by ID. Then we can provide this ID, then we can simply say dot remove. just pure raw JavaScript. This is not required. If you don't want to, you can simply get rid of this button. Yes, so the error message will be there, but button will not be there. But with this, we are good. We have error. So that error we are going to set from here. So we'll say result dot error. Okay. If, and we'll simply return from here. If that is not the case, that means login successful. So here what we need to do, we need to set the auth state, in this case cookies, where in HTTP context, and after that we'll say return to the next page, whatever it is. Save it, and with this we should be good. Now for auth state, to set the cookies, we need HTTP context. So here the way we can get HTTP context in our what we call these, in static server side rendered pages, we need to use this cascading parameter with HTTP context. Now here we are going to have a concern. This login.razor, this belongs to shared project. That means this page will be same from MAUI side and from web side. So when we are coming from web, HTTP context will be there. But when we'll come from the MAUI side, HTTP context is not going to be there. So we need to find some way by which we can handle both the cases. So that thing we'll do next. All right. So to set the cookies, we need HTTP context, as I already mentioned. So we need to first implement or add the authentication service in our web project. Okay. Right now we will just go with cookies authentication, and when we'll work on MAUI side, so we will need to have an API layer that we are going to have in our web project only. So we will be using mixed authentication. So a combination of cookies and JWT. Okay, but for now, let's go with cookies authentication only. So I'm in program.cs in web project, and before builder.build. Here we can simply have builder.services.add authentication. This is the very bare minimum authentication. We just need to add our what we call configuration to it. Okay, so here first we need to set a default authentication scheme. So we are going to use, let's say, web. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. It's up to you. Okay, so it can be this direct name, it can be some constant here, it can be anything. So let's say const string web auth scheme, but we will be needing this in our login page as well, from where we are going to set the authentication. So better to move this to some centralized place. So in this web project only, we can simply create a new file. We can say web constants or something like this. Let's say class, and I'm going to name it to web constants. Okay, in here let's make it as a static class, and here we'll say public static, not static, let's say public const string, and here we'll say web auth scheme. The value for this is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, then here we'll simply use that. So we'll say web constants dot web auth scheme. Okay, now after this we will say add cookie. Okay, and inside this we will simply configure our cookies authentication. So here we can provide an authentication scheme. So we'll use the same. The first one is for default. We are going to have mixed multiple. We will use cookies and we will use JWT as well. So in that case, doing this, it first checks this one. That's what it is for. So here we are saying that for this cookies configuration, we are using this authentication scheme. Then it can have a second parameter, which is an action delegate, which takes cookies authentication options as a parameter. So we can define our configuration on these options. Okay, so here I'll say options equals options, then lambda, and then we'll provide a couple of things here. So we can configure our cookies related stuff. So we can say options.cookie.name. We can set cookie name if we want to. If you leave this, it will simply use default values. So let's use this only, the name of the cookie. It does not matter. Then here we'll say options.login path. This is going to be the default login path. So we have our login. Then we can have option dot, we can set access denied path, we can set logout path. Let's have logout as well, so /logout. And then we can set cookie related configuration. So let's move this down here. Then we'll say options.cookies. We can say HTTP only to make it secure so that we can't modify it from the client. It will be handled from the server side only. Okay, then we can set the expiration of this cookie. So we can say options.cookie. Maybe we can set options.sliding expiration true, and we can set options.expire or sliding expiration we already set true. So expiration time span we can set it to let's say 1 day, time span dot from days 1. This configuration is totally up to you. Okay, you can set all the values to make it more secure. You can set secure policy on this. So options dot cookie dot secure policy. So cookie secure policy dot none, same as request, or always. So these are all configuration, but basic stuff is login path, cookie name, HTTP cookie, and expiration related stuff. Okay, with this we are good. Our authentication is added. After that we'll simply add the authorization as well. So builder.services.add authorization. Cool. Here we have registered. Now we just need to use these as middlewares in our application. So here we have used static files, use anti-forgery, maybe after this or before anti-forgery, it is fine. App.use authentication, and we'll use authorization. So we are going to use both. With this we are good. Our authentication middleware and authentication related services are done. Now we can go ahead and use these. Okay, now we were on our login page. Where is our login page? Components, pages, not components, shared pages, login.tracer. So we were here. Now as I already mentioned, when we'll use cookies authentication, it will make sense from web only, not from MAUI side, because from MAUI side we will use the actual what we call it, the custom authentication state provider with our custom maybe saving those things in preferences or somewhere. Okay, so we will not have access to HTTP context or cookies there. So we should not have HTTP context or cookies related stuff on login page directly. Instead, we have this auth service. Maybe we can reuse this auth service. We can make one more method here, or we can have some other class and other interface to handle these login related stuff. Okay, so let's reuse the auth service only. So here we'll create one more method, task method result, and here we'll say, let's say platform login async, something like this. Okay, and here we can provide the logged in users information. Okay, so right now we don't have logged in users information. From login async we were just returning method result. Now what we need to do is, from login async, instead of returning method result, we will return the user information. So when we say user information, so we need at least user ID and username. Okay, so let's return that. So for that we need a model, and that is a DTO basically. So in DTO, let's create a model. So we can say public record, let's say user or logged in user. Here we are going to have int ID and string name. We need these two things only. Okay, so let's move this to a separate file. Now let's go back to our login async method. From here we will use task method result and method result of type logged in user. This is what we are going to return. And in platform login async, we are going to use this logged in user as a parameter. Okay, now we need to go to the implementation of this auth service. Here first we need to modify this login async. So here it is right now returning method result, but it should return method result of logged in user. Let's modify all these fail and OK statements. Now in OK, we need to provide the logged in user. So here we'll simply create it. So we'll say logged in user equals new logged in user. Here we need to provide ID and name. So we'll say user.id and user.name. And then we'll simply pass this logged in user here. With this we are good. Our login method is ready. Now we need to have our platform login. To implement interface, we have this method, platform login async method. Here we need to use the login using cookies in HTTP context, something like this. So we need to have access to HTTP context here. Now here what we can do, we can simply inject HTTP context accessor. Okay, I added this private read only underscore HTTP context accessor, and from this we can access this. We can say HTTP context equals underscore HTTP context accessor dot HTTP context. So we have HTTP context here now. All right. Now on this HTTP context, we can simply use HTTP context dot sign in async. In this, if we see, it requires claims principal. Okay, we can have other versions as well, scheme and claims principal. Claims principal, authentication property. So there are lots of different properties here. So let's use maybe this last one, which has all the things. So first we need a scheme, which we are going to use this with our cookies authentication. So that means whatever scheme we use with cookies, that means this one. This is the one we are going to use with this sign in async. The next thing is claims principal. So we need to create our claims principal. So here if we say principal equals new claims principal, here if we see, we have identity. That means in this we need to provide an identity. So let's create that identity. So we'll say var identity equals new claims identity. Here if we see, we have authentication type, identity, claims and authentication type. So here we have a list of claims and authentication type. Okay, then we have other different things as well, but this is the one which we are going to use. So list of claims and authentication type. So authentication type, again we are going to use the same authentication type, this one. But first we need claims. So let's create the claims here. So we can say claims equals, now here we need to define our claims. This we are going to pass here claims. Then we need to pass this identity to this principal. And then we are going to pass this principal here in sign in async method. Okay. After principal, we have one more option, that is this authentication properties. You can define this one as well. So if you want to, auth properties, here you can define how long this cookie should be available and all, if we are persisting this login state and all. So you can try this new authentication properties, authentication properties, and here it has all these allow, refresh, expire, UTC, is persistent, all these things. You can define all these things if you want to. Okay, save. So we'll go with this only. Now we just need to define these claims here. So we already have user, so we know we need to set username and user ID. So here we'll say new claim. First we need to define the claim type. So we'll say claim types dot name identifier user dot id dot toString, and then we'll set claim types dot name as user dot name. With this we are good. Now from here it requires method result, so we can simply return, and the sign in async we need to await it. So we'll say await. If we are adding await, we need to make this method as async. Then from here we can simply return method result dot okay. With this we are good. Our platform login async method is ready. Save everything. Now let's go back to our login page. So we are here on login page. Now this result, it actually gives us logged in result. So here we can see var logged in user equals, we can say result dot data. Okay, after that we can say var, or let's reuse the result variable here. We can't reuse the result variable. Var platform login result. Here we can say await AuthService dot, what was that, platform login async. Here we need to provide our logged in user, so we'll say logged in user. And then here we can simply again check this thing, but this time instead of result we'll say platform login result. If there is error, we'll set that error, return from here. If that is not the case, we'll simply return to the next page. So for returning, we use navigation manager. Let's inject that. So we'll say inject navigation manager. We'll simply come here and we'll simply say navigation manager dot navigate to. We'll simply go to the slash, that means the home page, and then we are going to say replace true. We want this current URL to be removed from the browser history, so that when we press back button, it should not come to the login page, because we are already logged in. There is no point of coming back on the login page from the browser back button. Okay, or let me move these comments here, and with this we are good. Everything is fine now. Okay, so now all these things are, whatever things we are using, all these are directly related to the ASP.NET Core. Right now we are not using any Blazor specific stuff yet. This authentication related stuff I'm talking about, this sign in DbContext, this sign in async. So this is standard ASP.NET Core stuff, okay, which is applicable for all ASP.NET Core flavors, whether it is MVC, Web API, Blazor, Razor Pages. This thing is common. So we have injected authentication and sign in related stuff in our ASP.NET Core pipeline. Now we need to make it compatible with Blazor. So for Blazor, if you know, we use authentication state provider in Blazor, okay, to access the authentication state, access set and all those things. So here what we'll do, when we'll go to the MAUI side, we will be creating a custom authentication state provider which will have all the logic. But here in website, a lot of stuff will be internally handled by this thing. We just need to provide some things. So some things are going to be inside this, maybe in services only. We can create a new class and we'll say we can actually do it without using any class, but let's have it. So here we'll say custom, or we'll say web auth state provider. This will be a simple class. Okay, now this, if we are dealing with the raw authentication state provider, it should be a subclass of authentication state provider. But with this, we have this is a server-side rendered Blazor application. So here we have a type which is server authentication state provider, which handles a lot of things by itself. If we go to the server authentication state provider, it is actually a subclass of authentication state provider. Okay, so we can work with this. But here with the Blazor server applications, we use one more version, that is revalidating server authentication state provider. Now what it does is, if we go here, it is an abstract class. We need to provide body for revalidation interval and validate authentication state async, these two things. This one property, so we'll simply say override, we have revalidation interval. Okay, it should be some time span. So let's say time span dot from seconds one. I'm going to explain it. And then we have second thing, validate authentication state async, this thing. Now what it is going to do, what is the problem here? There's no argument given to the corresponds to the required parameter of logger factory. Okay, we need to provide logger factory. So here what we can do is, we can simply say get the constructor I logger factory. We can have the logger factory, then we can provide to the base this logger factory. With this we are good. So now what it does is, when we are using Blazor server, what it does, when the interactive Blazor server first loads, it simply loads the authentication information from the current HTTP context when it is creating the circuit for the first time, or all those things. So in this case, when we were in auth service, when we were here, we injected this, we signed in HTTP context, then we moved to the where is login page, login.ration, then we navigated to home page. And when it is coming on the home page, right now the login page is static server side rendered. So from statically server side rendered, it navigated to this one, which is actually the interactive server page. Now when it came here for the first time, it will simply grab the auth state from the current HTTP context and it will simply set up the authentication state. After that, it is never going to go to the server to get the latest authentication information. User might be logged out, user's information might have been updated, user might have been disabled. Then there can be a lots of different things which can be happening in the meantime when we are on the interactive server mode. So here what it does is, we can set a revalidation interval and a method which will simply tell if the user's information is still valid. Okay, so these things are not applicable for our application, for our use case. These are not a required feature for us right now, but in general, when we have multiple permissions related stuff, right, role based permissions and all, then we should do this. So we should have some interval. On that interval, it will simply go and call this method to check if the current logged in user state is still valid. Okay, how can we get the current user's information? Here we have authentication state. So we can get everything from this authentication state. So when you'll say authentication state dot, you have user dot, you have claims. So you can get the user ID and what we call that, we can get the user ID, we can get the username. So on the basis, or you have any other claims, you can access those claims as well inside this. Okay, then you will simply grab those. Then you will have the information, latest information from the database or from your actual service. So for that, what you can do in this web auth state provider, you can simply maybe inject iService provider or iService scope factory. You can simply inject this as well. Okay, so you can use the service scope factory. From this, you can simply get the required service, get your data context, or get your auth service or user service, grab the information, compare the information what you have right now or what the current database has. If those things are matching, everything is still fine, then you can simply return true from here. If the things are not matching, you can return false from here. So if you return false, it will automatically log out. If you return true, it will retain logged in. Okay, so from here, for our use case, this is just return true. Revalidation interval does not matter. Override task. So here we can simply say task dot from result and just return true. Here revalidation interval, we can simply have it from days, let's say 30 days. We don't want it to retry, it is fine. It will simply sit here and it will check this thing after 30 days, because our use case is very simple. If we are making some complex application with lots of the, as I already mentioned, permissions and all, then we should have it maybe 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, or a day. It depends. Okay, then you will have your logic here. We don't need the service scope factory. We just remove this. So here we are good. I just showed you for this particular application, we actually don't need this because we are not using anything from here. I'm just showing you, that's why I had it here. Normally, what you can do, if you are not using it, you can simply use the server authentication state provider, which I already told you, the server authentication state provider. In that case, you don't need to create a class here. You can directly inject this or register this server authentication state provider. How can we do this? Let me show you. We'll go to the program.cs. Okay. In here, what we'll do, before builder.build, we'll simply say builder.services. Here, we need to tell it how to access the authentication state provider. Okay, so for this we'll say builder services add scoped. Then here we'll have authentication state provider, authentication state provider. Now if we are not using the custom class, we can simply say server authentication state provider with this, and we'll be good. But here I just showed you that we can have our custom auth state as well, so I'm going to use this one. Just use this and we are good here. Okay, so this is related to Blazor. Now in Blazor, the way this authentication state works, it is it gets used as a cascading parameter which flows through from the top to the bottom. Okay, so for that we have different options. First is we can simply go to the router and we can set the cascading authentication state here. Second option is we can simply set that on this builder.services and we can say add cascading authentication state. This one. And with this, our Blazor authentication authorization is done. Okay. Now we just need to use everything. So if we see, we have wired up all these things. Now we just need to check if everything is working and if our logged in status is working. So for that, what we can do, we have this home page. Right now what we are doing, we are directly using on initialized and we are navigating to login page. So instead of directly doing this, what we can do is, ideally what we'll do, we will in a routes.razor, we will use here, for authentication and authorization, we need to change this route view to authorize route view. This is also a thing which we need to do. Authorize route view. What happened? Let's see from where it comes. It comes at the rate using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core. It was the authorization, right? Okay, let's do this. Go to the components, app.razor. I'm just trying to see from where I can get that. Authorize route view, components.authorization. So components.authorization. And we are not getting it here. Why? Components. Why are we not getting it? Microsoft ASP.NET Core components authorization. Let's try to use this. We'll come here. We'll try. And it is not here. So let's try to install this package in our shared project. Okay. So in the shared project, we'll simply go to the manage NuGet packages, browse, add this Microsoft ASP.NET Core components authorization. Let's install. Apply. I accept. Okay. Now if we say, we can see this thing now. Microsoft ASP.NET Core components authorization. Let's cut it from here and add it to underscore imports.razor so that we can use it on all the razor pages. With this, we are fine. Authorize route view. Now, in this, instead of self-closing, we can have the full-blown version. And here we can have, if this is not authorized, then we need to navigate to the login page. Okay. So here we need to redirect it to login page. How can we do that? We can simply have a shared component. So in this shared project, do we have any components related stuff? No. Let's create a new folder. Let's call just components. Or maybe let's do this. We can have it as a simple class because we are not going to have any UI on this. So we'll say redirect to component, something like this. Okay. How can we make a class file as a component? It just need to inherit it from component base. Okay. Now inside this, we can simply override on initialized. Okay. And we can inject navigation manager here. So navigation manager, we can name it just navigation manager. We can add inject attribute on this. So it will be injected and in on initialized, we can directly redirect to the component, not redirect component. Let's rename it to redirect to login. Redirect to login. Okay. And on initialized, we'll simply say use the navigation manager and just navigate to login page. And here also we should have replaced true, as if we are redirecting to login page, that means we should not come back to the current page because the current page is not authenticated. That's why we moved to login page. So pressing the back button should not do anything. Okay, so redirect to login. Now we can use this on our routes.region. So here we'll say redirect to login, and we just need to use the, what is the namespace? Shared namespace. It should come automatically. Okay, let's try this. Shared dot redirect to login. Something is not working, but let's see, it should work. Why am I not able to use? Let's try something. I'm just trying something, just seeing if we can use that class. Redirect to login. Yes, we can use that class. Okay, so that means this will work. All right. Save everything. And I guess we have done all the things now. Now the home page, the only thing we need to change on the home page, we will add our authorize attribute. Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorization. Let's cut it from here, move it to the underscore imports.razor. Save everything. We have done a lots of different things now. Now it's time to test all these things out. We'll see if we are facing some errors. We'll try to fix all those. Let's run. First we have some build error. It says dynamic render mode does not exist. What is the problem? We added this thing here to test. Remove this. Save everything. Run. We have some error here. It says there is some error in implementing the lifetime scoped implementation type. HTTP context accessor, we have used that right in our auth service. So for that we need to use builder.services.add HTTP context accessor. Let's run it again. And we can see the application is here. If we check, do we have any cookies or something? If we go to application, we'll go to the cookies. We have anti-forgery and current theme, nothing else. Okay, let's now try to log in. Is redirecting. It did something, but it did not redirect me to the home page. Something is not right. But right now, if we see, we have web, we have value for the web. That means we have set the cookie, so it is working. We can see the main authentication, the authorization is working. What I mean is this part is working, and the auth state is working. The auth service, this platform login, so this stuff is working. After that, it should have been redirected to the login page, but it didn't. We'll see if it got redirected to the login page or did not. Sorry, not login, home page. So we need to go to the login page, login.razor. Let's put a breakpoint here. And then on the login page, if we go, sorry, not login page, home page. Oh, we are having this thing here. Maybe this is the culprit. Let's comment this out. Let's restart. and we can see the home page. That means login is working fine, because right now what we have on home page, we have authorized attribute and it came here. That means our login worked automatically. That's why we are here. Now let's try a different thing. We'll simply go to the application. We'll manually delete this web cookie. And then if we refresh, we see it went to login page. Okay. If I refresh, we are on login page. If I press login, it came here, continue, and we are on home page. That means our auth related entire flow, it took us a while, I guess more than an hour, but we have achieved lots of different things here, right? So our complete auth flow is working. We can quickly just verify one more thing on home page. Let's try to show the username. Okay, so here what we can do is we need to access the currently logged in user. So for that, what we can do, we can simply say prop. We can inject task of authentication state. Okay, we'll say auth state task, and this will be a cascading parameter, and this is going to be provided if we go to the web program.cs. We added this thing, add cascading authentication state. This is the thing which is providing this auth state task. Okay, so here let's use override on initialized async. Why it breaks on initialize using these overridden methods? I remember this thing also got broken earlier when we are using it, right? Okay, so protected override async task on initialized async. Okay, here we need to grab the information of currently logged in user from this authentication state task. Okay, so here we could say auth state equals await auth state task. Now we have this auth state. Inside this auth state, we are going to have the user, and from this user we can grab claims. Okay, or we can directly use find first to get the user ID, or we can simply say user dot identity dot is authenticated authentication type, and we can try to access the name from here. Okay, so let me do this. I'll say private string underscore name equals just empty string. Then here we'll simply set this underscore name to this identity dot name. Okay, now identity can be null, so let's use this, and with the blank value, let's say no identity, although it should not happen, but still let's have this. Then here instead of hello world, we'll say underscore name, so hello underscore name. Let's try to restart the page, restart the application. So now we should see the currently logged in user's name here. We can say hello test user. So this was the username, right? So that means everything is working, complete flow, entire thing is working, complete authentication and authorization flow is working. Now we are good. We can actually start working on the home page now. Cool. So I hope you would have learned something new from this long video, which has lots of different things related to authentication authorization. Cool. So next thing, we'll work on the home page. Okay, so now our authentication authorization part is done. Now we can work on the main stuff, the main home page. Now I am not sure. I have two UIs in my mind. One is maybe we can have a left panel where we are going to have all the nodes, list of nodes with proper paging and create node button, and on the right section, the bigger section, we will have the node body. If this is in create node mode, we'll simply have the node creation stuff, and if we have clicked on any other node, it will be in reading or modifying kind of UI. Another approach could be, we can simply not have that left sidebar, we will just have the entire page, and there we can have some button on the top or maybe floating action button kind of thing. We'll simply tap on it, click on it, and it will open up a modal pop-up to create a node, and when we'll save it, it will simply get displayed on the main page. So we will have a grid of nodes with proper paging, and we can tap on any of the node, it will simply be opened in that same modal pop-up for reading or for modifying. I'm just trying to understand, I'm just trying to think which approach should I take. Let's try the left sidebar stuff. If that will not look good, then maybe we'll go to the grid layout. But for now, let's settle with the left sidebar thing. Okay. Okay, so let me close all other tabs. I am on home page, and here the UI we are going to have page title is fine. H1 we don't need this. Welcome to new app running factor and all, we don't need this. Save it. So here we are going to have a main div which will be kind of a container. Inside that we are going to have a div for the, let's say, left sidebar, and then we are going to have the main content area. And inside main content area, we are first going to have a div for, let's say, header, and then we are going to have one for body. So this is going to be our overall structure of our page. Now what we are going to do, we are simply going to have different components for all these. Okay, but before that, let's add the classes, the Tailwind classes, to design this layout. Okay, so first the main div, here we want to have it take up the entire height and width. Okay, so for the height we can say min h screen. Okay, and width we can say w screen. So width should be entire screen, and height should be, minimum height should be the viewport of the current window. Okay, and then we can maybe have some light background here. So let's say bg gray 50 is fine, very light gray background. Okay, and then we are going to have a flex layout on this so that we can set these, the sidebar and main content at side by side. Okay, so on this sidebar we are going to say, we are going to have a class of, let's say, w. What all we have, we had 64, which is 256 px. What we have after that, we have 72, which is 288. Okay, let's use this w72. Okay, save, and we need this as fixed. This left sidebar should be fixed, and when we say fixed, that means we need to set the boundaries of this. So we'll say it should be left 0, top 0, and bottom 0. Bottom 0. Save it, and we should be good. After that, we can have the w full as well. W full width. Sorry, not width. Height. So that it takes the entire 100% of the current screen. I guess we are good with this. We can have some shadow as well. So let's say shadow LG. Okay, and I guess we are good. Let's have some background as well, just to see. So we'll say bg blue of this 300. This is just for uh, setting it so that we can see the layout, how it looks, things like this. Then we have this main content. On this main content, we are going to have couple of classes. The first thing is we should have width of 100% minus the width of this left sidebar. And we know left sidebar has this W72 width. So on the, yeah, we can do this. We can have margin left 72. So what we did, we set the left sidebar width to W72 288px, and on the main content we simply have the margin left 288 pixel. So that means we are good. Okay, now this should also have the complete height. So we can say min h screen, save it, and we are good with this one. Then we have this header. On this header, let's have a couple of classes. So what we can do, we can simply have first thing bg white, the background white for this particular section only, the header. And inside this, we are going to have our application name, and we are going to have maybe logout button and current logged in user's name on the right side. So what we can do is we can have a flex layout on this. Flex. We can have justify between to have the spacing in between. So the application name on the left and the logout button and username on the right. Then we can also have items center to make these things vertically center. Save it. Okay. And inside this, we are going to have, let's say, h2. We are going to have blazing nodes, something like this. And then we are going to have a div where we are going to have current logged in user's name, which we know we can get from this underscore name. So we are going to have a simple label. We can say underscore name. And then we are going to have a button with couple of classes and a type as button, and we'll say logout. Okay, the classes we can simply say, let's say bg red 500. We can have px4 py1. We can have some rounded, let's say rounded md here, and on hover over it we'll say bg red, a darker red 700. Save it, and we are good. On this div also we need these side by side. So here also we can simply have a flex and gap of, let's say 3. Save it. And items also we can set item center so that these two things are center aligned. On this label we can simply say text maybe green 700, and we can say font bold. Save it. I guess we are good with this. Let's try to run it and let's see how this looks. Do we need to change anything here? We'll see. And we have this ugly looking page. Now I refresh, then we can see some different UI, but these things are not left and right. They should be. So something is not right. Am I missing something here? Flex, item center, justify between, and we'll have the W full here. Save it. Auth reload. We need to rerun. W full, yeah. Let's run. Still not. Something is not right. Let's try to figure out what is not right. This thing, left sidebar. Okay, so this main content, this is using ML72, but it is not taking the entire width. It should take the entire width. So for this, the main parent is flexbox. This has this one. So on this, we can simply say flex1 so that it takes the entire width. So on this main content, we'll say flex1. Save it, run it. And now we can see this layout. Okay, better than before. Now on header, does it have that background white which we set? BG white. BG white it has, but the bottom section it is maybe very light color, so we can't see. BG gray 50, right? Let's increase that BG gray 50 to some higher version of gray, some darker version of gray. Then on this header, let's have some spacing and let's increase the name of this blazing nodes. Okay, so on this, instead of BG gray 50, let's try some, let's say BG gray 300. Save it. Then on this header, we'll say, let's say px4 py3 maybe. On this h2, we'll say classes. First thing, we'll say font bold, and we can say text 3xl. We'll see how it looks. And on this header, let's have some background, sorry, not background, some border as well. So we'll say border B, which is for border bottom. Then we can set the color of that border. So we'll say border gray, maybe for 300 is already the background. So let's say 200, run it. And let's see how it looks now. Okay, not very good, but better than before. We don't need this as 3xl. Let's decrease this. And then shadow is fine. We can have some shadow here as well. And this section, this should not be this darker, a bit less darker. Okay, let's quickly do these 2-3 different things. So first, we don't need this 3xl. Instead, let's use text xl only. Then not BG gray 300. Instead, let's try BG 100. And on this header as well, we can maybe try adding some shadow. So shadow MD. Save it, run it. Okay, much better, right? Better than before. So now we have this thing. Now we can simply provide body to this one. On this left here, the shadow is this one. What is the shadow on this left section? Left sidebar shadow LG, and on the header we have shadow MD. Okay, so border gray 200. This is the one which is making that looking much darker shadow. But okay, we are good with this UI right now. Okay, now on this left sidebar, let's maybe make this blue a bit darker. So maybe let's say 700. And yeah, now let's add the components which we are going to use. So here, left sidebar, we need to use one component. So let's go to our shared project and let's create a new folder here. Oh, it is in running mode. Let me stop this. Let's call it components. And inside this, I'm going to add razor component. I'll say left sidebar. left sidebar. Okay, what else we need? We need the body, and this is the header. So we can have this header here only, or maybe if we want to, we can create this also as a separate component. Okay, for me, I'm just leaving it here only because this simply shows everything static and only one button for logout. So we are okay with this one. Then we have this body section. So for this, we can create a component. And when we say body, for what we are going to use this body for? To create and edit a note, right? So we can have it as note editor. We can call it this. Or save note. It could be anything. Let's say note details or note editor is fine. Note editor. Okay. Save it. With this, we are good. Let's go back to the home page. In here, we are going to use left sidebar, and let's cut this thing and add this as a using on in the underscore imports.razor so that we can access all the things from there. So using this left sidebar, and in here we are going to have note editor. Save it. Right now we'll start simple, then we'll keep on adding the things to this because we will be needing some way of state management so that we can simply pass the currently selected node which we want to edit from this left sidebar to this note editor. Okay, so we'll see that, but for now we should be good with this setup. Save it. Let me quickly just add the logout functionality. So for logout, we'll follow the same approach we followed for login. Okay, we need to remove the HTTP from the HTTP context. So we need that as static server-side rendered page. So let's quickly do that. Then we'll come back to this left sidebar and all. So the way we have login page, the same way we can have a logout page. So Razor component, logout, @page /logout. Here we are going to have attribute exclude from interactive routing. Here we can simply have a simple text that says logging out, nothing else. We will be injecting our auth service here, AuthService. Okay, and inside this we are going to override on initialized, which is not here. So let's say protected override async task on initialized async. Okay, and here what we'll do on this auth service, we need to define a logout button, logout functionality. So in our auth service, we'll go here, we'll simply say task of method result, we'll say platform logout async, this method, and we'll go to the implementation of this class, and here we'll simply implement that method as well. So platform logout, we'll simply come here, we'll say await. Basically we need HTTP context. So let's grab the HTTP context. Then we can simply use this thing, this line. Here we'll say HTTP context dot sign out async, and in this we need to provide authentication properties or authentication scheme or both. Okay, so we are going to use our authentication scheme, which is webconstant.webauth scheme. We have signed out from here. We need to return method result. We'll simply return method result dot okay. Alright, so save everything. We'll simply come to the logout page. Here we'll say await AuthService dot platform logout async. After that, we'll use navigation manager at the rate inject navigation manager. So we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to. We'll simply navigate to login page from here with replace as true so that we can't come back to this current page. With this, we are good with our logout page. We just need to redirect to this logout page from our home page, which is kind of our layout right now. So on this, we have this logout. Here we can simply say at the rate on click equals logout async. Copy this, define a method here. Private async task logout async. Okay. Are we injecting navigation manager? Yes. So from here we can simply say navigation manager dot navigate to. We'll simply say logout, and here also we'll say replace true. We don't want to come back to this page. It should not be like async and task. It can simply be a void, and we can simply have it as logout. Let's come here on this page. In this on click, we'll simply have logout, nothing else. Save everything, and we can quickly verify if this logout works. Okay, we have this darker color, we have this thing, we have logout. If we click on it, it says logout not found. And why this not found? On logout, we are exclude from interactive routing. That is fine. /logout, that is also fine. Then if we go to the app.razor, here we have if interactive server accepts interactive routing, we'll use interactive server, else we'll use null. That means this page should work. What is the issue? Let me try to run it again. Let's see what the issue is. Logout, refresh. It says navigation exception, which is fine because for static server side rendered, navigation exception happens, and this is how a static server side rendered version of Blazor uses the navigation. So no need to worry about this. Continue. We are on login page. If we log in, we are on home page. If we log out, it says not found. Something is not right from here. What is happening here? If we do this, if we go to register, if we refresh, same thing should happen here if that's the case. No. For this we are good. This register page is interactive. From here, if we go to login, then it works. Anti-forgery token. Okay, we will see what this is. We need to fix all these things. Logout not found. Logout not found. So something is not right. From interactive to non-interactive, this flow is having some issues. Okay, let's go to the home page where we are having this logout. Let's try to have it replace true. We'll also use force load true. If we do this, then we are saying that we are right now just want to refresh this page. That means it will be a fresh request to log out, which is fine, and it works. So what happened here is, when we were on home page, we were in interactive version, and from here we were trying to go to the static server side rendered page. So somehow this was not working. When we said force load, that means this was not an interactive request. This was kind of a fresh new request to logout page, which by default is static SSR. So it worked with this force load true. So maybe this will fix that issue as well. So from register page, when we are moving to login page, where is this nav link? No, this should be fine, I guess. It was something else. Here, after registering, we are navigating to login, this and that, everything. Okay, we'll see when we'll next time hit that error, then we'll try to see what is happening. But for now, we are good. We can see the logout is also working, and we can see the texts as well. So that means our these components are also working. The note editor and that node left sidebar. So we see, just log in, left sidebar, note editor. Let's do this. Let's remove this header from here. We will have this entire section for nodes, and let's move this thing to here, and the username and logout to maybe on the bottom here. Okay, let's try to do this. So in that case, maybe we can have this white color, this section as this white color. Let's try this. Yes, if this does not look good, then we'll maybe try to do something different, but let's try this. Let's stop this. Let me make a copy of this. So I'll just comment it out, paste it here. On left sidebar, we want this to have BG white. Okay. Then the way we had border on the header, we'll have these borders on the left sidebar now. Instead of border B, we'll say border R. That is for border right. Shadow, this and that. All right. And on this left sidebar also, we are going to have some padding. So let's say P3 from all side. Now we don't need this header. We just have this left sidebar and we have note editor in the right section. So let's just cut these two things from the header. Then we'll simply get rid of this header. And with this left sidebar, we are going to have those two things. First, we need to have our application name so that we can have on the very top before this left sidebar. So here we have this fixed and all. Here let's have it as a flex and a flex column, so that we can have all these as flex columns. So first we are going to have a label for our app name. Okay, so let's say just notes. Now we have small space. We are going to have classes. Let's say font bold and text 2XL. All right. After that, we are going to have this left sidebar. So maybe for this left sidebar, I'm going to have a div inside this left sidebar, or I want it to take the entire space. So here I'll say flex1. After that, I want to have these things, the username and a logout button. Okay. So for this, what we can do, we can have a div with some border top. So let's say border T. Then we'll say border, let's say maybe gray 200. And we can have MY or maybe MT of 3. Alright. And inside this, we want to have these two things. First username, then a logout button. So for this, item center is fine or not fine. We are going to have flex column here. So this is first, then this is the second one. And we can have a simple gap here of let's say 2. Save it. Oh, we already have gap 3. Let's use gap 3 only. Save it. We have name, we have this. Instead of font bold here, let's use font medium. Then we have log out button. It was red 500. Let's use red 400, and this one is red 600. And on this, the black color was not looking good, so we'll say text white. Save it. And let's try, instead of mt3 on this div, let's use my3 so that we have this spacing from top and bottom both. Save it. Let's see how it looks now. All right, I guess this is much better. Logout button, test user, we have this notes heading, then we have this left sidebar, then we have this right section where we can have our notes. All right, let's have one line here, the HHR here, so that we can see the proper separation like we are having here. And then test user, maybe we can move it to the right in center, or maybe we can have this logout and test user side by side. Yeah, let's have these side by side, or maybe like this only, but let's move this test user to center and let's have that line here. So how are we having line? Using border T. So on the label, we are going to use border B, that is for border bottom. Okay, save it. Then on this flex box, flex column here, we are going to say items center to make these horizontally center now. Save it. Restart. And we have this now. Notes, test user, logout. Oh, we wanted to have it side by side, right? Yeah, this does not look that good. So maybe let's have this side by side. Great. It is looking much better than the previous one, right? What do you guys think? Maybe we can have some collapsible option as well to collapse and expand this thing. Let's implement this as well. Yeah, let's do that. So for that, we need to have some we could say one icon here. So we can use lucid icons. I'm using these quite a bit nowadays. I love this. So here, what we can do in icons, let's use menu icon. This looks good. We can use the SVG. So let me copy this SVG. Let's stop this, and here what we can do is we can have those in this www root folder, and inside this maybe let's have a new folder. We'll say images. We are going to add the images, new item. Let's have simple general item for simple text, but we'll name it. What is the name? Menu.svg. And let's paste that, save it, and then we can directly use it in our page. So we'll go to our pages, home page. Here we have this label. So now instead of this label, we are going to have a div here with a class of flex with justify between, so that we can have space in the between and we can have name and icons in the left and right. Justify between and items center. Then we'll paste this label. Now this border, we will have this border on this div, not on the label now. Okay. Now on this div only, we can have some maybe spacing. We'll see. After label, we can have this image here. img src. So we'll simply have images menu.svg. And on click of this image, we can have some classes here. But before that, we can have on click on this one. Let's say toggle sidebar. We'll have this toggle sidebar method. We will just need to see what we can do in this toggle sidebar to toggle the sidebar. Let's think about it. Right now, the sidebar toggling and all, we are using the sidebar with the, where is it? W72 and on the main content ML72. That means this is the main thing which is defining the sidebar width. So if we reduce this, then we will have a smaller width, right? So we will not directly remove everything. We will have this instead of W72. In that case, we will simply have, let's say, W4 or W8. Okay. So what we can do is we can simply have a state here. So we can say public bool, or maybe let's say public string. We'll say sidebar width unit. Okay, and by default we are going to have as 72, which we have right now. Okay, and with toggle we can simply say if this is 72, we'll make it 8, else we'll make it 72. So this is the simple thing we are doing here. What happened? If this is equals 72, we are setting it 8, else we are setting it 72. What is the issue? Assignment, increment. Okay. Let's do this. We should do this. So we'll say, what am I doing? Okay. We'll say sidebar unit equals, then we are going to have that logic. We'll say if sidebar unit equals 8, we'll make it 72, else we'll make it 8. There could be multiple ways, but this is what is coming into my mind right now. You can maybe have this boolean, then have those constructed values here. So there can be a lots of different ways to do this. Now we have sidebar unit width. Here W72, instead of 72, we'll do this W__ sidebar width unit. And on this main content ML, here we are going to use the sidebar unit width. So with this, if we save everything, if we run it, we should see something here. We should be able to see the link, the image, and when we'll click on it, it should simply hide. We can't see the image, but it works. This is not that smooth. We'll try. Tailwind has a couple of animation related stuff as well, like transition and all. We can try that. What happened? Where is note editor text when we are doing this? We can't see that text. Is it behind this? Let's see. First, we need to see why the image is not loading. Oh, because we are directly using images. But this is inside shared. So we can't access this image like this. We need to access this using underscore content slash then the name of our application. What is that? This one. Full nodes blazing MAUI dot shared. Full nodes blazing MAUI dot shared slash this, and then we can see this image. So we need to use this URL. Okay, let's come here on our home page, home page, home.razor, and image. The URL should be this one. Save it. Let's have this image inside a button. Button class type button. Inside this we are going to have this, and we are going to have a fixed height and width for this button. So let's say W8 and H8, width and height 32 pixel. Okay, then we can maybe have some border on this if we want to. Save it. And for transition, we should have some transition classes. Let's try on this left sidebar. If we try to add some transition classes, transition. Yes, we have transition all, color, opacity, shadow. Let's use transition all. For how long? Where did it go? Transition all. Duration, yes. Let's say transition duration 300 ms or 200 milliseconds. Okay, and we can set ease in, ease in out. Okay, save it, and let's use all these three classes on the main content as well, so that we have the similar type of animation for that as well. Let's try to run it again. Okay, we have this ugly looking this thing, but you see we have that. But with this is W8. So in this case, what should happen is this name should get removed, this entire left sidebar should get hidden, and these things should not be here, the name of the user and this, right? And now that one is gone. Can we open that again? We are having it as 8, but left sidebar W8, main content ML8. So ML8 is not a class. ML8. Let's try. Here if I say ML 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, yes, it is there, but it is not able to get that class because right now we have not given these classes explicitly. So how Tailwind is going to know that we want to have some ML8 class? For W72 it was able to get it because we already had that. So for this we have a couple of options. Instead of directly having it as 8, we can have ML8 and W8, so it will generate those. Or the second option is we can simply have a span here with some class ML8, so that Tailwind can generate classes for us. That's the whole point of this. So ML8, W8, ML72 and W72. Let's have all these classes, and on this let's have style display none explicit, so that this does not render anything on the UI. and we will simply have these classes so that Tailwind can generate these classes. Then we'll have those things. After that, when we were in this case, we don't want to show this, we don't want to show this if we are in collapsed mode, and we don't want to show this either. So we will just show this thing, nothing else. Okay, in that collapsed mode. All right. So let's do this. Here we can simply say, so now we need to have some state which will tell us if sidebar is right now in collapsed mode or expanded mode. So private bool, let's say sidebar collapsed, default value as false. So that means with this sidebar width unit, instead of having it in here, we can maybe have this sidebar unit as a property. Sidebar unit, sidebar width unit as a property, which will be dynamically calculated on the basis of this sidebar collapse property. So if sidebar collapsed is true, we will use 8. If sidebar collapsed is false, we'll use 72. And what we'll do in toggle sidebar, we'll simply say sidebar collapsed equals not sidebar collapsed. That means opposite of this. Okay. So here, instead of the sidebar width unit as a variable, we'll use this property. We'll use this property. Cool. And then on these labels, what we'll do is we'll simply say if sidebar collapsed is false, then only display this label. And where did it go? This label. Save it. Same thing, you should display all these things only if sidebar collapsed is true. Oh, sorry, sidebar collapsed is false. So here also we'll say @if not underscore sidebar collapsed render left sidebar, and here also we'll have this entire section if underscore sidebar collapsed. If not sidebar collapsed, then only we'll render this thing. So now if we save everything and if we run this, we should see the desired output. Okay, we have this entire big thing. If we do this, everything is gone. We just have this very small thing. If we click on it again, so animation is working and the functionality is working. We just need to fix this thing, the look and feel of this section, this image basically. So if we right click on it, let's see what happens here is, first thing we need to have some maybe some different styling for this. So for this button, maybe we can have text center, and then we can maybe have some rounded corners and all, some hover state. And when we are in this mode, it should have H8 and W8, but because we have some padding on the left sidebar, that's why we can't see that entirely. So we will remove this P3 if we are in collapsed mode. These two things let's quickly do. So here we had this, that P3, where is that? Left sidebar, we have this P3. Okay, so for this, what we'll do, we'll simply make it dynamic. We'll say if sidebar collapsed, what happened? Let's stop this. If, what is the issue? Underscore sidebar collapsed. If that's the case, we'll use P, let's say 0. If that's not the case, we'll use P3, which was default. Save. Now P3 and P0, these two things also we need to generate. So we'll say P3 and P0. Because those are dynamic classes, it will not be able to check these. Or if we don't want these P3 or P0 like this, what we can do here, when we are dynamically generating these things, instead of getting P hyphen here, we'll directly have this here. So P0 and P3. Now Tailwind will be able to grab these and it will know that we need to use this CSS. Okay, after that on this button we had H8, we have W8, we had border, we will say text center, we'll say rounded, and we can maybe have some BG here. So background, let's say BG blue of 200, and on hover we can say BG blue 400. Save everything. Let's try to run. Okay, we can see not very good, but still better. Okay, this thing is working, which looks great. All right, this is still not good. This should come in the center, but it is not coming. Why it is not coming? Text center is not working, but we are good. So we need to have the same height and width on this image as well if we want to get it. Here, maybe we can simply say H8 W8, which we have. If we do this, it is a much bigger, or the second option would be on this main button, we can simply say flex and then justify between, not between, justify center and items center. We can do this. Using this also it will be in the center. Okay, so what was that? Flex, justify center, item center on this button. Save it, save everything. Now we are good with our design. Cool. Now next thing we'll work on actually having a button here to create a note, and then on this right side note section. That is the next thing we are going to do. All right. Okay, so now let's work on adding a button on the left sidebar and then having the main form in the right section. All right. So we have our left sidebar. We can have that button in left sidebar itself, or maybe we can have that button outside of this left sidebar. Okay, so now this name does not make sense, this left sidebar here, right? Because here we are going to have a list of notes. Okay, so notes listing, but let's leave it like this for now. But what we'll have a button to create a new note. Okay, so after this div, and before this div class my, or yeah, inside this only. So here we'll say div class, or no need to have a div, we can simply have a button. We are going to have a couple of classes. Type would be button. Okay, and here we'll say plus add note, something like this. Okay, so let's have a couple of classes here. First thing, we are going to have some background color. So background color, let's have BG blue 500. We'll see if we need to change this color. We'll try. Then we'll have PX3 and let's have PY1 maybe. And then we are going to have it as rounded corner. Then we'll say on hover over it, we will say bg blue. We had 500, now we'll change it to 600. Save it, and I guess we are good. On click of it, we need to have a new note form. So by default, this note editor, which does not have anything, we will have a new note related stuff inside this note editor. So let's go to this note editor. Here we are going to use this note editor for both creating a new note and editing an existing note. Okay, so it's better to get the initial note from the parent. That means I'm going to have a parameter property here which will be provided from its parent. Okay, and then we need to have the type of that node. Right now we don't have anything. We'll go to DTOs and we are going to create a new DTO here. So we'll say public class, let's say node model. Okay, inside this, first thing we are going to have an ID. Then we are going to have a title. Then we are going to have a content. And after that we can have a date time created at, and we can also have a date time for updated at. And we can get rid of created at. We'll use this updated at always. We'll keep on modifying this. Okay, so default value we can have simply datetime.now, or let's not have it here. We will have it on the server side when we will be saving it in the database. Okay, so ID is fine. For title, this is going to be required. We can have some max length here, maybe 250, not more than 250. Then we have content, we'll have required, and no need to have any max length constraint on this. Okay, so our note model is ready. Let's move it to a separate class file, note model. Now we can go to our note editor, and here the type of this would be note model. Okay, this will be a note. This is going to be provided from the parent, so we'll add parameter on this, and we will add an editor required on this, so that the consumer of it knows that we need to provide this, we must provide this value. Okay, let's have a default value as well to handle the edge cases, and we are good with this simple stuff. Okay, now here we will define, or we will design our UI. The first thing, if you go back to the home page, we have this main content. Here we need to have some spacing. We can have P5, maybe padding from all sides. And then here on this page we are going to have, let's say, a wrapper div. Inside this we are going to have first an entry box for the heading. So here we can have input, or we are using edit form. We can use edit form here as well. So we will simply have edit form. Inside this edit form we are going to have, let's say, a div, a wrapper div for everything. Then we'll use input text. We are going to have a couple of classes, but before the classes we'll say @bind value. This will say note dot title. What is happening? Oh, equals note dot title. Okay, and then on this edit form we'll say model equals note. Save it. We have input type this one, and here we can have a placeholder enter note title. Okay, and then we'll have classes here. The first class we need to have it as w full. We need to make the entire width. After that, we can have maybe a bigger font. So we can say font, not font, we'll say text XL. Okay, and yeah, we can have font medium as well to make it a bit bolder, font medium. And then we can have px2 or maybe p2 from all sides. Save it, and we can have some background, very light background, so bg gray 50. Let's have this one. With this we are good. After this input text, we can have a validation message for it will be for note.title. And here we can have classes. We'll say text red maybe 500, and we'll say text sm. We need this text to be very small. Okay, if we are using validation message attribute, we are using data annotations. So inside this edit form, we are also going to add data annotations validator. With this we are good. Let's quickly copy this input text and this thing, or maybe let's copy this div, add it here. This time we'll say input text area. Bind value would be node title dot content. Okay, and placeholder we'll say enter node content here. All right, w full is fine, bg gray this is also fine, p3 everything is fine. We don't need font medium here. We'll remove this, and we don't need text XL here. We'll have it as default. Validation message is going to be for note.content here. Okay, now I want this div to take up the entire height. Okay, but after that we are going to have a save button as well at the very bottom. So let's have one more div here. Inside that div we are going to have a save button. Inside this div we can maybe have, if we are opening it in edit mode, the viewing mode, we can have maybe an option to delete this note. Okay, and we can have last updated date time as well, right? We'll see where we can fit those, but for now let's have a button. Type submit. We are going to have classes, and here we'll say save note. Okay, and with this we'll say classes. We can have bg blue 500, px3, py1, and text white. And then we can have on hover, we can say bg blue. There we had 500, here we can have 600 or 700. 600. So save everything. Now all these three divs, we are going to have a container of this, or maybe this entire edit forms container. Or maybe on this edit form, if we add class, we'll say min h100, min h screen, not 100, min h screen, that means minimum height would be the, or should we have min h, or we should have just h screen height. Okay, we'll have the height of the screen, and then all these divs, this one, and this one, this should be on the top. This second div, it should take entire space, and then it should take whatever we need. So that means the parent of these should be a flex. So here we can say flex on the edit form, and we can have flex call. Okay, save everything. And first div is fine. We can just have class W100. Then the second one, here we are going to have W100 with flex 1. Okay, and then last one we'll say W100. And on this text area as well, we are going to say H100 so that it takes the entire height. Okay, so save everything. And I guess we are good with this. Let's try to send this node from the parent, that is this home page. Okay, so here what we can do is, now we don't need this, we don't need factor and platform, we can get rid of these as well. That means we can get rid of this iForm factor. Okay, we can remove this using from this page, we can add it in our underscore imports.razor. So cut it, add in underscore imports.razor so that we can access this on each and every Razor page. We are good. And this also we can get rid because now we are not using that. Save. All right. Now here if you see note editor, it asks, it says that this component expects a value of parameter note, but we have not provided any value. And why it is showing this warning? Because we have added this editor required. Okay, so we need to provide something from here. So what we need to provide, an instance of a note model basically. So for creation, we'll provide empty note, a new instance, but for editing a note, we'll provide the actual note. So for that, we need to have some state here. So at the very end, I'm going to have a private note model, and I'm going to have a nullable note here. Okay, and then in this note editor, we can provide this note. So in this case, we can have default value as well. Okay, and on this note editor, we can simply provide this note as underscore note. This is done now. So no need to do anything on this add button, but it will be used when we will have edit functionality. But let's do this. So on click, we can simply say underscore note equals new. So just add a new note. Change the instance, it will simply re-render, and this will have the latest empty note related stuff. So we'll save everything and let's try to run it and let's see how it looks. Okay, we are here. We can see something. This is going out of the screen. We'll see what is happening, why it is going, and not very good but not very bad either. We will change the design, we might change this design, but right now let's see what is happening here, why all these things are like this. First we need to have some spacing here. Change this text color to white. Why this is in black color, I don't know. The next thing is we have this enter node title, which is fine. Then we have this enter node content, but it is not taking the entire height. It should have taken the entire height. Then we have the save node. This button is fine. Okay, so we added this. If we click on it, these are emptied out. That means it works. All right, then let's do this. We'll see what is happening here, why the things are not working as we are expecting these to work. So first we have this form which is taking the entire screen. So we are good. Flex at screen, which is actually not good, we'll say. Maybe on this main content, if we put it as flex, and on this one, this form, this is the main direct child of this, right? Yes. So here what we can do, maybe we can try using flex1 from parent. So flex1 and w full. Oh, did I say w100? W100 is nothing. It should be w full. All right. With this, we will have some different thing. Okay, let's try to do all these things first, which we are thinking. So first on this button, BG Blue 500, this is fine. Here we need to have text white, and on this button we need to have MY3 as well. Okay, and on this then we can have, or maybe on this we can have MT3. Save, we are good. Text white, our BG blue and all. Okay, save it. Then inside this we have flex, this one, note editor, min h screen, flex 1, and we can have flex for this as well. Okay, now this note editor, this is inside a flex box, this one. So here we'll simply say flex 1 so that it takes entire screen. Then we have flex and h screen. We don't need to have this h screen now. Now this flex and this flex call, this is for internal flex. Then we have this w100, which will be actually w full, which we have here actually. W full with flex 1 and w full. Save everything. On this button, let's have rounded. Save. Let's try to restart. Okay, we have something now. No title is here, this is here, we can see this thing. It works like this. Okay, this should not be here, or maybe we should just have plus in this case. When we are in collapsed mode, we'll just have plus, not the add note. But here if we see, this is not w full, this is fine, and here we just have w full and h100. It should be h full. H full. Yeah, it should be like this. Then we need to have some spacing between these three things. This one, and this one. Okay, let's quickly do this. The first thing, instead of h100, it should be h full. And we need to have spacing between these items, this div, and this div. So on this edit form, what we can do, we can simply say space y, and then we can have some spacing between these, maybe 4. Save. Okay, let's try. Okay, now we have this. The spacing is not there. Did I miss something? Where is it? We have space y4, this one, w full, this and this. Space y4. This class did not got generated. Why? Okay, we'll see what is happening here. And let's fix this one as well. When we have this thing, it should have just plus, not this thing. So in collapsed mode, if we go to home page, we have this button text. So this add note, first we have this plus, which will always be there. But for that add note, we can simply say if not sidebar collapsed, then only we'll say text, and here we'll say add note. The plus will always be there. So plus add note. If this is not collapsed, we'll have add note. If this is collapsed, we will just have plus. We will not have this text. So save it. We are good. Now let's go to note editor and let's see why we are not getting this space y4. Oh, because this is a flex. So here we can say gap of, let's say 4, same thing. So gap 4, let's restart. Now we should have everything what we want. And it looks like we still don't have that spacing. Now what happened? We have flex gap 4. Why is it not generating these gap utilities? Am I missing something? Let's check this one. Okay, this is fine, but this looks very odd. This plus, it should be in the proper center. Why this is happening? Let's quickly see. This is happening because we have px3 and py1. So in this shorter case, we should just have maybe p1. I don't know if this class is there. But I am just concerned about what am I missing here. Why this is not generating these gap utilities. If I say gap 3 class is there, but it is not getting the gap 4. Okay, we'll try to debug it later, but right now we are good. So we can see the gap 3 is already there, so we can use gap 3 for now. And we don't need these outline classes. Okay, and then let's do one more thing. When we come to this, that means when we click on this, it should automatically get the focus. Okay, all right, let's do that. First we need gap 3, save. Then on the home page we had this plus. When we have this plus, we need to remove this thing px3 and py1, or maybe we should have p3 only for this case. If sidebar is collapsed, we'll simply use p3. If that is not the case, we'll use px, what is that, px3 py1. Cut it, have it here, and when it is collapsed, we can simply say font bold as well. Okay, all right, now we need to focus when we are coming to this page. So here what we can do is we can simply say override on parameter, again protected override void on parameter set async, not set async, just on parameter set. And here when we are setting the parameter, that means we are getting a new value for this node. So in that case, what we can do, on this input text we are going to set the focus. Okay, what is happening? On parameter set, yeah, this is fine, right? What's the issue? Protected override void on parameter set, no suitable method found to override. Am I missing name or what? Direct to login. Here if I say override on, oh, override is not working. Component base, if we go here, if we check assign render mode on initialized, async, on parameters set, oh my god, on parameters set, yes. So on parameter set, what we need to do, we can simply grab this input text and we can set the focus on it. So for this, what we need to do, we just need to have uh, reference, element reference here. So we'll say private element reference. Let's say title uh, text box. Okay. And on this input text, we can simply set a ref to this. So we'll say at the rate ref equals this title text box. Title text box. What happened? Uh, what am I missing? Oh, this is input text. This is not raw HTML text. This is input text component. So it should be input text. Okay. So title text box, we have this. When we are here on parameter set, here we can just verify if this is not null, although this will not be null, but still to make sure that we are not using any, we are not getting any exception. So we'll say dot. Here we should have some focus thing and we are not getting it. Why are not getting it? Equals value, because this is direct. Okay, how to set focus using this approach? Let me think. Oh, how did I miss this? It has this element property which is of type element reference only. Okay, and here we can say dot question mark focus, should have focus async method. Okay, with this we are good. We are using focus async. I'm not awaiting it. No need to do it. So when we'll come to this page, we are going to get, let's make it nullable. When we have this, it will automatically focus. Okay. So I guess we are good. Let's try to run and let's see what we got now. All right, we are here. If we click on this, did focus went? No, focus is not there. What happened? Let's try to put a breakpoint in on parameter set, and here if we say add, we are here. We'll see element should also have some value. Element, yes, we have element reference. This is not null. And if we do this, we will not get the focus. We'll do this, it should get focus. Okay, we'll focus on this focus later maybe. Let's not have these backgrounds here. Okay, and let's increase the font size of this and this. So I want to give it some different look. Okay, so let's do this. Here we will remove the bg gray, this thing, and here we have font medium, that is fine, text XL. I want to give it maybe 3XL or 4XL. And on the second one, bg gray 50, I'm not going to have this color. Here I want to have text at least 2XL. Save it. Save. Let's restart. Okay, did we get something? A hard refresh. We still have this background. Why so? Input text area, I don't have background. On this one, I don't have background, but still that is taking the background. If I right click, open it, it has, oh, what is B? And here we don't have any background, still it is using the background. Why? Hmm, border color, is it using some this background from some other thing? Maybe. So we'll set the background color to maybe none or the same as this body color. And the text also did not get big, right? Here we have text 2XL. Oh, our Tailwind is not working, looks like, because text 2XL, it should have generated the class, but it is not generated. Oh, it got generated here. Text 2XL. And here we have text 4XL, but it did not generate this text 4XL. It should have been generated, right? So there is some issue. What we can do, we can simply close the Visual Studio and open it again. Before that, let's remove that B and then do this. I have closed the Visual Studio and opened it again. Let's try to run the app now. Let's see if this time the classes get generated. And still not generating. Am I missing something? What is it? Okay. Please pause the video and tell me or comment down if you know what is the issue. I just understood what can be the issue or what will be the issue for sure. Okay. So the issue is we have created this new folder and these files are in this new folder. But if we check our Tailwind configuration here, we did not add these components folder, right? Here we just have layout and pages. The layout and pages, not components folder. So we need to use this one as well. This was the issue, oh my god. So here we'll say components /components ** for nested folder *razor. So with this, we'll save it and we should be good. And with this, let's quickly make that change as well. What change? That note editor, we don't need that outline that is coming. So on this input text, we can simply say focus outline 0, and we can also use focus ring 0, a combination of these both to remove that thing. Focus outline 0 and focus ring 0, same thing we'll do here on the text area. Okay, looks like we are good. Save and let's run. It should work now. And now we can see it is working, but still we have this background color. We'll fix this, but we can see this at least. Focus is still not working, but we can see these things. The fonts getting applied and we don't have that ugly border and all. Okay, let's remove these white colors. Now if we see, this is maybe coming from some global styling or what. If we see input color inherit border color, from where the background color coming, input, maybe some browser level style or some default style. I don't know from where this white color is coming. So what we can do is maybe we can match this background color with the same background color what we have here. Okay, so we'll do that. What is the background color? For that, we can go to our home page. We can check. We have BG gray 100. My god, why this is not letting me copy? Okay, BG gray 100. So we'll go to note editor. We'll add this color on both of these controls. So save and I guess we are good. Let's try to restart, and now this is fine. So we can type here, we can type here. What is the problem here? The text is getting cut. Why? Because of padding and the text height. W full, maybe this is having some default, what we say, default height, which is doing this. What if I increase the padding on this? Let's say padding bottom, let's say 15 pixels. I'm just trying to see. Still not. I don't know how to. Oh, we have scroll here. Is there some max height setting somewhere? W full is fine. Input. Maybe this is also some default styling I need to find. Or if you guys know what is happening here, please do let me know in the comment. Okay, I need to debug this, but maybe we'll do that later. For now, we are good. At least we can see the things are working. Okay. If we save this note, we can see this note text is required. This error is coming, but we can't see that properly. But for this one, if we say, we can see this error properly, but we can't see this one. That's because this section is taking the entire height and this is outside of that. So here, if we see flex 1, which is fine, but inside this we have this, which is using the entire height 100%. Then we have this section. So maybe we can have this height cal c minus this one. So we can calculate and we can have this height a bit lesser, or maybe we can show this error message somewhere here and then move this button to the right side. So there could be multiple different ways to do this thing. Okay, so let's do this. We'll have this validation message somewhere here in this div. So we will have w full is fine, we'll have flex, we are going to have justify between, and then we are going to have this validation message here for the node content. For this button we are good. Let's have some width on this button. We'll say w, and let's say what is w60 is fine. Now let's see why focus is not working. On parameter set it works. After this, maybe let's try async version. Task on parameter set async, and then here we'll say await focus async, and this is screaming because of this null coalescing operator. We'll say do this text box dot element dot focus async, and what is the issue now? Does not contain a definition. What? Focus async. What is the issue? If we remove this, we had this focus async here. Oh, because of nullable. Okay. So here we'll say await, and this is a nullable value type. So here we'll say element dot value dot focus async. Okay. And here we will simply check underscore title text box dot element dot has value. We'll have something like this. Let's try if this helps. Okay, so let's see if focus works now. If we say add node, and it was there for a flash, right? If you click, it came there, but now what is happening? Okay, I need to debug it. We'll debug it maybe later. Or is it something related to the state has changed? Should not. Okay, we'll see it later. This is not a big deal right now, but it is definitely something we should fix. But for now, we can see save note. We can see, and this is a bit strange. So we should have this in some container so that it is always there. Because right now, if you do this, if you do this, now it button is here. If you press it, if you remove this and if you press it, we can see the error here, which is not good. So let's have some container for this content field is required so that this button is always on the right side. Save note. So here we have this validation message. Let's wrap it inside a simple span. Save it. And now we should be good. So if we have this, then we are good. If we don't, then also we are good. Alright, so looks like we can see this. We can type the things. We can simply save the note. Right now nothing is happening, but at least this works directly. The UI works. Now next thing we'll do, we'll simply save this note into our database. So we need to have this entity and the data layer basically related to note. So save it. Okay, so first thing, we'll add our database entity. So we need to go to the web project, in data, in entities. We just have one user entity. Now we need one more note entity. So we'll say public class note. Okay, and here we are going to have public int id. This is note id. Then we are going to have user id. So who is the user who is creating this note? Okay, when we have user id, we need to set the navigation property with this user entity. So we'll say user and we'll make it virtual. All right, after this we are going to have title with required and a max length of 250. Then we are going to have content with same required and without any length restriction. After that we are going to have public date time, let's say updated on, and here we are going to have a default value as datetime dot utc. Now we can have it, or just datetime dot now. It's up to you. You can have utc now here, and you can simply convert it to the user's time zone when displaying it. So this is totally up to you how you want to do it. Okay, so with this we are good. This id is going to be key and we are good. Let's move this node to the separate file. Then let's go to data context. Here we are going to have one more duplicate of this user. Here we'll say node and nodes. So our entity is ready. We have added it in our data context. Now we need to have our migrations. Okay, so let's quickly open the package manager console. The starter project should be web, and here default project should be web. Then we'll say add migration. Let's say add node. This name is up to you, and the output directory we already set when we ran our first migration. So after that it automatically picks the last migration if we have only one DbContext and one migration. Let's wait for it. Alright, so migration is done. We can quickly verify. It is going to create a table nodes with ID, user ID, title, content, and updated on. It is going to add a primary key and a foreign key with user ID, and it is going to create a index on nodes. So we are good. Alright, and this is going to run automatically from our web project, when we'll start it, right, we already have that AutoDB migration. So we are good. Now let's create a service to save and fetch the nodes. So we'll go to shared. Here we have services where we have our interfaces. So the way we have AuthService, similarly we are going to have public interface inode service. Okay, and here we are going to have a couple of methods. First, save a node. So we'll say node, task method result. We'll say save node, and we can simply pass node model as a parameter. Okay, and we can have user ID also as a parameter. Okay, so we are going to use the same method for adding and editing, updating nodes. For both we are going to use the same. What we have in node model, we have ID, title, content, and updated at. So we will skip this updated at when we'll save the node. We are having this just for displaying purpose. Okay, so you can have two different models. One will have these things only, so it's totally up to you how you want to do it, but I am going to use this direct single model for both. That's why I'm having this updated at there. Okay, so from here we have save node. We can maybe return the newly created node. So we'll have this node model from this. Okay, let's move this inode service to a separate file. Maybe let's have all the methods right away. So first we have save node, then we are going to have, let's have a delete node method as well. We'll say delete node model. We don't need this node model. Here we just need node ID, and we can get user ID as well to verify if this request is for the same user. After that we can have a list of nodes. So we'll say node model, list of nodes model basically, and here we'll say get nodes. Okay, and here we are going to have int user ID, and then we are going to have paging here. So we'll say page number and page size. Okay, and I just noticed we should have these as a sync. Well, I guess we just need these three methods, nothing else. Okay, now the implementation of this, we are using this inode service which will be directly used inside all these components. Then the implementation of this will depend the same way we have Auth service. So we'll have direct implementation which will directly talk to the database in our web project, and then we are going to have an implementation of this in our MAUI project which will use Refit client to make API calls back to the same web project. Okay, so right now save everything and let's have an implementation of this inode service in our web project. So in web we have services. So here only we can simply create a new class. So public class node service. This will be an implementation of inode service. Let's implement interface. Let's move this node service to a separate class file. We have this here. Cool. So first we need to inject our data context. So data context of, we are using data context factory, right? DbContext factory. Okay, we'll use DbContext factory of type data context. Okay, and here we'll say simply context factory. Cool. Let's first work on save node. Okay, so here what we'll do, first we'll get or context. So here we'll say context factory dot create DbContext. Now we have context. We can maybe have try catch block because we have this method result, so we can send any error. If we have, we can say ex from catch. We can say method result note model dot fail ex dot message. And what is the issue? We should have it as a sync. All right. Okay, so we have this context. Now we need note entity. So we'll say new note, this entity. Then we are going to fill the values here. But before that, we need to check if we are creating a new node or modifying an existing node. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply have this node as nullable node. Then we are going to have an if condition. Here we'll say model.id. If this is equals 0, that means this is a create new node case. If that is not the case, this is update an existing node. Okay. So create new node. For this, we'll say node equals new node. And here we are going to fill values. Title would be model.title. Content would be model.content. ID we will not set. It will be automatically set by the database when this new entry is going to be inserted. Updated on, we can have datetime.now. And then we have user ID, which we'll set to this user ID which we just got. Okay. And we are good. After that, we'll say context dot notes dot add note. Then let's come to update case. Here we'll say note equals this note variable. This equals await context dot notes dot find async. We can provide our note ID, which will be model.id. Now if note is still null, that means this node does not exist. So we can simply return this. We can say invalid request, something like this, because we are trying to modify a node which does not exist. Okay, so we can say invalid request. If that is not the case, that means node is valid. Then we can have one more check. We'll see if this note.user ID is the same user which is trying to perform this operation. If this is not equals, okay, so in this case, we'll say, we can say access denied or something like this, because this user is trying to modify some other user's node. So this should not happen. So we are going to have this case here. After that, if this is also not the case, then we are good. Then we can simply say note dot title equals model.title and note.content equals model.content. And note dot updated on equals datetime.now. That's it. User ID is already there. ID is already there. With this, we are good. After this, after both if and else conditions, we'll simply say context.save changes async. Okay. Cool. Now we are done. We'll simply return a success message. We'll say method result note model dot okay. Now we need to provide a note model here. So we have note model as a parameter here, but if it was in this case, then we don't have user ID added, or we don't have ID added basically. So before returning, what we can say model.id equals it would be note.id and model.updated at would be note.updated at. So now we have the actual values in model. So this model is the newly updated values model. And we are going to return this model from here. With this, our save note async method is done. All right. Now let's come to this delete note async. We can just copy whatever we have in our save note async. We can paste it in delete note async and we'll modify it a bit. We'll say first async. We created context. Then we are here. Find async. After creating the context, we'll say var note equals await context.notes.find async note id. Okay, if note is null, we'll simply return this invalid request. This is just method result, nothing else. If note.user_id is not equals to user id, that means user is trying to delete a note which belongs to some other user. So we will have this access denied. Okay, if that is also not the case, that means we are good. So we can simply say context.notes.remove note, and then we are going to have save changes async. And after this, we'll simply say method result.ok. We are going to return this. That means this operation was successful. If we came to the exception, we'll simply return method result.fail. With this, our delete functionality is also done. Now let's copy this and let's come to this get notes async method. Okay, and we don't need all this stuff here. Why did I add all these things? Oh, we should have method result here as well. Let's go to the inode service, and here we should have method result. What happened? 1 2 1 2. All right, so here we are good. Just get this with method result dot fail. Okay, now here we have context. From this context, we are going to have our nodes for this user, for this page number and page size. Okay, so here we are going to have our query, or we can directly say we are going to have our nodes await context dot nodes dot, from here we'll say where n dot user id equals user id. Okay, after that we'll say order by descending. We are going to have these sorted on the basis of updated date time. Okay, so order by descending and dot updated on. Okay, then we need to have our paging. So from here we'll say just skip. How many we want to skip? We want to have proper paging, so we'll say page number -1 times page size. This is how we implement simple paging. Then we'll simply say take page size, and then we'll say to array async. Now we have these nodes which will pass here. And what is the error here? Nodes array. What is the problem? Node model node. Okay, oh my bad. So after take, here we'll say select new node model. This is what we need to return. So n.id, id equals n.id, content equals n.content, title equals n.title, and updated at equals n.updated on. Save it, and now we are good. Our node service is ready. Now we need to register it in our DI, dependency container. So we'll go to the web projects program.cs. Here we should be having other registrations. We have this auth service. The order does not matter. It should be before builder.build and after this web application.create builder. So inside this, it can be anywhere. Okay. I'm going to have it with other services. Here add scoped IOT service, auth service. Same way I'm going to have inode service, node service. And now we are good. We can directly inject inode service in our Razor Blazor component. Okay. So we'll go to pages, not pages. We have this in components node editor, right? Here. So here we have edit form. On this edit form, we'll say on valid submit. We'll say save node async. Save it. Okay. Now here we will say private async task save node async. We can have a loading state here, so we can say private bool, let's say it's saving or is loading or is busy. It's up to you, whatever you want to name it, you can. So here in save node async, we'll have a try catch finally. First in try, before try, we'll set is loading to true. In finally, we are going to set is loading to false. Then we have this exception ex. We need to have some error alert. Okay, so we'll see what we can do for this error alert. Then here in this try block, we are going to perform our operation using our inode service. So let's inject our inode service. We'll call it node service. And in here, we'll say var result equals await node service dot save node async, and we'll provide our model. Okay, which is our node. Then we need to provide user ID. So we need to have user ID as well here. So for this, what we can do, we can simply say prop. We can use task of authentication state, and we'll say auth state task. Okay, and this is going to be a cascading parameter. So we can get user ID on demand here inside this. Var user ID equals, we can do this, but before that we need to get the auth state using await auth state task. Okay, then in here we'll say auth state dot user. From here we can get the user ID. There could be multiple ways to get it. So here we could say user dot find first. We can try this. We need to provide the claim type. So we'll say claim types dot name identifier, right? This is the way by which we are getting our user ID. Okay, so we'll say var user ID equals this. We need to convert it to int. So convert dot to int 32. Use this. With this, we have our user ID ready. Now we are going to use this thing at a couple of other places as well. We need to get the user ID. So it's better to create it as an extension method on the claims principle. Okay, so in the shared project only, I'm going to create a new folder. Add new folder. We'll say extensions. Here I'm going to add claims extensions, or just let's name it extensions. I don't know, maybe let's say common extensions. This name is up to you. This should be public because we are going to use it in other assemblies as well. So we are going to use this in web project when we'll work on API, minimal API endpoints. We are going to use this. So, and we need to make it static. Inside this, we'll say public static int get user ID, and we are making this extension method on claims principal. We'll say claims principal. Let's call it principal only. And then we'll say convert dot toInt32 principal dot find first. Okay, we'll say claim types dot name identifier. This is how we are getting it. Now if this find first, what it does, argument null exception, it returns null if this value is no argument null exception, right? So we'll the first matching claim or null. So if we provide null, so it would handle it actually. All right, so we have get user ID, save everything. Let's add this namespace in our imports.razor so that we can access it everywhere. So using this extensions, what is happening? Okay, we have this duplicate. Let's remove. All right, so we have common extensions now. Now let's go back to our node editor. Here, instead of doing all this, now we'll say AuthState dot user dot get user ID. Now we have this user ID which we can pass here. Okay, then we'll simply check if result dot is success. If not result dot is success, that means there is some error. Show error alert. Okay, which will be just result dot error, and then we'll return from here. If that is not the case, that means the operation is successful. We have saved the node. So we can simply return from here, or there could be multiple ways how you want to handle the saving the node. If you want to notify the parent, or you just want to maybe show some success alert, show success alert, or something like this. Okay, so it's up to you, or we'll see what we can do or what we will do. We'll see. For now, with this we are good. Save note async. We have this save note async. Okay, looks like we are good with saving a new node. Okay, so now let's quickly just check if we are getting any error. This operation is going through. If this operation goes through, then we'll work on the left section where we will have actual list of nodes and all. Okay, new node. First node to test. Here goes the description of my first node. Okay, let's say save node. Did something happen? No idea. But there is no error. Okay, so we don't have any idea. Let's do this. We should have some centralized way of showing the alerts and all. Okay, so yeah, we have this error alert, we have success alerts. Let's try to implement something, some error alert, which will be maybe in center of the screen with clickable, and for success alerts, maybe we can use some toasts kind of thing. Okay, let's try to implement these things next. Then we'll move to the listing the nodes. All right. Okay. And these are going to be different for web and for MAUI side, because on MAUI side we will use device specific toasts and alerts. Okay. Okay, so we just worked on saving the nodes, but now here we didn't have any visual indication if something is happening or if the operation was successful or failed. Okay, so that means we need something to indicate the progress and the results. So for this we are going to use, we are going to implement custom loader and custom error alerts and toasts. Okay, so when we'll work on MAUI side, then we can use the device specific or native uh, toasts, error alerts, and loading indicator, that activity indicator. But when we are coming from web side, then we don't have all those things, so we need to have these things on web side, uh, built using our custom Blazor components and all. Okay, so let's do this. So here what we can do, we will simply trigger those using some centralized service. The way we have services here, AuthService form, inode service, we don't need this form factor, but this is how we are going to use AuthService, inode service. The same way we are going to have some, we can have different services for this, maybe for toast and for alerts and for loader, or I usually do, I simply have these at global app state. These things belongs to global app state. I simply use AppState for this, but this is up to you how you want to do it. So we will be having a service here, an interface here, and then we are going to have implementation of those interfaces, that interface in our MAUI project and web project. In MAUI project, the implementation will simply trigger the native device display alert and toast using community toolkit MAUI. We are going to use that package. And for activity indicator, we will use simple activity indicator. But when we will be inside web, so when we are going to implement that IApp service in the web side, then we are going to trigger some, we are going to use PubSub using simple event and event delegates. So we'll simply show some Blazor components. Okay. Now, because these components are going to be used from website only, so there is no point of having these in shared project. So I'm going to have these in web project only. So here we have this app.razor. We are going to handle these from this app.razor. Okay. So here, let's first define the components. So in this web projects component folder, okay, I'm going to create a razor component which will be for loader. So we'll say loader. Then we are going to have one for, let's say, alert, and then we are going to have one for toast. Okay, 3. We'll see if we need to remove or add more or maybe merge something, but this is my rough thought right now. So let's start implementing these one by one. Okay, alert, loader, and toast. Now to handle these, to show, hide, showing the different text and all, we will be using one global app state. So in our shared project in services, we are going to add one more interface and we'll call it AppState. Okay, this is going to be a public interface, and in this we are going to have different things. First, we are going to have a method to show the loader. So we'll simply say void show loader. We can have a loading text. Then we'll say hide loader. Okay, without any loading text. So this is for loader. Then we have toast. So we'll say void show toast. Here we are going to have a message. What message we are going to show? Okay. And for toast, we can maybe have two type of toast or single toast. We will have just success toast. For error, we are going to show error alerts. So toast is fine. Then we are going to have void show error alert string message. Okay, I guess for now we are good. We are going to use these states. So I AppState, Let's come here in the services, in component side, in web side. So in services, I am going to simply create a class AppState, and in this we are going to implement AppState. Let's implement this, implement interface, hide loader, show error alert, and all these things. Now here we are going to have, in this AppState only, we will have couple of different things as well. We are going to have couple of events here. So for showing and hiding a loader, we will have an event with an event handler of type bool. Or should we have bool? Just bool, or we should have, yeah, I guess bool is fine. But with show loader, we need to have this loading text. So, okay, we can have two different events here. That is also an option. So we can say simply event handler. And here we'll say loader shown, something like this. Then we are going to have one more, loader hidden. These names are not making sense, or these are but not very good, but still we can work with them. So for hiding, we are good. For showing, we need to have this loading text as well. So with this event handler, we are going to use this string loader shown. Okay. All right. Then for showing the toast, we are simply going to have an event handler of string toast shown. And for error alert, we are simply going to have an event handler of string. There could be other ways as well, but this is what is coming into my mind right now. So error alert shown. Okay. Now let's go to the implementation. So implement interface. Now we have all these things. Okay. So we'll do one by one. We have show loader first. Show loader. Then we have hide loader. Then we have show toast. Then we have show error alert. Save. All right. So with showing loader, what we'll do, we'll simply trigger this event loader shown. Loader shown question mark dot invoke, and we need to provide the sender, which will be this only, and then string e, which will be this loading text. Okay, so first one is done. Let's have all these as null label, because this is what we need to have. Because if these are not defined, then we'll not use these. This is what it is stating. Okay, so loader shown is fine. Then we have hide loader. We'll say loader hidden question mark dot invoke, and we'll say this at sender, and event args, which is default. So we can simply say event args dot empty. Then we have show toast. So toast shown dot invoke this and message. Then for error alert, error shown this and message. With this, our app state is done in web side. Now we need to register it. So we'll simply go to the program.cs and we'll register it also as an scoped service. So AppState. Now we can use this AppState. Okay, so first thing, we'll go to let's go to note editor. Here we have all these things. So let's inject AppState here and let's try to use it. We'll say inject AppState. We'll name it AppState only. And then here, when we want to show the error alert, we'll simply say AppState dot show error alert. We need to provide a message which will be result dot error. With this, we are good. Here we need to show the success toast. So we'll say AppState dot show toast. Here we'll say node saved, something like this. Okay. Then this is error alert. So here we'll say AppState dot show error, and here we can say ex dot message. And I guess we are good. So this is loading true, is loading false. Here we can simply get rid of this if we want to, or maybe let's have it here. We'll see if we need to remove this, but we need to have the AppState dot show loader. Here we'll say the text saving note dot maybe this, and in finally we'll say AppState dot hide loader. With this we are good. Now we just need to use these. We just need to implement all these loader, toast, and alert. All right. So let's first go to the loader. Here, first thing, we are going to inject our AppState, because on the basis of that only we are going to handle our AppState. So this services, let's cut this from here and add it to underscore imports.razor, so that we can use this in all the components inside our web project. Cool. So we have AppState. Good. Here we need to have our markup for this loader, and inside this code we need to have something, and that something would be here. We will be using override, again override completion provider. What is this? Why this always breaks? Enable and ignore future errors. Okay, if I do this on initialize, all right, but it does not work. Okay, so we'll say protected override void on initialized. Okay, so here what we need to do, because this is a loader, so we'll say AppState dot loader shown and loader hidden. So for these two things we need to add some logic here. So that logic would be, whenever we'll say loader shown, we will need to have one method here. So we'll say private void on, let's say, show loader, something like this. Here we are going to have object sender and string message. Okay, so loader shown, here we can simply say on show loader. All right, so whenever we'll say show loader, here we need to have two pieces of state. First we'll say private bool show loader. Okay, and second thing we are going to have a string to the loading text, basically loading text. Okay, we can have some default text. So when we are here on show loader, what we'll do, we'll simply say underscore show loader equals true, and we'll say underscore loading text equals this message, and after this we'll say state has changed, so that this component can re-render and it can show these two things. All right, now let's have one more version of this. So here we'll say loader hidden. So here we'll say on hide loader. Let's define this. So we'll say private void on hide loader. Here we'll say object sender and event args e, which we are not going to use, so we can simply ignore it. Here we'll say this thing show loader will be false, loading text will be default, or we can simply set it to null or just have it as blank, and then state has changed. Okay, on hide loader, what it is saying, parameter sender, it should be nullable. Save. So we are good, we have these things. Now whatever HTML markup we are going to have here, all these will be rendered only if the show loader is true. Then we are going to have this markup here. If that is not true, then we are not going to render anything. So that means loader will not be here. It will only be here if we call this on show loader. That means loader shown has been called from somewhere. Now these are event handlers. We are adding these event handlers, so it is always a good idea to deregister, remove these event handlers, okay, to handle the memory leaks and all. So we just need to use minus equals, just remove these event handlers. So for this, when should we do this? When we are disposing this component, and when this component is going to be disposed, we don't know. So we can simply implement iDisposable here, and when we have implement iDisposable, here we need to define a method public void dispose. All right, inside this we are simply going to copy these two lines and we are going to do the opposite of this, so minus equals. With this we are going to remove these event handlers. With this we are good with our logic. Now we just need to add the HTML markup for this. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's start adding classes here. First thing we'll say, this should be fixed. Inset 0. Okay, then we'll say bg black. Let's have a background black with an opacity. So we have this bg opacity of maybe 50%. Okay, save, and it is going to get the entire screen. Inside this we are going to have our loading text. Okay, so here we can simply have, or maybe on this only, the loading text we will have it in the center of the screen. For this, on this fixed, we can have a flex. This will be display flex. Then we can have justify center and items center to make the content inside this in the center. Then we can have a higher z index on this. So we'll say z index z50. All right. Now inside this we need to have our loading text, or we can have some loading maybe indicator, some animation as well. So here we are going to have a div class. We'll simply have a box of color white. Okay, let's have rounded corners on this. Let's have some bigger padding, a p6 or p5, and let's have a shadow, a big shadow XL. Save. Inside this we can have our loading indicator, some animation, and then this loading text, this one. Okay, so inside this I'm going to have a div class flags here. Okay, and I'm going to say items center, so that these are vertically centered. I'm going to have loader here, some spinner here, and then loading text here. Okay, So item center, save. Now let's have some loading spinner, and then here we are going to have, let's say in label, we are going to have a text, loading text. So @ loading text. Okay, for this we need to have this. So there are a couple of different ways to show some spinner, some animated spinner. So I found a very easy and good way of this. So on this div, what we can do, we can simply have some height and width, let's say W8 and H8. Okay, then we can have some border on this. So we'll say border bottom, or we can have border top, any one direction border. Okay, let's say border B2, border bottom with 2px. Then we can have some border colors. So border blue, let's say 400 or 600. Save it. Now this will be a simple box of 2 rem height and width. So simple box with the border bottom of height 2px of color this blue. It will not have anything. Now we just need to animate this thing. Okay, so we can simply say animate spin. Okay, so it has a simple animation, spin animation, infinite, linear, on an interval of 1 second. So it will simply spin. And on this, we can simply make this as completely rounded, completely circular motion. Okay, so here we can say rounded full. Save it, and now it should be an activity indicator. Okay, of blue color. Then we have this loading text. Here we can simply have some text here. So text LG, maybe a large text, font medium, and yeah, let's see how it looks. Save. We have show loader. Now everything is implemented, but we just need to call this loader from somewhere. Right now we are not calling it, right? So we will go to app.razor. Here after routes, or it does not matter where we are adding it, but we'll add it in razor, app.razor. Here we'll say loader. That's all. Let's quickly try it if it works. So let me run it. Okay, we have here, we say we have errors. Let's say second node test loader. Here goes the content. Let's save it. And we don't see anything. Let's see if that is actually getting rendered or not. We have some error. Let's do this. Let's not hide it. So now we'll come to note editor. We have show loader, and we are not going to hide it to check if this is actually visible there. So let's restart. Okay, again testing loader, some random text. If I this, it is still not there. That means something is breaking, something is not working. Let's see what that is. Elements, form, div, app.razor. After everything, this is that thing. Let's try to put a couple of breakpoints here. So show loader, in loader.razor, let's have breakpoints on these two things. Let's have it in dispose as well. Let's have it in on initialized as well. Then we'll go to our AppState. So AppState, here also let's have show text, show loader, hide loader. Okay, let me try to restart. Okay, on initialized, continue, and then dispose, continue. Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. The thing is, where are we? Loader. So here, or on the app.razor, right now we are having this as loader, and we have not added any render mode on this. So by default it is using statically server side render mode. That means render mode is null, so we need to provide render mode here. We can have render mode from here, interactive server. Okay, or if you prefer, you can have this in loader.razor, but it's always a good idea to have this from calling part so that we can use different render modes. But sometimes it depends what we want to do. Maybe our implementation depends entirely on interactivity. For example, in this case, this depends on interactivity, so we can have this render mode on this component level as well, but it's totally up to you. Both are fine. Let's run it again. Okay, we have on initialized, we have on disposed from server, then we have on initialized. Now this is on client, continue. Now third time, again testing loader with interactive server. Let's save note. It came here, continue, show loader, continue, and we can see this. Good, it looks nice. We can just have a simple spacing here, spacing between these two things, and I guess we are good. It looks great, right? Let's have some spacing here and let's continue. So let's remove all the breakpoints, delete all breakpoints, and here between these two things we can have a simple gap of, okay, save it, and we can maybe reduce this padding. Instead of P5, let's use P4, save it, and overall we are good. Cool. So we are good with loader. Similar approach we are going to take with our toast and with our where is it, alert. So let's copy everything we have on loader. We'll go to the toast and we are going to paste everything here and we'll modify it. So first thing, instead of show loader, we are going to have show toast. Okay. All right. After that, loading text, we don't need this. Instead of this, we are going to have let's just have toast text or message. Just have message underscore message. Now here we don't need loader shown. Instead, we just need toast shown, and we don't need hidden thing because this will be auto hidden, because toasts are basically auto hidden after some time. So here show message is fine, show toast is fine, status change is fine, hide is not there, so we can get rid of this. Dispose will be there, and here we'll say toast shown minus equals this, and we can simply change this on show loader to on show toast. Save everything, and I guess we are good. Cool. So here, instead of having all this fixed and all, we will have this fixed. We will have something related to this, but we will not have this as insert 0 z50 z50. We are going to have toast, or maybe we should have it more than 50, because toast, can toast come on top of loader? No, right? So let's have the loader should be on very top, right? So let's have z50 on the toast, sorry, z40. Then we don't need these flags, item center, busy black and all. we will simply have, okay, let's see what all we are going to have. We are going to have fixed, we are going to have Z40, then we can have a BG green, let's say BG green 400. Okay, then we are going to have text white, we are going to have a PX of, let's say 4 and PY2. Then we are going to have a rounded, let's say G. We are going to have a shadow of, let's say XL, shadow XL, and then we are going to have we will have toast. We can have on top center or the bottom center. Maybe let's have bottom center, the way toasts are shown in the mobile devices. Okay, so here we'll say bottom 0, which is 0 px, or we can have some dynamic value here. So instead of 0, we'll say, let's say I don't know, 25 px. Okay, or let's say 50 px. Bottom 50 px, this is dynamic value. Save it. Now we need to have this center aligned. So for this, what we'll do, first we'll use move it to the 50% center, so we can have left or right 50%. Let's say left 50%. Okay, now this will be starting from left 50%, so it will look like right aligned in the second half of the screen. So we need to have it in perfectly center. So for that, what we can do, we can use translate class translate -x hyphen. Now here we are going to have a dynamic value of -50%. Now this left percentage, this is actually screen wise percentage, and this translate x percentage, this is actually the percentage with respect to the width of this box. So that means 50% left, that means perfectly center. So this is what we need here, and inside this we will simply have a simple p, nothing else. So no need to have anything else, just a simple p where we are simply going to display our message, nothing else. Okay, so show toast, this and that, everything is fine. Message, we don't need to have any message here. Okay, now this is fine, this will be shown, but we need to remove it after some time. Okay, so for that, what we can do here, after showing this, so here we have state has changed. After this, we'll simply have an await task.delay. Okay, here we are going to have, let's say we'll have it for 2.5 seconds, so 2500. After this, we are going to reset these two things. We'll set show toast to false, message to null, and then call this state has changed again. Okay, now it should not be async task, it should be async void only. Cool. Okay, now in a perfect world, you will have an cancellation token pass here, and if this component is getting disposed before this completes, we should cancel this, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm just leaving it like this only. So our toast is also done. Now let's go to app.razor. The way we have added loader, the same way we are going to add toast here. Toast. And let's add the alert as well here. And let's implement the alert. So first toast, then we are going to have an alert. So alert can be here, loader can be here. This order does not matter here. We are going to handle these on the basis of Z index. But here I'm just having this, that this is the order I am following. First there can be alert, then toast can be on top of alert, and loader will be on top of everything. This is what I am using here. Okay, so toast is also done. Now we'll come to the loader, alert. Okay, so we'll simply copy everything from loader We'll go to the alert, we'll paste everything here. We'll rename the loading text to, let's say, error text. Then instead of show loader, we are going to rename it to show alert. Okay. So save everything. Error text. Let's not have anything here. Or let's say, let's have a default method unknown error occurred. Okay. Here we are not going to have loader shown. Instead, we are going to have the alert shown, right? Error alert shown. We don't need this hidden thing. We don't need this hide loader. In dispose, we are going to have this minus equals with error alert shown. Then let's rename this on show loader. We'll say on show alert. All right. Looks like code wise we are good. Now we just need to fix all these things. So the background, we will have this only. On it, we are going to have this rounded BG white P4 shadow XL. This is also fine. Now inside this, we are going to have an header where we'll say error and a cross button. Then we are going to have the error text. Okay, let's get rid of these two things first. We have this rounded BG white P4. So we will not have this P4 directly here. No padding by default. Okay, BG white is fine. Inside this, I am going to have a div class. This will be header with two things. First, a label with error. Second thing, a button with the type button and couple of classes. And here we'll say simply X, which is to close this error alert. Okay. Now on this div, first thing I want to have a BG red, let's say BG red 600, text white, display flex, item center to center the items vertically, then justify between so that we can have this error alert as the left and button on the right. Save it. And inside this, I am going to have px as 3 and py as, let's say, 2. So from x-axis 3 padding from left and right, and from top and bottom padding of 2. Okay, save everything. Now we are good. So we have first error, then we have this X button. On this button we can have couple of classes. We can say BG red, maybe some lighter version of red, so BG red 500. And on hover we can simply have BG red some more lighter version. I don't know, we'll see. Then here we can have simply W8 and H8. Okay, and then flex, justify center and item center to make this X in the very center. Okay, and we can also have font bold. Save everything, we are good. Then we have this error. Here we can simply say font medium, text MD. Okay, after this we are here we will display our error. Okay, so here we can simply have an P and we'll say error text. And on this P we can simply have a class of P3. And after this P we can have one more button with type button. In classes we'll say BG gray, maybe 600. This will be simple cancel or OK button, nothing else. I don't want to have anything here. Or maybe let's have the BG blue 500 and text white px3 py2 and rounded. Okay, text center, and we'll simply say okay, nothing else. Now from this OK button and from this main button, okay, these three things. On this P we have P3, we can also have MY maybe 3. Okay, and on this button we can simply have margin bottom 3. Okay, now we need to have one close button here. Here we'll simply say private void close. Inside this we are going to reset these two things. So first we'll say error text to null and then show alert to false. Simple. Okay, we can have this as nullable, and on click of this button we'll say @on click, we'll simply call close, and same thing we'll do from this error alert. Okay, so I guess with this we are done with all the things. Now let's try all these things. So if we go to our toast note editor, now let's have add loader, and show toast is fine, error, let's run it, let's see. Okay, we are here testing all common global components, some random text, let's say save note, we have error, and this does not look very good. We have these things, we have rounded corners here, unable to cast object, system security claim to system I convertible. What is this? Oh, we had some issue there. Okay, but overall it is looking fine, I guess. This is in the very center. This button we need to have it in center. Oh, I added text center, not this. So on OK it is getting cleared, on click of this it is getting cleared, so that means the functionality is working. We just need to have the rounded corners here. We can simply increase the font of this error, and then we need to move this OK to the center. Okay, let's go to the alert. This, instead of text md, let's use text xl. Okay, or maybe extra xl is fine. Button. So here what we can do, we can simply have a div wrapper here, div class, we can say w full and text center. Inside this we can have this button. Save it, and now we should be good. So save, let's restart. Oh, we need that rounded corners as well, right? Rounded corners. Okay, OK is here, this is here, it looks fine. Now just we need rounded corners. Okay, stop. On this header, right, we have this rounded, so same way here also we can have just rounded rounded bottom. So it is saying bottom right. No, we need rounded T, which is top left and top right. Yes, we need rounded T. Save it and run. We just need rounded corners from top left and top right, not bottom ones. Save note, we can see these rounded corners now, and it looks fine. Okay, so okay, this, now we just need to fix this error. Okay, system.security.claim to system.iConvertible. We'll see this must be coming from our extension method. So we have our extension method, common extensions here. Find first gives claim. Here we need to have dot value. Now we'll have the actual value. If we run this, some random node text, let's say save. We saw that loader and then node saved, you see, and then it is gone. Let me show again. Loader node saved, and that is gone after 2.5 seconds. So that means our alert is working, our loader is working, and our toast is working. So all these global components are now working. I hope you guys must have learned something new here. Please do let me know in the comment if you learned something new from these things. Alright, now next what we'll do now, we will simply move to the left section where we are going to have list of nodes now. Okay, cool. Alright, so now to show list of nodes in the left section, what we'll do, we already have this left sidebar. Here we just need to have the list of all the nodes. So first thing, we'll simply inject our AppState, and we are going to inject our inode service. Node service. Okay, then inside this code, first thing we are going to have a list of nodes. So we'll say private list node model. Okay, we'll say underscore nodes, and we are going to have page number, private int page number 1, the default value, and then we are going to have a page size as well. This we can have an const because this is not going to change. Private const int page size. So let's load 10 nodes at a time, and yeah, good. Then we are going to have our override on initialized async method. Protected override async task, and we'll say on initialized async. Inside this we need to load the pages, load the nodes, and similarly we are going to load the nodes from some button click for next pages. So better to create a method here. So here I'm going to say private async task, let's say load nodes async. Inside this, first thing we are going to say AppState dot show loader. We'll say fetching nodes. Then we can have a try catch. We can have a finally. Inside this finally, we'll say AppState dot hide loader. Okay. In this catch, we'll simply get the exception, and we can say AppState dot show error alert ex dot message. Alright, now we are in try. In try, we'll say var result equals, here we'll say await node service dot get nodes async. We need to provide user ID, page number, page size. Okay, so first we need to get user ID. The way we have that on note editor, similarly we can have it on left sidebar. So let's get this AuthState task. And if you want to, you can simply have it on home page as well, and you can simply pass from there as a parameter, or you can have this on home as a cascading parameter, not this one, direct user ID, and then you can directly use that there as well. So for this particular application we can have it there, but in general applications where roles and permissions and user active status etc that can be changed dynamically at any point of time, we should always use this approach. Because if user is logged out or user's permissions has changed or things like that, anything related to user changes in between, it will have the direct things related to that. So we should do this approach. But for this particular case we are okay, we can do this. Or we can simply, as I already mentioned, we can simply get this on maybe on layout or home page. We need to have these as multiple places, so let's have it on home page. So here we have this AuthState task. On initializing we can get this, the way we are getting name, the same way we can get ID as well. Sorry. Okay, so here let's do this. Let's have one ID here, so we can say private int underscore user ID underscore user ID. Okay, and here we can say underscore user ID equals authstate dot user dot get user ID. We can do this, and then we can pass this user ID as a cascading parameter. How can we do this? We can simply wrap our components. So left sidebar, and what was that, note editor, we need this to be flow through for both of these. So we can wrap this entire thing in a cascading parameter, cascading value, save it, and here on this value we need to provide the value. So value would be underscore user ID. Okay, and the way these cascading values and cascading parameters work, these work on the basis of type. So its type is integer. So wherever we have this, so for example in left sidebar, instead of having it like this, what we can do, we can simply say int, and here we can say simple user ID. It will going to be added inside this user ID. So we will have the actual user ID, but now we don't need to explicitly pass it. Okay, but now we might have multiple cascading parameters of same type. That's why I generally avoid this direct type based thing. So I generally have the name. So we can name this cascading value specifically. So here we can simply say, let's say user ID. This name can be anything, but this name should match when we are fetching it. So here cascading parameter. Here we can simply set the name equals that same name. And now we will be good. Now we can directly use this user ID here. Inside this user ID, comma, second parameter is page number. So we have page number. And third parameter is page size. So we have page size. It was page size only, right? Yes, page size. Okay. Cool. Now with this result, we'll simply check. If not result.itSuccess. Okay, if that is not the case, we'll simply say AppState dot show error alert, and we'll say result dot error, and we'll return. If that is not the case, that means it is fine, it was successful. Then we'll simply check result dot data, which is our nodes array in this case. If result dot data dot length is greater than 0, now we know we have nodes. Now we just need to add these nodes to our list, this list. Okay, so here we can say underscore nodes dot add range, and here we can simply say result dot data, and with this we are good. We have added our nodes into the list. Let's have one more thing. Let's have a private bool let's say has next page. Okay, we'll have this boolean flag with the default value as true. And here we can check at this point, or here we can simply say as next page would be true only if the data we got from the API, the length, it was equals page size. If it was not equals page size, that means we got lesser data. We wanted 10 records, but we got only 9 records. That means there are no more pages, no more nodes. Okay. So as next page, this logic is also fine with this, and I guess we are good. Load nodes async is fine now. Now on this on initialized async, spelling mistake, initialized async. Cool. So we can simply remove this async, and with this we can directly call this load nodes async. Just like this. Okay. So initial case, it will be handled by this load nodes async like this. After that, we need to have okay, paging. We already have that logic inside this. We just need to tweak that. So we'll do it. But first, now we have nodes. Now let's try to render these nodes here. We'll have a main div. Inside this, we need to think what we can do. Maybe let's have an UL. Inside this, we'll have simple for each var node in underscore nodes. Okay. And here we are going to have our li, and inside this li label, let's say node dot title. I just want to display these right now. I guess we are good. Let's quickly try. Okay, app is here. Let's log in. We are here. We can see this one entry. Only one entry? Save. Refresh. Now we can see 2 entries. Okay. So that means we are able to get the nodes. Now, whenever we are adding a new node, okay, I say add node, it got saved, but it didn't get updated inside this. We should update it inside this as well. There can be multiple ways to handle it. We can maybe refresh this list. We can maybe add this entry directly to this list on top, because this is the latest one. If we'll do that, the current paging thing, the page number based, it will not work. We will need to move to some other paging strategy, maybe cursor based paging. Okay, because if we don't do that, let's say we have 2 items, we added 1 item, now that item got added here, now we have 3 items, but on the page number and page size, we are on page number 1 and we need 2 more records for next page. So it will get the next 2 record. That means the ID number 3 and 4, but 3 was already there. So now we will have a duplicate records here. So for this particular case, when we are modifying the list, which we see here, that will not work with the page number and page size based paging. We need to have cursor based paging. So we will have some variable to store the last displayed ID. So in this case, we are ordering these on the basis of updated on, right, in descending order. So that is our cursor in this case. So we will simply have that last we fetched till last updated on, and we need the next record which were last updated on before that time. So this is how it is going to work. So there can be multiple strategies. You can maybe read about this, or maybe you can comment me down. I can maybe create a dedicated video for that to show how these things work, what is the problem with this approach and all. Okay, so here let's do this. When we are creating this, let's refresh this left list. That is the simplest and easiest solution for now. And when we will have the hundreds or maybe thousands of nodes, then this approach will not be good. But for simplicity, for simple things, simple demo, it is good. We can refresh this. For when we are creating a new node in that case, or maybe we can always refresh, because when we are modifying some node, the updated on value is going to be changed, so that should come on top automatically. Okay, so that means we should always refresh these left sidebar nodes whenever we are saving any node or modifying any nodes. But right now we are just creating new nodes, so we'll just have these with created. So how will we get that when we have created a new node? So here we can have multiple approaches. We can maybe have some state which we will be handling in the home page, on the home page, which will handle this. Or maybe we can follow the same approach we are following for our global common components. Okay, we can simply have something in that global app state which will tell, or not global app state, it can be node related state only, which will simply tell that some new node has been added or modified, so you just need to refetch the nodes. Now, as I already mentioned, there can be multiple ways to do it. One is that having the same AppState kind of structure. One is we can have some variable here on home.razor where we'll simply have, let's say, note saved or note updated. And from note editor, when we are done the save noticing, when we reach here, note saved, then we'll simply raise that event, or we'll simply call that event callback parameter. It will come here on home.razor page. Here we'll simply set that variable to true. Then it will be passed through to the left sidebar. Here we'll simply get, if the value of that parameter has changed, we'll simply refetch nodes. We'll simply recall this load nodes async method. So there can be these multiple ways. So the final approach is up to you. Or there could be a third approach. With there we can directly have a node service, the local node service, or we could say node store. Okay, there we are going to have all these things. We can have page size, page number, has next page, list of nodes, and these things. And there only we can have the some mechanism to reload the nodes. Okay, so we can follow this approach as well. Okay, so let's use this node store approach. Okay, so in the shared project only, we can create a new folder. Add folder, let's say stores, and here we are going to create a new class which will be nodes store, or just node store, nodes store. All right, we can have it as internal only. We are going to have its constructor. In this we are going to have AppState, and we are going to have node service here, node service. Let's have private read-only fields for both of these. Now the collections we had here, these things, all these things will simply cut from here, and we'll add these here on this nodes store. Now all these are going to be properties. The first one is fine, the page size, it can be a constant, but apart from this, all these are going to be direct properties. Okay, so let's use this public list nodes. Now I'm going to rename it to this nodes, and this will be get. And for setter, we are going to have private set. We don't want it to modify from outside. Okay, we will have everything related to this, the setting part here, and anyone can read it from outside, but the modification will happen from here only. Okay, then we have this page number. This also, do we need to have it be accessible from outside? No, we don't. So we can have this as private variable only. Then we have the has next page. This can be a property. So we'll say public bool has next page. And this is also going to be get and private set with the default value of true. And then we are going to have this method which we had here, load node sysync. We are going to have it here. Let's rename all these app states to underscore AppState. And then what happened? Oh, AppState, AppState, and this underscore, this underscore. Okay, and the node service, it will be this underscore node service. Then we are going to use this. It should be has next page. This should be nodes.add range, and we are good. We just need to have this user ID. So this we can get from the calling part. We can get it from the calling part, int user ID. And again, getting this user ID, there can be multiple ways to do this. Okay, we can use this thing, or we can maybe have some method which will directly initialize this user ID. It will be set once and then we are going to use it for all the methods. So again, multiple ways, but right now let's have this only. So here we'll say simply public async task load nodes async, and we'll pass this user ID manually here. With this we are good. Now this nodes store, we are going to register it, and there is going to be only one instance of this. So for web, we'll register it as scoped. For MAUI, we'll register it as singleton. For MAUI, singleton and scoped are same, but for web, because this is an interactive server, that's why we'll add it as scoped. So we'll go to program.cs in web project. Here we'll say builder.services.add scoped and node store. Open. Oh, we have this internal. Make it public so that we can access it from outside. And there can be other ways as well. You can maybe create an interface here. Okay, then you can have this node store. But because inside this we are directly using AppState and inode service, so we are okay. We can directly register this. No need to have that interface. And we are not planning to test it. If you want to test it, then it's better to have that inode store, and then you can simply mock that and test it. So different things. Node store, now we'll have it here, and now it is registered as scoped dependency. Now we can simply access it. So we'll go to our left sidebar. Instead of injecting these things or directly injecting node service, AppState might be used here. Let's leave AppState, but for nodes store, we'll simply say nodes store, and this thing, this using, we'll move it to the underscore imports.razor so that we can access it from all the razor components here. Node store, node store. Now we are good. Here what we can do is, in on initializing load nodes async, here we can simply say node store dot load nodes async, and we can pass the user ID here. Okay, and then this for each, we can simply say node store dot nodes directly here. Save, and now we should have the same behavior we had earlier. Let's quickly test it out. So we have these nodes here. We can see. So we are good with this. Now we can the same thing, but using a different approach. Now when we are adding these nodes here, and we'll say save node. Now we can easily modify this list directly. Let's try to do that. So on the node editor, from here also when we are adding this using the inode service, we can directly have it in node store only. Okay, so these are for fetching the nodes, load nodes async. Now we can have one method from node editor that will be this save node. This one. Let's copy this, paste it here, make it public, get the node model here in save nodes async. Okay, and let's get the user ID as well. Is loading, we don't need. AppState, we know we have underscore AppState. Let's change all AppStates. AppState, 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 and AppState. Remove this is loading. Okay, and for user ID, we're directly getting it, so no need to get it like this. Then node service, we'll have it as underscore node service, and instead of this node, we are going to have lowercase n node. Okay, so save node async method is ready. Save. Then we can simply come back to the node editor, and inside this method we are not using this is loading, so let's get rid of this is loading, and here we can remove everything inside this. Let's remove this async from here, and we can simply say underscore, sorry, are we injecting node store here? Not yet, right? We don't need this node service now. We just need inject nodes store, nodes store, and here we can simply say node store dot save node async, and we can pass our node, which will be this node here, and user ID, which we can get using our cascading parameters. So we don't need to do this thing like this. We can simply say public int and user ID, and on this cascading parameter we will simply set the name to user ID. Using this we can simply have this user ID here, and with this our save node async method is ready, and here this node store method is ready. Now we'll come back to our nodes store. Here after saving this node, okay, so here we know that are we creating a new node or modifying an existing node, right? So here we can simply have a flag boolean is new node. Okay, so here we'll say node.id. If this is equals 0, we know this is a new node. So after saying this node saved, or we can modify this as well. Here we'll say maybe after node saved, we will check if is new node. If this was a new node, we need to refresh the nodes list. That means we need to call this load nodes async. Okay, so here with page number 1, the first thing we'll set page number to 1. Page number, this should be having underscore. So we'll set page number 1. When we are creating a new node, we want to reset whatever we have right now, because we are not using cursor based paging, so it's better to refresh all the list. So we'll set page number 1, and we'll simply say await load nodes async. We are actually refetching the nodes by passing the user ID. With this we are good. So let's have 2 versions of this node saved as well. So here we'll say show toast, and we'll say node created. Then we can have else case here. There we can say AppState node updated. Then no need to have this page number and await load session. Instead, we'll directly modify the node directly in the list. Okay, so we can grab the node from the list. We'll say var node equals, we'll say nodes dot first or default and dot id equals this model, or not model, because this is, oh, this is an existing node, so we are going to have that in model.id, not model. What is the name? Node dot id. This is note only, note. Yes. Okay. Now do we have id? Yes, we have this id, right? So note dot, oh, this note. So let's say existing note. So here we'll say node.id, and here we'll check, although this should always be true, but still check it. If this is not null, that means we have this note on the page, or maybe say existing note, or we can say note in the list, something like this. If note in the list is not null, we'll simply say note in the list dot title equals note dot title, right? And note in the list dot updated at. Now this will be dynamically fetched from the server. That means we are going to get it inside this result dot data. Okay, if you remember when we created on our backend, we are returning the latest updated note model. So here we'll say result dot data dot updated at. Okay, so title and updated at, we are modifying these two things. We can modify content as well, but we should not have content directly in the left section, right? We should have content. We should fetch content when we are on the right side, so on demand fetching should happen. But for now, let's use this, but we should do this on demand. Result.data.content. With this, we are good. We have modified this. Now here comes the user experience thing. So you might leave it here only, or because our list is ordered by updated at, you can maybe move this item to the very top of the list, because this is the latest updated node. So you can maybe move it to the top. So it's up to you how you want to implement it. If you want to do that, what you can do, instead of getting this first or default like this, you can maybe grab the index of this item. Okay, and then on this simply nodes dot we have this remove at method. So you can simply get the copy of that index, get that item, get the index, modify the copy, remove the item on that index, and then add the item using maybe prepend, or using maybe this dot dot approach collection spread. Okay, so there can be multiple ways to do this, but for me, I'm just leaving it like this, but I showed you, you can do that as well. All right, so looks like we are good. Save node should be working now. Node created, node updated. For creation, we are reloading. All right, save, stop. And this we are calling from node editor, right? Yes. Let's run and let's see if it works. Okay, we are here. We'll say add node. We'll create a new node text. We'll say save node. Okay, the loader was there, toast was there, but this list didn't get updated. It should have this thing. Okay, it didn't get updated, but if we check, this method was called. if this method was called, because we saw this loader, we saw this toast, but it didn't update. What is happening? If you guys know, please pause the video, drop a comment why the left sidebar did not update. Okay, now I'm going to read each and every comment, so I'll see if you guys were able to figure out what is happening here. Okay, so here what happened is, on left sidebar we had these nodes which we load on initialized. After this we have this list. Then from some other component, that was this note editor, we saved a note in notes store, we refetch this, but we didn't tell left sidebar that you should re-render. You should check if something happened, right? That is the approach we are using in AppState for loader, for that global alert toast, that if something happened, you should re-render by explicitly calling state has changed. If that operation, that's saving the note, if that would have been happened here inside this, then Blazor would automatically know that I need to re-render. Some action has been performed within this context. But this was outside of this component, so it does not know about it. So we need to explicitly tell it. How would we tell it? First, we need to know when that happened. So in the notes store, we should have some event. So here we are going to have public event. Okay, and we don't need to have anything, we can simply have it as simple action without any parameter. So public event action, let's say notes list updated. Okay, enable action with this. And here what we'll do, or let's just have proper event. If we are using event, let's use event handler without any parameter. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll simply, when we are here, where are we, in save note async, when we loaded the nodes, here we'll tell, we'll simply call this, what was that, notes, what was that, note list updated, right? Note list, notes list updated, question mark dot invoke. Okay, here object sender, which is this only, event args, so we can simply have event args dot empty. We don't need to pass any event. With this we are good from here. Then on left sidebar, in this on initialized, after fetching these nodes, we'll say node store dot nodes list updated. Okay, if that happened, we'll say plus equals, and we need to define a method here, simple. So we'll say private, not static, private void on nodes list updated, something like this. We'll have object sender and event args as discard, and here we'll simply say state has changed, nothing else. Okay, and there plus equals to, we'll say this. And now we need to add await here, and we need to add async here. Cool. Now because we are doing this plus equals, we should do minus equals as well. Okay, so that means we need to implement iDisposable here. Implements iDisposable. Then here we'll say public void dispose, and inside this we are going to do the opposite of this. So just minus equals of this. We'll save it, we'll stop it, we'll run it. Okay, this is here, we can see again a new node, some random text. If we say save node, you see we have a new list. It should not happen like this, but still we can see that this got updated. Now let's fix this duplication. So here in our notes store, when we are saying page number equals 1, okay, so we have two approach in this load notes async. Here when we are saying this notes.add range, before this we should simply check if the page number was 1. If the page number was 1, we'll simply say notes.clear, and then we are going to add the new notes. If it was not page number 1, then let's keep on adding the items. Let's quickly test it one more time. Okay, some text, this thing. If I say here, I save it, we can see this item added here. So that means the connection between these two is working and we are okay with all these things. Now let's quickly do one more thing. When we are saving the note, this should get cleared. Okay, so here on note editor, after saving the note, here we'll need to await now. Private async note async, save note async. Right now it does not return anything, but we need to know if this operation was successful or not. So we'll go to this method, and from here we can simply return a boolean which will tell us if the operation was successful. So here we'll say return false, and at the very end we'll say return true. Okay, and maybe from this exception or from outside we can simply say return false. Okay, save it. Then on the save note async, here we'll say bool it's saved, or let's say was saved, or maybe let's say it's success. If this operation was successful, we'll simply check. If its success was true, we'll simply say we are here, right? We are getting this note from the parent, so we should not have it here. We should not assign a new value directly to this. Okay, so what we did here, this is not a good practice. We should not modify the parameters coming from the parent component, and here we are actually modifying this directly, right? We are using this in model, we are modifying this. This is not a good practice. Let's change this approach. So what we'll do, we'll have a private model here. We'll say private note model underscore note equals, let's say, a default value. Okay, and then whenever we are getting this note, we are going to set this underscore note. Okay, so in on parameters set async, here we'll say if, not if, whenever we are coming here, just set this underscore note dot title equals note dot title. We are going to make the exact copy of this underscore note dot, or maybe simply have a clone method in this note model. We can say public note model just clone. We can use the member wise clone method. From this we'll say as note model, just this. So here instead of doing this thing, we'll say note equals uppercase note, which was the property parameter coming from the parent, note dot clone. So here we are actually having a copy, and then we are going to use this underscore note here for all these operations. So we'll do this underscore note dot content underscore dot title, this thing, and when we are saving, at that time also we'll pass this underscore note. If this operation was successful, we'll say underscore note equals new. So we'll just reset it. Now we are good. Now also we should have the same behavior, but with this better approach now. All right. Now let's go to the left sidebar again and let's have some styling here. So here we are just displaying our title. That is fine. So on these LIs, let's have, or maybe on this UL first, I'm going to have a class. I'll say space Y, let's say 2 to have some spacing between these things. Then on this LI, let me have a border B, so border bottom. Then we'll say border, let's say gray 50 or maybe gray 100. We'll see. Save it. Let's see how it looks. Okay, we can see that thing. It is there actually. Let's maybe make it a bit more darker. So border gray 100 instead of 100. Let's try 300. We save it. How it looks now. Hot reload. Okay, we can at least see this. Let's have some padding, at least from bottom, and let's have some the last updated text as well, last updated date time as well. Okay, so I'm going to display those two things. So here instead of 300, let's maybe have 200. Let's have a padding of PB1, maybe very small padding. Then on this label, we can have a couple of classes. For date time, let's have a small tag, and here we'll simply say note dot updated at dot. Let's have two short date string, and it's up to you. You can format it whatever way you want. It's totally up to you. Okay. Okay. On this label, let's have a couple of classes. First, that I guess size is fine. We just need to truncate it if this is longer. So we'll have only single line. So we can have truncate, and with truncate we can maybe have W full. And for small, we can have class text SM and text gray maybe 600 to give it some lighter kind of thing. I guess we are good. On this LI, we can have flex with flex column. Okay, save it. And we should be good now. Let's we should have click as well, right, when we'll do the editing part, but right now we are just seeing the UI. So let's run it and let's see how the UI looks. So this is how it looks. Let's have some longer title, long title to say the truncate behavior in left section. Save it, and this is also working. You see dot dot dot. So this is ellipsis truncate behavior. So with this we are good. Let's have this a bit smaller, and maybe let's have this on right hand side. Okay, And then we can have some hover effect as well. We can have cursor pointer, and then we'll work on clicking on it and loading that particular node in this right section. Okay, so we have text sm, we have text xs as well. Then we'll say text right to move it to the right side. Then on li, do we have cursor pointer? Yes, cursor pointer. And then let's have an hover. We'll have some light bg amber 50. I don't know what this color looks like, but let's have it. Save it. Let's restart. Okay, better than before. And now we can see this effect, this color. Okay, all right. And this thing, if you see, if I move mouse at this point, cursor pointer is in the li only, not on these texts. Let's have this thing, what we have in the space y, let's have that within this li only, and then let's have cursor pointer on all these elements as well, this label also. Okay, to give it a better UI. So we have this cursor pointer, let's have this on label as well, and on the small text as well. After that we have the space y2, we are not going to have this here. Instead, on this li we have pb1, padding bottom 1, we'll say py1, or maybe we can say py2. Let's try py2 how it looks. So if we restart, okay, yeah, so much better, right? Cool. Now we'll work on, when we click on any of these, it should load that particular node in edit mode in this right section. Let's quickly do that. Stop everything, save everything, and from here we just need to pass the clicked nodes information to the node editor. Now how can we pass this? From left side up bar, we are going to raise an event, or we'll use event callback, and we'll pass that selected node to the home.raiser, and on home.raiser we have this underscore node. We are going to set this underscore node to the clicked one, and that will automatically going to be passed to this node editor. And here we have this node, it will pick that up, we'll have these things, and then we'll be good. Let's try this thing. So on this left sidebar, we are going to have a property of type event callback of type node model. Okay, here we can say on select node, and this will be a parameter. Okay, so on select node, on this li on click on click, we can simply say on select node dot invoke async. But we need to provide this node model, so we need to have some method here, or we can directly use this lambda here. So we'll say on select node dot invoke async, and here we'll say we'll pass this current node like this. All right, now let's come to the home page. Here on this left sidebar, now we can say @on select node on select node. Okay, so when we are coming here, what we'll do, we'll simply set this underscore node the way we are setting it on this on click. Similarly, we are going to set it here. So here we can say we are getting node from the left sidebar from this event. Here we can simply say underscore node equals this node. like this. Okay, you can move this to a separate method as well if you want to, but let's have it like this only. I guess we are good. Let's try. Let's restart. Okay, we are here. Let's use this new node. I clicked on it and we can see this loaded here. Now let's move this new node, make the text longer. Okay, if I say save note, it got saved, but it didn't get updated here, but it should have been updated here as well. Now what happened? The same thing happened which happened with the modifying the list. So here in our notes store with save note, we are modifying it, but we did not tell that something has changed. Okay, so here on this note list updated, we can call the same thing here. Okay, that note list has updated. Although the single note has updated, we can create a new event, but let's reuse this because on the basis of this, we are directly just re-rendering. We are not performing any other action. So if we go to left sidebar here, it should get this new value. Now here we have this for each, right, on this li. So it's better to have key here to what this key does is actually helps Blazor's diffing algo to understand that what has actually changed. So it will not go and repaint everything. It will simply check. So it's always better to have @key within loops. So save it. This is for performance. And we don't have this very big long list, and our markup is also very simple, very small. If you are going to have a huge list with very complex markup, we should use virtualized collection, virtualized list in Blazor. Okay, but for this simple use case, we don't need to use virtualize. Okay, we are here. Let's try this DGF, and here let's increase this, save it. Now we can see this got updated in place. So that means edit is working. Now if I say add new, this is also working. Creating a new node here, save it. We have this error, the content field is required. So if this is not properly visible here, you can maybe show the toast or alert message as well if you want to. So we have already implemented all those. Maybe you can consider this as an assignment for you guys to try out different things. You can maybe show this in the toast, and you can maybe make different versions of that toast. Right now we just have success toast with green background. You can maybe have an error toast with black, not black, red background. So it's totally up to you what you want to do. Save note, we are good. We have added this new note here. Okay. So with this, we are good with listing the nodes, adding a new node, editing a new node, and keeping everything up to date. Okay, let's try to add a couple of other nodes. So here we are not handling the scrolling, right? Let's see how would it node saved. Again, one more. Where are those going? Oh, just paging 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have this paging of 10, right? Let's have the page number. So fetching the new page, next page as well. So we can have endless scrolling, or we can have simple button to refetch or fetch the next item. Let's have button. That will be easier to implement. So on this list, UL, LI, the last LI. Here we can see, we can check if the node store dot has next page. If we have a next page, then only we are going to have an li here. Okay, inside this li I'm going to have a simple button, or we can simply have a, we will have a button, but we'll give it an appearance of maybe a link. So button type button class, let's say load more. Okay, save it. Let's have text center and text blue maybe 600, font medium, and on hover we'll say text blue 800. Save it. Okay, and at the rate on click, we want it to load nodes for the next page. So we should have a method in our nodes store. Here we'll have a new method. We'll say public void, not void, public async task. We'll say load next page async, something like this. Okay, and here we'll say page number underscore page number plus plus, that means the next page. And then we'll simply say await load next page, sorry, not load next page, load nodes async. Okay, we don't have any what is the problem? User id, we need user id, user id, int user id, we need to provide user id, and we are not performing any operation after this, so we can simply return it like this. We can remove this async, just have it. So load next page async, this is a method on the node store. We can go to left sidebar, we have this button, on click on this we can simply call that next page. We can have this here inline, or we can have simply a method here. It's totally up to you how you want to do it. So let's say we'll say private task load next page async. We'll do something like this. From here we'll say node store dot load next page async, and we are going to provide user id as a parameter. Just have it like this, and we can directly call this from here. Save it, and we are good. Okay, save. Let's restart, and now we'll see. Now we have other things as well, right? When we say other things, that means other stuff, list of these things. Okay, we have load more. If I say load more, we have other items, but we can't scroll, we can't do anything. So this should not happen. We should have something here. So this particular section should be a scrollable list. Okay, so let's quickly do that. For this, we'll go to our home page. There we have this flex 1 on this my3 and flex 1, where we are displaying our left side bar. On this only we can simply say overflow y auto. Save it, restart. Now if we say, we can see this. And now we don't have that load next, because there are no items on the next page. So we are good with this. Now this is having this space, but we should maybe have it on the right side. Can we redesign this as well? I don't know, maybe I know we can use CSS, but yeah, maybe we'll see if we need to do this, or we can get used to this thing, then also we are okay. Not very good. The scroll bar is not looking that good, but at least we can see this. We'll see. We will maybe redesign this scroll bar later, but right now we are just looking at the functionality and it works. Okay. Now we should have some option to refresh this list as well on manually, basically refetch this or reset this list or something like that. So we should have some option somewhere. We will think about it. Then this section again does not look good. Let's do this. Test user on left side, logout on right side. Okay. And why is it not working? It worked first, then it is not working. It worked first time. Was there some error? Maybe there was some error. Okay, we'll see if sometime it is giving this behavior again and again, then we'll try to fix it. But right now we are good. Let's change the look and feel of this as well. So right now it does not look that good. Maybe we can have this similar, this buttons UI on this as well. Okay. We can have this color like this only. This was SVG image, right? Can we directly have text white here on this image? No, right? This is SVG. In SVG, let's try setting this new note color on this one. What color this is? This is BG blue 500 and on hover it is BG blue 600. So let's do this. This is in our home page only, right? Notes and this one BG blue 500 and BG blue 600. Save it. Menu.svg, menu.svg, where is that? Root images, menu.svg. Fill none stroke current color. Okay. We are here on this SVG. Text white didn't work. What is if we use stroke? Where is stroke color? What was that? That was stroke color only, right? Fill no stroke. Let's say stroke red, not working. Fill red, not working. How can we change the SVG's color? Let me try to see. We should be able to change it using the color only, but so on this SVG, we are using this. If we say color red on this SVG, we need to set the color on SVG. I don't know. Let's try setting it on SVG. So this is our SVG. Okay, here if we say style color white, save it. Let's start. Let's see. Still not. Okay, I'll try to see what we can do. Maybe from lucid icons we'll get the white color image, but at least we can see this. Yeah, let's do this. So it was lucid icons, not image. What was that? Menu. This was the one. Here we have this current color. Let's have it as white color. Copy SVG, come here and paste our white color. Stop, rerun. But we should have some way. What happened? Oh, it was getting it from cache. Now we have this thing. Okay, you can see this. All right. So with this, oh, load more. We need to have it in center aligned, or maybe with some spacing. Let's quickly do that. Left sidebar. This on this li, we can simply have a text center on this li. And we can have some padding as well. So py2 maybe. Let's try. Okay, it is good now. Cool. So with this, we are good with our loading the nodes, getting the nodes. I guess we are good with everything. Just this thing, left and right. Let's do this quickly. On home.razor, we have these two things. So this was flex call. We will not have flex call. We'll have item center, but we'll have justify between. Gap 3, that is fine. Border T, this is fine. Save it. Let's see. Okay, it's here. Let's have some spacing from top. And then we'll be good. Okay. On this div class, we have gap 3. And do we have some spacing or margin utility here? No, we have border T. But we have this my3 on this one, right? So inside this, we can have maybe pt padding top of 2. Save it. Where is it? Yeah, here. And it is here. So with this, we are good. We can add note, we can edit note, we can see all these things, we can log out from here. Username is here, menu items. Great. So looks like we have achieved a lot here. All these things are working. It is fully functional. Now we'll move to the next part, and I guess that will be to look how it looks on the MAUI side, and we'll start from the desktop versions, then we'll move to the mobile versions. Cool. Okay, so now we are almost done on the web part. Now let's see how it looks on the desktop side, MAUI side. So first we'll work on desktop, then we'll go to the mobile. Now for MAUI, it cannot directly use the service and database and all in the web project. So what we need to do is we need to create an API layer. Okay, and that API layer we are going to have in web project. All right, so here in web project, what I'll do is I'll simply going to create a new folder here. There we can say endpoints. Here I'm going to use minimal API endpoints. Inside this, we are going to have a class which will be, let's say, auth endpoints. Okay, and we'll create this as an instant extension methods on I endpoint route builder. We have public static class auth endpoints. Inside this, we'll say public static I endpoint route builder. Let's say map auth endpoints, and we'll get I endpoint route builder as a parameter here. Okay, and from here we'll simply return the same app which we just used as a variable name for this I endpoint route builder. Now here we'll have a group. We can say app.map group. Here we'll say API /auth. This is a group name, and on this group we are going to have a method. So we are going to have register, we are going to have login. Okay, both of those things. So group dot register, oh sorry, not register, map post. Okay, It will be API/auth/register, and then we'll simply say async. And here we are going to get the register model from the request body. So we'll say model, and then we are going to inject our auth service here. So we can say auth service. We are going to inject this, and with this we are good. Let's return results dot okay, and from here we'll say await auth service dot register async and model. And what it returns task of method result. So here we can simply say this produces method result, and with this we are good. Our register endpoint is ready. Similarly, we are going to have the login endpoint. So we'll say login. This will be login model. This would be login async, and this would be model. And what does this returns? This returns method result of logged in user. Now here's the case. From here we are going to return a JWT token. Okay, we are not directly going to return logged in user, although we can return, but we need JWT token for authentication and authorization inside the APIs. So for all services and all. So we need to implement the entire JWT flow and all. So for this, first thing we'll do in our web project, we are going to install a NuGet package. So right click on the project, manage NuGet packages, browse, and here we'll say Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.authentication.jwt bearer. We need this package. Oh, ASP.NET. This one, let's install it. Apply. I accept. So we need two things here. First, a mechanism to generate a JWT token, then a mechanism to verify, validate those JWT tokens. That will be directly inside the authentication pipeline in ASP.NET Core basically. So save everything. We have added this. Now first we need JWT generation. Okay, so we are going to use it from here only within this login. So we can simply have a method here only. No need to go anywhere else. Okay, so we'll say private static string generate JWT. Okay, on the basis of logged in user. Okay, here. So to generate JWT token, we need JWT security token. So we'll say var JWT security token equals new JWT security token. Okay, and then inside this we have all these parameters. So we'll see what all we need. We need issuer. Okay, then we don't need audience here because there is no audience for this, because we are not going to request this from some browser. We are going to access this API from mobile and desktop apps. Okay, so there is no audience. Then we are going to have claims. After that we need to have expires. When does this expires? And then we are going to have our signing credentials, which will be of type signing credentials. So let's generate these signing credentials. Var signing creds equals new signing credentials. Inside this we need to provide a security key and an algo. Okay, security key and algo. So first we need security key. So we'll say security key equals new. Now inside this we are going to use symmetric security key. This needs an byte array of key. So we need an key. So we'll say byte array of key. We need to get this key from somewhere. So for this key, what we'll do, we'll have a secure key or something like this from our configuration. Okay. And on the basis of the secure key, we'll have this byte array key. This we can use encoding dot utf8 dot get bytes. This encoding will come from system.text, so we are good. Then we have key. This we can pass to this security key generation. Not like this. All right, then we have this signing credentials where we need to pass the security key and we need to provide an algo. So we'll say security algorithm dot hmac sha256, and with this we are good. Let's get issuer from the configuration. Okay, this signing credential, this will be the signing creds. Now this expires. When should this token expire? So our use case is very simple, so we can have a longer expiration, maybe for a week. Date time dot add days, date time dot utc now dot add days 7. But ideally, if you want to make it very much secure, you will have a very short expiration for this JWT, and then you can implement refresh tokens as well, and then you can maybe use some silent token refresh functionality. This is totally up to you how you want to do it, but for me this is fine. For the sake of simplicity, we are okay with the 7 days expiration when we are working with this simple notes app from our desktop and from our mobile, so we are okay. Then we have this JWT security token. Then we'll simply get our JWT using new JWT security token handler dot, here we'll say write token. Inside this we are going to provide a token, that is the JWT security token. Then we are going to return this JWT from here. So this was all JWT generation logic. Now we need security key from configuration, we need issuer from configuration, we need claims which we want to add in this token. Okay, so on this logged in user, let's do this. Let's have helper methods here. One helper method I'm going to have public claims array. Here I'll say 2 claims. Okay, here we're just generating the claim, so we'll say new claim. First we'll say claim types dot name identifier, we'll say id dot toString. Okay, and then we are going to have one more. We'll say new claim types dot name, and here we'll simply say name. So we have these 2 claims method. Let's come here, and here when we are setting the claims, we can simply say user dot 2 claims. So our claims are ready. Now we just need these 2 things from the configuration. So we can get the configuration as a parameter here. So we'll say I configuration. Okay, then for secure key, we can simply say configuration dot get value. This is going to be in string value, and here we can simply say, let's say we are going to have a JWT property in our configuration. Inside this we'll say JWT colon, and then let's say secure key. Okay, we should check if this exists and all these things, but for the sake of simplicity we can simply use this. Copy paste with issuer as well. And here we'll simply say JWT and then issuer. With this, we are good. Our generate JWT method is completely ready. Now we'll come back to this login method. Here, before returning it like this, we'll store this somewhere. So here we'll say var result equals await this thing. Then we'll check if result dot is success. That means it is success. We have the data. Then what we'll do is we'll simply say var JWT equals generate JWT. We need to provide the logged in user, which we can get from data result.data. Okay, comma. Then we need to provide I configuration, which we don't have here. So we can simply inject that I configuration directly in this method. I configuration, and then we can pass this configuration to this method. Now here we have our JWT. Okay. Now from here we need to return this result. So it should be a method result of type string. We will pass this JWT token from here. We will not pass anything else. Okay. We need to pass this token, but right now this result is actually of type method result logged in user. Okay. So what we can do is we can simply come here and we can say we can have a method result of string. Let's say API result, and then inside this, if result.isSuccess is true, we'll simply say API result equals new method result of string. We need to provide string here. Dot OK. Right? It was OK only. We need to provide JWT. What's the problem here? Oh, no new. Just this. So we have API result here. If the operation was not successful, if the login operation was not successful, maybe there was some error or the credentials were incorrect. In that case, we would have simply said API result equals method result. In this case, what we need to do is we need to say API result equals new method result of string. Its success, this we'll get from result.itsSuccess. Data would be null in this case, and error we are going to get API result dot, not API result dot error. And with this, our API result is ready. With after this else case, we'll say return results.ok API result. And with this, our login method is also done. Okay. Now we have created this JWT generation stuff. We need to add these things in our app settings or secure user secrets or environment variable, anywhere, whatever you are using, but I'm using app settings, so I'm going to use these in app settings only. So I'll go to the app settings .development.json. Here I'm going to create a JWT key. Inside this, I'm going to create this secure key. And here we need to have some secure key, very long secure key. Okay. And then second thing, we need to have this issuer. So it could be any string, but in most of the cases, we just have the whatever domain we are hosting it on. Here, if we see in launch settings, we use just HTTPS profile, we use this localhost 7181. So we are going to simply use this one. With this, we are good. Our JWT setup, our auth endpoints, these two things are done. Okay. Now we just need to set, or let's say bind the JWT bearer authentication in our main authentication system. Right now our main authentication system, it is using just, if you go to program.cs, it is using cookies authentication. But when we'll work with API from our desktop and mobile application, there is no cookie. So for those cases, we are going to use JWT bearer authentication. So we are going to add one more authentication scheme. So it needs to be within the same chain. Okay. So before add cookies, we can simply say before or after, does not matter. Add JWT bearer. Here we'll say options of JWT bearer. Okay. Here we need to have the same security key what we have there. On the endpoints we have the symmetric key, so we need this key. Configuration we don't have here, so we can get this configuration simply using builder.configuration. Builder.configuration, we have this now. We have this key, we have the security key. Now inside this, on this options, we need to set options dot token validation parameters. Okay, this is of type token validation parameters. So here we will say new token validation parameters. We are going to set a couple of properties here. First is, we'll say validate issuer. Yes, we want to validate the issuer. Then we'll tell what is the valid issuer. So this, we are going to use this valid issuer from here. This configuration will be builder.configuration. All right. After that, we need to tell it that you don't need to validate the audience. So we'll say validate audience false. Okay. After that, we want it to verify the security key. We'll say validate issuer signing key. It should be true. Okay. Then we'll say what is the valid signing key. Issuer signing key. So this will be the security key which we are using. Okay. See, not secure key, security key. And then we want to validate it if the token is expired or not. So for this, we'll say validate lifetime. With this, our JWT bearer authentication is also attached to it. Okay, now we can go ahead, continue the other stuff. So our auth endpoints, we just created auth endpoints. These does not need any authentication. So here we can simply say allow anonymous on this group, which is default, but still let's have it, allow anonymous. After this, let's create one more class for our nodes endpoints. Okay, so let's create a new class here. We'll say public static class nodes endpoints. Here we'll say public static I endpoint route builder map nodes endpoints. Here we'll say this I endpoint route builder app will return app. And then let's first move this nodes endpoint to its separate class. So it is here. Now here first we'll create a group where group equals, we'll say app.map group /API/nodes. And on this, we need these to be authorized. So we'll say require authorization. Now, if we do this, now there is going to be one problem. We are using two different authentication schemes in our configuration. If we go to program.cs, we are using cookie authentication and we are using JWT bearer authentication. If nothing is specified, it is going to be defaulted to this scheme, which is web auth scheme. But for API calls, we need to explicitly define this JWT bearer. So for this, the default authentication scheme we use, if we go to just add JWT bearer, navigating to default definition here, add JWT bearer, this is the authentication scheme. JWT bearer defaults dot authentication scheme. So this is what is being used for bearer. Okay, so we need to use this for our API endpoints. That means here when we are saying require authorization, so here if we see, we have authorization policy, we can pass to it. We can pass authorized data array params. We can provide multiple policy names comma separated, and we can have an action on this authorization policy builder. We are going to use this authorization policy builder here. Okay, so we'll say p on this, we'll say p dot, here we have this add authentication schemes. Okay, here we are going to set JWT bearer defaults dot authentication scheme. That means you should use this, and we'll say just we need require authenticated user, just this thing. So here we are saying that we need authenticated users to use this policy or to use authorization for, and what authentication scheme you need to use, this one. So when this authentication scheme is going to be defined, so from program.cs, it is going to simply skip this cookies one, and it is going to use this one. Okay, for these API endpoints. For all other, it will be defaulted to cookies. All right. Now on this group, we can define our endpoints. So first we'll say group dot map get. Okay, without any parameter we can have. Here we'll say just get nodes basically. Here we can say async. Inside this we are going to get, if you remember, we have page number and page size and user ID. We have three things. So for user ID, we can simply get user ID from the token. So we are good with user ID, but we need page number and page size. So that we can get using query string parameters. So here we are good. We'll say page number, int page size. Okay. And then we are going to inject our service, which will be node service here. Node service. And then we need user ID as well. For that, we are going to inject claims principal here. This is how we can get access to the claims principal in ASP.NET Core Minimal API. Okay, so we'll say principal, and then we just need to provide body here. So for this, first we need our user ID that we can get from principal.get user ID. If you remember, we created this extension method. We created this extension method in our shared project to grab the user ID from claims principal. Okay, we are reusing this. Then here we'll simply say await and node service dot get nodes async. We need to provide user ID, which we have now. Then we need to provide page number, which we have, page size, which we have. We just need to return this thing. And what does it return? It returns task of method result of node model array. Okay, so that means here we'll directly return it using results.ok. Inside this we are going to have this thing, and on this map get we can explicitly tell that this produces method result of node model array. Simple. Save it and we are good. Okay, and we can add a name as well here so that we know what this is. So let's say get user nodes, something like this. Okay, let's copy this, paste it. Here we'll say map post. Okay, and now we are going to use post. Here is a case, For us, we are using the same method for creating a new node and modifying an existing node. So we are using map post for both in API, but ideally in real world when you have these things, so you should have these semantically correct. So for creating post, for modifying we have two, map patch and map put. So it depends if you are modifying one or two, a couple of properties, partial properties from the model, you should use map patch, and if you are entirely replacing the entire entity, then you should use map put. But for me, I'll go with map post only. So if we see, for saving a note, what all we need just a note model and user ID. Okay, user ID which we are getting, then we need note model. We can first get rid of this int page size page number, we don't need this. We'll simply get note model as a request body here. So in map post it will be provided from the client. Then we have this, so user ID, and then we can simply have our note here. Save noticing, what is the problem here? Save noticing note model and user ID. Okay, the why I chose this, somewhere user ID is first, somewhere it is last. Okay, save note model returns task of method result of note model. That means that this will produce method result of note model. And here we'll say save user note. Okay, we have one more method, right? Delete note, which we are not using right now, but we'll be using it. So let's use this as well. So I'm going to copy the first get one, paste it here again. Here we'll say map delete. Okay, which note? We can have note ID here as a parameter. So we'll say note ID, which will be of type int. Okay, so here we'll say note ID. We have user ID. Here we'll say delete noticing. Here we need to provide note ID and user ID. Note ID first parameter, user ID last parameter. And this must return method result only. So it will return just method result. So it produces method result. Here we'll say delete user note. Simple. With this, our nodes endpoints are also ready. Now we just need to use these endpoints, register these endpoints in our program.cs. Okay, so in program.cs we'll come here. After authentication authorization, it's up to us. We want to have these before razor components or after razor components, it does not matter for these cases. We just have the first route which it will hit, then it will call that. So we can have these before map razor components, but after authentication and authorization. So here we can say app.map auth endpoints, and we can chain map nodes endpoints like this. So we have mapped our endpoints. With this, our main API endpoints are done. Right now we'll simply run it and we'll see if the web is still working. Okay, so that everything is still working, we didn't break anything by introducing all these things. So we just need to verify this. Okay, we got the data, we can add it, save note. Okay, log out. We have some error. Okay, static SSR error, that is fine. So for navigation exception, if it is occurring and the page is static SSR, that page is not interactive, then no need to worry about it. But this is how the navigation is being handled inside Blazor for static SSR pages. They simply throw navigation exception that gets handled by the Blazor and we see the desired output. So here we can see we have login. If we log in again, we are here. That means our existing functionality is working fine. Okay, so now we can go to the MAUI side and we can start consuming these APIs. Okay, so if you guys are following me, I like to use Refit client to access the APIs, external APIs in my MAUI applications or Blazor WASM application basically. And wherever I need HTTP calls, I use Refit. So let's do that. So in our MAUI project, okay, we are going to install a package, manage NuGet packages in MAUI project. Here we'll say refit.http client factory. This is what we need, refit.http client factory. Let's install it, apply. No, it is installed. What is happening? I can see it is installed. Yes. Okay, save everything, apply. What is this? Okay, I can see this is installed here, so we are good with this. Now the way Refit client works, we need to define interface contracts for our API calls, and then we need to configure the HTTP client factory. So in MAUI project only, what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply create a new folder. Let's call it APIs. Inside this, we are going to create API interfaces. So we have our two set of APIs. One is Auth API and another one is public interface what was that, notes API. So we have these two APIs. So in Auth API, let's go to our Auth service, or we could say Auth service. In shared project, we have Auth service. These two things we are using, right? Register and login. So what these should match is API inputs. I just grab these because I'm using this, but if we go to the web project, endpoints, auth endpoints here, so whatever we are using here, that should be there. So for register, we are passing register model as a body parameter and we are returning method result. So here if we see in Auth API, we are passing register model and we are getting method result. For login async, if we see, we are passing login model, but we are getting method result of string. So here we are getting method result of logged in user. This is not correct. It should be method result of string. Okay. So this is our Auth API. Now for iNodes API, let's get, this is the actual contract which we are using. So in our MAUI project, iNodes API, we are using these things. But here we will be providing node model, but we are not going to provide a user ID as a parameter because this is going to be extracted out from the token, JWT token, automatically by the ASP.NET Core framework, and then it is going to be provided using claims principle to our API endpoints. So we are not going to pass user ID from here. We will have these methods directly without this. Get nodes async, this is fine without user ID. And we are good. These are plain interfaces. These has nothing to do with Refit yet. But then we need to convert these to Refit interfaces. For this, we need to tell what API URL we are going to connect with this register async. So here we'll say this is a post which comes from Refit. And then we need to provide the entire URL. It will be /API/auth/register, right? This is which we are using in our auth endpoints. /API/auth/register. And then for /login there, that is also a post request. Login one. So API auth login. Very good. Then on this iNodes API here, save note is a post request with /API/nodes. That's all right. If we go to our nodes endpoints, /API/nodes, map post, there is nothing. That means this is /API/nodes only. For get, for post, these are same. For delete, we need note ID as well. So for save note, this is fine. For delete note, we are going to use delete API slash notes slash note ID. Then we have get notes async. So here we'll say get API slash notes. Now we are good. Our Refit interfaces are ready. Now we can register these inside Refit. But before that, if we go to our API endpoints, we'll see the nodes endpoints. We need authorization on these. We need to provide JWT bearer for these. So for this, on this interface level, because we want the authorization to be applied on all these API calls, so we can have the setup on this nodes API level. So here we'll say headers. We can define one headers collection, and here we have headers. Inside this we'll say authorization, then here we'll say bearer and space, and we'll leave it like this. Now the value for this is going to be provided by the Refit, which we'll configure actually. Okay, so let's configure them. Now let's first move this iNodes API to its separate file. So now we have APIs, iAuth API, iNodes API. Now all the configuration part will go to the MAUI program.cs file here. Okay, here before builder.build, okay, we can have a separate method. We'll say private static. What is the issue? Inside this, we'll say private static void. We'll say configure refit. Okay, and here we can get the services here. So this builder.services, which is iService collection. iService collection, we'll say services, and we are going to call it before builder.build. So we'll say configure refit, and we'll provide builder.services as a dependency to this. And here inside this configure refit, we are going to configure our refit client. Okay, so here first thing we'll say services dot add refit client. Here we can set the interface type. We will have iAuth API. Here inside this, if we see, we can provide refit settings if we want to, but for this we don't need to provide any explicit setting, but we need to provide the API base URL. So for this we need to have that somewhere. We are going to have that here. Let's have it as const string API base URL. Okay, we are going to have it here. Then we need to use this API base URL here. So after this add refit client, here we can also say configure HTTP client. This is a chain request here. This takes an action of HTTP client. So here we can say HTTP client goes to HTTP client dot base address equals new URI and API base URL. With this API base URL, what happened? We have this. Oh, because this is inside, let's have it here. Oh, this AI, it should be API base URL. Okay, so API base URL. With this we are good. Our Refit client implementation for iAuth API is done. Now same thing we need to do with iNodes API, but we need to have some additional thing for that. We'll say services. We can simply copy this, copy, paste. Here also everything will be same, just we'll use iNodes API. And now here we need to tell it that you need to because when it is going to use this to make API calls, it will try to set this authorization header value, but we don't have that. So we need to tell it from where it should get the value of this authorization bearer token. So for this, inside this, if you remember, we have this Refit settings parameter which we need to use, and we have one more overloaded version of this, that is this one. Func of iService provider will be incoming and Refit setting will be outgoing. Okay, so that means we can define something here. We can say that SP, which is service provider, and from here we need to return new Refit settings. This is default. Here we have not defined anything, but we'll define something here. That something would be, we are not worried about any other setting, we are just worried about this authorization header value getter. Okay, but this is a function which is going to provide an authorization headers value. What header? That we already defined here on the where is that iNodes API, authorization bearer. For this header value we are going to provide from here. From where? Here we are going to have this authorization header value getter. Okay, this is actually a func which takes HTTP request message, cancellation token, and returns task of string. So in our fetching of the token, we don't need HTTP request message, we don't need cancellation token. So we can ignore these two things. So we'll say simply underscore underscore underscore. And from here we just need to return task.from result. This will be token or JWT token. And this, and with this our Refit configuration is done. We just need to provide this value dynamically. That we'll do after some time. Okay, but right now we are good with the setting of configure Refit. Now we need to get our API base URL. That is the next thing we need to do. And after that we are going to check our login mechanism, basically. API base URL. Let's try to do this. API base URL. So we can go to the web project. Here our API is going to run. Properties, launch setting. This is HTTPS. This is our API base URL. We are going to change it after some time because it will not work on mobile devices, but it is going to work on this desktop app. So right now we are using desktop, so it should be good. Save everything. Now we should be good. Okay, so from here the pages which are going to be run, these are in shared project, and in shared project if we see, let's say for home page, we need navigation manager, that is fine. Authorized, that is also fine. Okay, this page is fine, but for login we will be using AuthService. So we need to have an implementation of AuthService in our mobile MAUI project as well, because we had one implementation of this in the web project. You remember, there we have this AuthService in which we are getting the information or using the login and registration using directly database access. But from MAUI side we need to have one more implementation of this which will be using API to let user register and login. Okay, so that thing we are going to do next. We are going to implement both of those services, AuthService, or all three services basically: AppState, AuthService, Node service. Okay, first we'll work on these things, then we'll have our custom AuthState provider. So these are the next steps. Okay, so let's start implementing all those AuthService, iNode service, and AppState in our MAUI project. So in here I'm going to create we already have a folder services. Inside this, let's create these classes. First we are going to have, let's say, AuthService. Okay, public AuthService. It will be implementing AuthService interface from shared service. Okay, let's use this implement interface. All right, and in this AuthService we will be needing the loader, error, toast, all those things. So better to first implement our AppState. interface. So first we should create our app state, then only we should go to AuthService and all these services. Okay, let's do that. So here we'll say public class app state, which will be implementing AppState from our shared project, and we'll simply implement this interface. So we are good. Let's make all these nullable. Save, and then we should use hide loader, show toast, and all these things. So first thing, for hide loader, right now we are in MAUI side. So here for alerts, we already have a display alert functionality, okay, which is available there on the pages in MAUI side. Basically the main page.xml.cs. Here if we see, we have one display alert, this method. Okay, so we can access this thing. And how can we access this thing? If we go to our app.xml.cs, here what we are doing, we are setting new window as new main page. Okay, so here we are in .NET 9, we mostly use Windows to handle. So here we have app.current Windows. Okay, from this we are using single window approach. We are not using multiple window in our MAUI application for both desktop and mobile. So we'll use simply Windows. From here we are going to get the Windows 0, and from this we can simply have our page, and on this page we can say display alert. So this is how we can access the methods like display alert. Okay, so let me cut this line. Let's go to our app state. Let's move it to its separate file first, and here show error alert. Okay, so here we can handle this thing. Display alert. Here if we see, we first have title. So this we already know, this is an error alert. For message, we can use this same message what we are getting as a parameter here, and then we have a cancel button which will simply say okay. Okay, okay, then we have show loader and hide loader. Show loader, hide loader, and we have show toast. So for toast we need to have something, we need to have one NuGet package. So we'll simply add a NuGet package in the MAUI project, and that package would be community toolkit.maui. Okay, so we are going to install the package from here. Let's install the latest one. We'll see if it is compatible. If not, we'll see some older version which is compatible with .NET 9. It takes some time, so let's wait for it. So here when I'm trying to install, I get this error warning as error detected, package downgrade, Microsoft MAUI controls from 9080 to 9014. Reference the package directly from the project to select a different version. So this says community toolkit.maui, which package we are trying to install. It has this greater than equals to 9.0.8, but our project is using 9.0.14. So we have two options. Either we need to upgrade our default package. So let's use that. It is Microsoft MAUI controls 9080, right? So what we can try, we can go to our MAUI project. Here if we see Microsoft MAUI controls, it is using this MAUI version. So here we have used MAUI true. So in the main first property group, what we can do is we'll simply say MAUI version Okay, and we can set it to 9.0.80. Save it, and now let's try again. So it got installed now, and it says it's readme, and here it is saying we need to add this use MAUI community toolkit on our use MAUI app, on our builder basically. So let's go to MAUI program.cs here, builder. After this, we'll simply add this use MAUI community toolkit, which should come from using community toolkit.maui. With this, we are good. Now we can go to our AppState, and we can add logic for our show toast method. So here, what we can do, we have a toast method which comes from community toolkit.maui.alerts. So toast.make, in this we can make a toast, so we can use this message here. So message, and on this we can use this show method to show it. Save it, and now we are good. Okay, after this, now we have show loader and hide loader. So there is nothing like loader, but we have a control, that is activity indicator control. So we need to have some control, and this will be device specific. That's why, but whatever I am doing, it is totally up to you. If you don't want to do it like this, you can simply have these things directly. So all these things you can use the Blazor way of things as well. In that case, the best approach would be, you can simply come to the main web project. You can simply cut these components from here, alert, loader, and toast. Cut these, move it to the shared project, and what we are having, this app.razor, these three things, you can move these three things to the routes or main layout. Okay, so that will also work. But for me, because we are on desktop side and mobile side, we already have a way to show the device specific, device native alerts and toast and activity indicators. So let's use that, but it is totally up to you. All right, let's go back. So for loaders, we need to see the main MAUI project. In this, we have this main page.xaml. Here, this is how we are rendering the application in desktop and in mobile. So we have this Blazor Webview. This is a XAML control, and inside this we simply define the main component type is this routes, host page index.html, selector app, all these things. So here we can add our activity indicator here only. But activity indicator by default does not have any text state. So for that, what we'll do, we can have a way by which we can simply show the text as well. Okay, so here what we'll do, I will simply cut this. I'm going to have a grid here without defining any row or column. I have this grid. After this, here I'm going to have a border, which is kind of a div in XAML world. Okay, now on this border, we will say horizontal options center. The name is descriptive. Vertical options at center. So now this border is in center. Okay. Then we need to have what we call it, background color of white, and then we need those rounded corners. Okay, so here that thing is gets handled by stroke shape. So we can say we want a rounded rectangle of a corner radius, let's say 8. This is a 8 unit. This is not px, this is device specific unit. Okay, and then we can also have some padding. So let's say 10 from all the sides, or let's say 15 from all the sides. So it's also up to you. Now we have this border. Now inside this border, we are going to have our text, loading text and loading indicator. Okay, so here we can simply have a horizontal stack layout with the item spacing of, let's say, 10. Then we are going to have first one activity indicator and second a label to show the loading text. So here we'll have default text as loading and we have this activity indicator. Okay, and now this activity indicator, as this is running property, we will set it to always true. We are going to handle the show and hide state of this border directly. Okay, now space 10 is running true. Now this labels text also will be handling from some other place. So on this we can name it. This is something like we can add some name and we can access it from C# code. So here we can say loading text label. Okay, now with this border it will be in center, it will have all these things, but we want to have some background, that light black background as well, the way we have in the web side. Okay, so for this what we can do, instead of directly having this border like this, we can have one more thing here. So we can maybe have a grid again, and then a border, not grid. We can simply have it as a box view. Okay, and for this box view we are going to have a background color of maybe black only, and then we are going to have opacity on this 0.5. Save it, and then how these things are going to work now. First we will have Blazor Webview. We have this grid and we have not defined any row or column for this grid. So everything is in the same row, same column. So these are going to be stacked on top of each other on Z axis. So Blazor Webview at the very let's say backward, on top of it we will have box view. On top of this box view we are going to have border. So this is the hierarchy. Now box view and this border, these should be by default hidden. So on box view also we are going to have a name, let's say overlay box view, something like this, and we'll say is visible to false on this. This is false, this is not visible by default. Same thing we'll do on this border. Okay, so on this border first we'll add name, header we'll say loader border, and then we'll say is visible to false. Save it. Cool, now we are good. Now what we need to do is, using this AppState, here we have the show loader, hide loader. So we are going to use these things only. So for show loader we'll say loader shown dot invoke this comma, what was that, loading text. For hiding the loader, again similarly we'll say loader hidden dot invoke and this and event args dot empty. So that's all for this. Now we just need to react to these changes. Whenever the show loader and hide loader are getting changed, we should have these things on this main page YAML, and we should modify the visibility of these box view and border, and we should add the text, correct text to this label. Okay, so we'll do this. How we can do this? We can access these things, these names, from the code behind of this main page. So we have main page.xaml.cs. This is the file. Okay, here we have this main page. Inside this main page we can simply have what was that, AppState. First we need to inject our AppState here, AppState. Okay, let's have a private read-only field here, and then what we'll do is, in this constructor only we'll say underscore AppState dot loader shown plus equals, we are going to have a method here on loader shown. Okay, similarly we are going to have AppState dot hide loader plus equals AppState dot not hide loader, loader hidden dot loader hidden on loader hide, something like this. So here we just need to access those properties. So when we are showing the loader, let's move it to the top. When we are showing the loader, we need to make this box view visible. That means overlay box view visible. So we'll say overlay box view dot is visible equals true. This should be visible. Next thing is loading text label dot text. It should be this E, which is actually the loading text here. Loading text. After this, we'll say loader border dot is visible to true. Alright. Now in hide loader, we will do opposite of these three. In here, we'll say box view dot is visible, false. Text, we'll have simply empty or null or just a default text, and is visible, we'll say false. Alright, now we are good. Now because we are doing this plus equals, we should have minus equals as well. We need to handle the memory leaks. We should just remove these event handlers. So for this, on main page, content page, here we'll say iDisposable, and we'll simply implement this interface. So we have this dispose. Inside this, we'll simply have these minus equals. With this, we are good. Now we will have one issue here. On main page, we are injecting this AppState. If you go to the app.xaml.cs, from where we are passing this main page. Okay, so we need to pass that AppState here as well. What we can do, we can inject that AppState directly in this app. So we'll say AppState here, AppState, create and assign a field, and simply pass that AppState to this main page. With this, we are good. This is the title for the window, which will be shown on the Windows and Mac. So here we can simply have just notes, nothing else. Save it. And here we don't need this. So we need this. Yes. Okay. So I guess with this, our AppState is done. Now if we go to the auth service here now we can inject our AppState like this. Okay, we will inject AppState, and then for login and registration we need to have our API. So that is our iAuth API. iAuth API. Okay, we'll say iAuth API, just Auth API, and now we are good. Now we can start doing our things. So first, what is the issue here? AuthService inconsistent accessibility. This is public. This is public. This is the problem. AuthService iAuth API, iAuth API. This is internal. Let's make it public. Okay, so now for login, we will be having our try catch finally. First, we'll say appstate.show loader. Here we'll say logging in ... And then we are going to have a finally block here. In here we'll say appstate.hide loader. And if there is any error, so we will catch this exception here. And we'll say appstate.show error alert, we'll say ex.message. Okay, then in try, we'll simply say var result equals await. And here we'll say underscore auth API dot login async. Alright. Now from this login async, we are going to get our token. but we need to return logged in user from here. So we can technically get the JWT and parse it and get the information, but the easiest way would be, instead of returning method result of string, we can maybe return some complex object which will have the token and this logged in user. Okay, so let's quickly do that. Right now, from our web endpoint, auth endpoint, from our login, we are right now returning string. So instead of returning string, what we can return is, we can simply return public record, let's say login API response, something like this. Okay, or we can have logged in user with token, something like this. This also can be happen. So we can use this, right? Here we can have these ID and name separately, or we can directly have this logged in user and string JWT, and then we can simply use this one to return from our login endpoint. So we are here on auth endpoints. Here, instead of returning this as string, we'll return logged in user with token. Okay, so this will be logged in user with token, and here we can't have okay now. Now here what we'll do is, we'll simply have logged in user with token. We're going to have this. Here we'll say new logged in user with token. First we need to have user, which we can get from result.data. Then we need to have JWT, which we have here. And then we can simply pass this thing down. And this one, instead of string, this should be this should be this. Okay. All right. I guess we are good. Now we just need to modify the Refit interface in our MAUI APIs, Auth API. Here it should be like this. Now we can go to our Auth service in here in our MAUI project. Now we know this returns task method is logged in user with token. Okay, so from here we can actually return this result directly. What is this? Method result of logged in user with token. This one. Okay, now what happened? Not all code path returns value. Okay, if it came outside this, maybe in catch, then we'll simply return method result of logged in user, this one dot fail. We can say unknown error, something like this. Okay, so login is fine. Then let's copy this thing and go to the register async. Let's paste all these things here. Add async auth API. This should be register async. Instead of logging in, we'll say registering user, and here it will be just method result. And with this we are good. For this platform login and platform logout, we'll work on it after some time. Save. Right now we are good. What happened with AuthService? AuthService logged in user with token. It should be like this. Okay. All right. So AuthService is done. Then we have our notes service. Okay, so let's quickly implement that as well. This is also going to use the same API layer. So we'll say note service public class node service, and it should implement I node service. We'll have sit constructor, and we are going to implement this interface. In constructor, we are going to have our I AppState and I node service. Okay. All right. Now we can simply get any of the method from auth service. Just copy this, one of these, come here, and let's first do the save node. Let's first do the save node. Paste it, add async. Here we'll say underscore node API. Oh, I added node service only. It should be I node API. I nodes API basically. Nodes API. Nodes API, not node service. Okay, so underscore nodes API dot save node async, and we need to pass node model, which we have here. We'll simply pass model, and we are going to ignore this user ID. Okay, and here it says, it should say saving node. Okay, looks like we are good here. Here we'll say method result of node model, this thing. All right, let's copy this thing, add in delete node, add async, say delete node, and pass node ID. All right, now get nodes async. Here we'll simply have async. We'll say fetching nodes. And here we'll say get nodes async. And we need to provide page number and page size. And with this, our node service is also done. So our all services, AppState, AuthService, and node service, all these are done now. Now we just need to register these in our dependency container so that we can access these on from our Blazor components in shared project, which part is already there. Okay, so inside this we are going to register these before builder.build. We'll simply say builder.services.add singleton and scoped, both are same for MAUI applications. I AppState, duplicate it. Then we are going to have I auth, not API, I auth service. It will be auth service. Then we'll have I node service, and we'll have this node service. So now when the shared project will run, it will have all these login, logout, register, all these methods. Here it will have this auth service, which will be using this iauth service. So it will get this auth service from MAUI project, which will actually make an API call to get the data and perform operations. This is how all these things are going to work now. Save everything. Let's try to run. But now we need to run both, because from web we need API. So what I'll do from website, I'll simply right click on it, and I'm going to run this using debug and start without debugging. I don't want to debug that right now. If we'll need, I'll change it, and we can have the multiple project running as well. Set multiple project as startup projects. Okay, before that we have some issue. What is the issue here? Auth endpoint. generate JWT. What is the problem? Login async. What did I do? This logged in user with token. No, this should not have been changed. I did something wrong. Login async. No, we don't need to change this thing. Save it. We don't need to change that. API result is fine. We will return API result. That means our auth service in MAUI side, this should be framing. So we have auth, this login async. So this should be just login user like this. And from here we need to return result.data. So here we should check if not result.is success. If this is not its success, then we should display an error alert, right? Like this. Show error alert, but this time the message would be result.error and we'll return from here. If that is not the case, then we'll return the actual value from here. So here we'll return method result of logged in user.fail with result.error. And if that's not the case, then we'll return result.data.user. Sorry, what we need to return from here? Method result of logged in user. Okay, so we need to return it. We can try this. Method result dot okay with this. Okay, and here logged in user. With this we should be good, I guess. Okay, let's try to run the web again. So where is it? Debug. Start without debugging. Run the web. Let's wait for it to run. Okay, it is here. Then now we'll simply select the project, MAUI project, and we are going to run it on Windows machine. Let's run it. We are running it for the first time on Windows, so it is going to take some time. So we have this loading. And nothing is happening, or is there something which is happening right now? If we check output, I can't see any error here, but it is still in loading state only. Okay, it is not loading. Looks like there is some issue. Let's try to put a couple of breakpoints. First, we'll go to our app.xml.cs. Let's put a breakpoint here in create window. It will run before. Then we'll go to the main page. Here, let's put a breakpoint in this main page constructor. Then we'll go to our components, not directly components, in shared project layout. Let's go to main layout. Nothing is there. Let's go to home.razor. Here we have on initializing. So let's add this here and we'll do the same thing on login page. We are on login. We don't have anything here. Let's do this on login page. Let's say override on initialized, which is not there. So protected override void on initialized, and let's put a breakpoint here. Save everything. Let's run. Let's see if these breakpoints are getting hit. Okay, so first create window breakpoint. Continue. Main page breakpoint. We came here as well. Continue. And then login page is not getting hit. And let's go to the routes.razor and let's try to put something here. So here we'll say @code override void on initialized, and this will be protected. Let's put a breakpoint here as well. Stop everything, put a breakpoint here on initialized. Okay, save. Let's run again. Am I missing something? If you guys know something, please drop me a comment. I'll see if you were able to figure out, because I don't know what is happening. I can't think anything which should not be working right now. Maybe there is some missing piece. On initialized, that means router worked. Router worked. Continue. Maybe there is some error. Let's open the dev tools for this. So we can use Control-Shift-I to open the dev tools for this Windows. So here we can see there is some error in console. Okay. Oh, cannot provide a value for property authentication state provider. Let me zoom it. Authentication state provider. Because cascading authentication state we are using on these pages, and we have not created anything related to this. There is no registered service of type this thing. So we need to use this. Okay, so what we'll do, Microsoft ASP.NET Core components authorization. Let's copy this thing. We need to set up the authentication first in MAUI project as well. Do I already have some video for this, how to implement authentication authorization in Blazor hybrid applications? I don't remember. I need to check my Gmail, not Gmail, YouTube. I guess I already have. Auth login flow.NET MAUI Blazor hybrid. Maybe in this I have already implemented how to implement auth login flow in .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid. Maybe this video has all these things. So we are going to use something similar. Okay, so first thing is we need to install the package which we just copied. So manage NuGet packages. Microsoft ASP.NET Core components authorization. We need this NuGet package. Let's install it. In main project, do we need it? Do we need this? Because we already have it installed in shared project, right? Right. Can we directly access it from there? Let's say in MAUI program. If I say builder.services.add cascading authentication state, we can have it. And we can have builder.services.add scoped and cascading authentication state. Authentication state provider. Authentication state provider. Yes, we have. So we don't need to install it. It is already installed in that. Here we need to add cascading authentication state. After that, we need to add an implementation of this authentication state provider, a custom authentication state provider. Okay, so let's do this. For this, we can maybe add this in our services folder only. The location is up to you. So let's create a class. Here we can say MAUI authentication state provider. Authentication state provider. Okay. This is going to be a subclass of authentication state provider. We'll say implement abstract class. We have this get authentication state async. Okay, here we need to have our own logic, which will say when we are logging in, we will set the current login user's information somewhere on the device, most probably using preferences or secure storage or SQLite. There can be multiple ways, but we'll keep it simple. So we are going to use preferences in .NET MAUI. Okay, And then when we are trying to get the authentication state, it will simply get from there only. So we need to implement this thing here. Okay, so here we'll define our login logout methods inside this so that we can get user logged in and logged out from the authentication state in this Blazor MAUI Blazor Hybrid project. Okay, so we'll say public void login. We'll get the logged in users information. So we'll say logged in user, and we can get the what was the token as well, so JWT. Then we are going to have logout as well here. Okay, then from this we can access current users information, or we can we don't need to access current users information, right? Or if we want to, we can have here actually. So here I'm going to have two properties. Prop, let's say logged in user, or maybe we can have logged in user with token, right? That was the, so here we can say user with JWT. So here we'll say logged in user, we'll say user get and private set, and then we are going to have a string token as well here, string token, or we can name it JWT only, and here we'll say get and private set. All right, now when we are logging in, here we have user with JWT, so we can set these two things here. So we'll say user and JWT equals user with JWT. We are using value tuple syntax here. Okay, so we have set these two things. After this, we need to log in into the system, into the Blazor. The way we were using it on the website, we had that platform login method where we were logging in into the HTTP context. But here there is no HTTP context. We need to have our custom logic. Okay, so here for that, from its parent, we have a method from authentication state provider that is notify authentication state changed. Okay, so we need to call this method with this task of authentication state. Okay, so here that means we need auth state task. Okay, that we can say task dot from result, we need authentication state here. Var auth state equals new authentication state. Here if we see, we need claims principal inside this. So we will create a claims principal. We'll say principal equals new claims principal. Inside claims principal, we need to have some identity. Okay, this identity. First we need to create an identity. Identity equals new claims identity. Inside this, if we check, we can provide list of claims and we can provide an authentication type. Okay, all right, so here claims, list of claims basically. So this we can get from our user dot to claims, comma authentication type. It could be anything, it will be custom to our application. So let's say nodes. Identity is done. In principal, we'll pass this identity. This is done. In authentication state, we'll pass this principal. Authentication state is done. Auth state task, task dot from result auth state. So here we have our auth state task. After this, we'll simply call notify authentication state changed auth state task. Now it will automatically tell entire Blazor thing that something has changed in authentication. So it will simply recalculate, revalidate, or all the things related to authentication authorization. It will simply re-trigger. Okay. Now let's come to logout. In logout, we will do opposite of this thing. Let's copy everything. Come here. Here we will set user and JWT to null. So user and JWT, we can say null comma null. We removed both. Then here also we need to tell Blazor that something has changed in authentication. That means we need an authentication state task, but that will be an empty authentication state task. That means claims identity we will have without anything with this name. So we can say without any name like this maybe, or just remove everything, empty claims identity. Then we'll pass this identity to this one, principal and everything related to this. And then we'll pass this auth state task here. We'll tell Blazor that we have changed or something has changed in auth state, but this time it will check, okay, this is the authentication state, this is the principal which is using this identity, and this identity has nothing, no claims, no type, nothing. So that means empty, and it will simply again recheck all the authorized related stuff and it will not find anything, so it will consider it as logout. Cool. Now we'll come to this get authentication statusing. So this gets executed whenever Blazor is trying to get the current authentication state, and when we are running the application for the first time, when it comes, it simply grabs this authentication state from this thing. So when we are starting our application, we need to provide authentication from here, which is this task of authentication. We need to return this. So we need to get the authentication state from here. How would we get it? When we are logging in, at that time we should store this information, the current logged in users information, in some storage. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll simply use preferences default set. It can have string key values, so it will have string, and then set by default string. What am I doing? Set string. We need to set key and value. Okay, so key, we can have some private constant here, private constant string user state key. This name is up to you. It can be anything. Let's say udata, user data, anything. So user state key, here we can say this, and then value. Now we need to provide value. So what we can do, we can simply serialize this user with JWT. So here we can say JSON serializer dot serialize. Just serialize this. Now it is in string format. So we have saved this state. Okay, and on logout we will simply remove this state. So we'll say preferences dot default dot remove user state key. All right, now when we are coming here, now we will simply check. Here we'll check if preferences dot default dot contains key, this user state key. If we have this key, then we'll get from preferences parse, then set the properties, then notify, basically notify auth state. So all these things we'll do. If we are not in here, that we don't have key, so we just need to return this authentication state from here, so we can return empty state. That means this thing we are going to repeat, so it's better to have it in some method. So let's say this, we can have some private static get empty auth state, something like this, return auth state task static task of authentication state, this thing. Okay, or we can maybe have, we don't want to re-execute it again and again, we can have it as a simple variable here. In that case, we need to have it directly in a single variable kind of thing. So what we can do here, task.fromResult AuthState, we'll directly use this thing here, cut, add it here. Now in Authentication state we are using principal, so we'll directly cut this thing, add it here. Then this identity, we'll directly use this new claims identity and add it here. And we'll remove all these things. And then we can directly have this as a static variable so that it gets assigned only once. We'll say private static, let's say read only underscore empty auth state task equals this thing. What happened? Oh, type task of authentication state. Okay, then we can use this. Now here we can simply omit these things as well because we know what we are returning. So instead of this claims principal, we can directly have new. Instead of claims identity, we can directly have new. Oh no, here it will not know, but here it knows. So we can have this as well. But for this particular thing, let's keep it explicit. So we have this empty state task. This will return from here. If we don't have anything, we'll return it from here. Similarly, we'll come here in this logout. When we are saying notify authentication state changed, we'll say empty auth state task. Okay, cool. Now let's do this get from preferences. So we know this exists there. So here we'll say what serialized user state equals, we can say preferences.default.get string, and then key, which is user state key, and then default value. So we can have a default value as null. We can have it as nullable string. We can have default value as null. Then we'll simply check if not string dot is null or white space serialized state. If this is not null or white space, that means we have some value. If this is null, empty or white space, we'll simply move to this place. Okay, so this first is done. Then we need to parse or deserialize it. So here we know we have this thing, we need to deserialize it. It will be deserialized with this type var user with JWT equals, here we'll say JSON serializer dot deserialize, pass this type and provide the serialized user state. Now we have user with JWT here. Okay, now after this we can perform these things again. So we can directly call this login method from here, login with this user with JWT. Okay, so we logged in, that means we did everything inside this, and then we can simply return our authentication state task which we have here. So from this login we might want to return this. Let's say here we want to return something, or get authentication state, we are returning this. Okay, return this. We can simply return this auth state task. That means we need to return task of authentication state. Let's return this. Here we'll get this auth state task, then we'll simply return it. Okay, so we are good with this. Here we know this is not null because we have all these checks. First we are checking if we have this thing, then we are checking if we have serialized data, then we are deserializing. That means it will always be there. So with this thing, our get authentication state async method is also done. So with this, we are done with the entire this MAUI authentication state provider thing. Everything is implemented. Now we just need to register it. So we'll go to MAUI program.cs. Here with authentication state provider, we are going to provide this file. That means here we are saying that whenever you want this, you will be getting this thing. So we are okay with this setup. Now next thing is, if you remember in Refit, we had this Refit settings where we have this task.from result where we need this JWT token. At that time, we didn't know where our JWT token is, but now we know where is it. It is in this MAUI authentication state provider class. This is the JWT token. Okay. So we can use this class to get the JWT token here. How can we get that? We have this SP, which is service provider. So here we can get that service. We'll say MAUI auth state provider class. Here we'll say sp.get required service. Okay. Now here we might get an issue that here it will be a different scope. This scope is different. So let's change it to add singleton. For MAUI, these behaves kind of same. So this behavior will not change. But here we can say get required service, or maybe for this one we can have a scoped only. For this we can have scoped. But here what we need is get required service. Here we need our MAUI authentication state provider, this service. And then from this MAUI auth state provider, here we can simply say task.from result MAUI auth state provider .jwt. If this is not there, simply pass empty string and we should be good. Now here is one problem. We want to access this directly, but we didn't register this class. Here what we have registered authentication state provider. So we can inject this one, not this one. But this class is being used by Blazor framework. So we need to have an implementation of this to be used like this, or maybe somewhere where we need maybe that current user information inside MAUI project only. So here what we'll do is we'll register builder.services.add singleton. We'll register this as singleton MAUI authentication state provider class directly. Now we have registered it. Here we are getting it. It's fine. But now we are going to have a case where we are setting these things. So that means in here, get authentication state async, this method, we are not going to call it. This will be called by Blazor framework, but it will not try to instantiate this class. It will try to instantiate this class. It will inject this authentication state provider. Now what we are telling this Blazor that whenever you add this, you should get an instance of this one. But now technically we will have two different instances of this MAUI authentication state provider. But that is not what we want. We want whenever you call it, inject this directly, or you inject this, you should always get the same instance, so that whatever you are setting using this approach, I can get using this approach. So here what we can do, add singleton, this is fine. With add scoped, what we'll do, we'll follow a different approach here. Here we'll register this add scoped directly without this type. Then inside this we'll get SP, which is service provider. And here we'll say sp.get required service. And then we'll pass our MAUI auth state provider, this one. Now what we are saying here is, we have registered this as singleton, and whenever you will try to inject this one, it will simply come here and it will get the instance of this one from service provider, which is actually this instance. So now here we are doing this same instance, here we are doing this same instance. Wherever we will inject this, we will get the same instance. So now we are good. We are setting it from here, we are accessing it from here. It should be always the same instance. All right. So with this, we are good. We have implemented everything. Mouth state provider. All right. Let's try to run this now. Right now, there is one more missing piece. This login and logout. We need to call these methods, but we'll see. But before that, I just want to see if we can run the app if the login page is loading up. We have all these breakpoints. We can remove all these breakpoints now. Disable all breakpoints. Continue. We are here. Loading. Looks like there is still some error. Yes, it is saying authorization policy provided. Let me zoom it. Cannot provide a value for property authorization policy provider for authorized route view when we are using. There is no registered service of type I authorization policy provider. So we need to provide, and when we use authorized route view, it needs something, and that something is that add authorization. So in web ASP.NET Core side, it was already there. Blazor side, here in this MAUI program, what we can do is we can simply say builder.services.add authorization core. This is the bare minimum, the base services for authorization. Then we can simply start it again. Let's see. Okay, it is coming. What happened now? There is no, what we call it, there is no loading. That means something happened. Style.css, this is fine. We are not using anything, but here we can't see anything. And why can't we see anything? If we go to home.razor, this is fine. Let's try to put this breakpoint again, and on login page, let's put this breakpoint and let's restart. Now the errors are not there, but things are not loading. We are running and nothing. Home. Authorization failed. These requirements were not met. This is fine. Requires an authenticated user. This is fine. No problem. MAUI program. Let's put multiple breakpoints here. Get authentication state. Let's put a breakpoint here. Then we already had on that router, right? Routes.razor. Let's add here as well. Login and home I already added. Let's restart. Okay, routes. Continue. Get authentication state. All right, here we'll come. Empty state task. Continue. And then nothing. Nothing, because that on routes we have this redirect to login. This did not get triggered. If this is intended to be a component, add the rate using for its namespace. Yeah, this works on there, right? Redirect to login.cs. We are having it as the C# component, but it is not able to figure out. Let's try to change it to the razor component, then maybe it will be able to get it. Let's try. Then shared, we have components. Here only we can add, what did I do? Here we'll say redirect to login, add a razor component. Redirect to login. Okay, then we'll simply go to the redirect to login, and we are going to get this on initialized. We are going to add it here. There should not be any HTML. We need to inject this navigation manager. @inject navigation manager. Save. Let's delete this redirect to login.cs class now. And on routes.razor, now we should be able to get this redirect to login. Save it. Let's run. Okay, we are here on initialize on router, continue, get authentication state, continue, and now we have not found. Cool. We have not found. And why we have not found? Because on this login.razor, we have this exclude from interactive routing. This I was not aware of it, that when we are working with Blazor Hybrid, then also it simply removes this. We need to think some workaround for this. Let's first verify if this is the issue. Let's comment this line out. Save it. Rerun. Let's see if this is the only issue. This is the issue. That's the reason why that is not happening. We'll just trying to see this. Okay, breakpoints, continue, continue. And now we are on login page. Continue. Okay, so that is the issue only. Okay, so we can have multiple options, I guess. First thing is, we can maybe have two different login components. Inner code will be same. We can simply cut everything from here, create a new login component. Okay, and then this page we can have separate login pages for web and for mobile or for MAUI. So on web version, let's say login-web, it will have this attribute. For the MAUI side, it will not have that attribute, but both of those routable components are going to reference the same login form component, which will have this entire thing, all logic and everything. Option number one is this. Option number two, we can move these direct login pages to the respective projects. So we can have this login page in MAUI and we can have login page in web. But if we do that, we need to tweak this routes as well, because in that case, we need to make a copy of routes. We need to have one routes.razor in web project, one routes.razor in MAUI project. So that is not a good option. Option number three, we can maybe try on app.razor, app.razor in web project. In web project, components app.razor, this dynamic render mode which we are setting, this one, we are setting it on the basis of exclude from interactive routing, right? Maybe we can set this on the basis of current URL, the way we used to do this in earlier versions, right? Before .NET 9. If the URL is login, we'll use interactive mode null, and because this is being set from this web project, it will be applied for web only. So this solution, I guess this should be the best solution. Let's try this out. So here for the dynamic render mode, let me comment this out and make a copy of this. Here on this HTTP context, we can say HTTP context dot request dot path dot starts with segment. Here we can simply say if this is login, if this is login, then we'll have it as null. If this is not login, we'll have it as interactive server. Okay, and on login page we can simply exclude this remove this attribute, save it. Let's try to see how it looks in both, if we are able to get the login page showing up in both. Let's remove all the breakpoints, continue. For MAUI we are good. Let's try for web. If we run for web, no error. Let's log out. We have navigation exception, that is fine. Continue, and we can see the login. That means This approach is working fine. If we run it, or we need to do the same thing for logout as well. Okay, so login is here. If we log in, we'll go to this page where we have all our information. So I guess we are good. Now same thing we need to do for logout as well. That means, okay. So what we'll do for logout, where is our app.razor? App.razor. We need to have similar condition here, or maybe let's do this for login. Let's do this. We'll say /auth/login, and for logout we'll say /auth/logout. This is I'm doing so that on this app.razor I can simply check with the path start with this segment /auth. That means we need to use login or logout pages only. Okay, then we'll go to redirect to login component. From here, now we need to redirect to auth/login. Then we need to go to the main layout, or where we have logout button on home.razor, right? Logout, navigate to logout here. So here we'll say auth/logout. Save everything and we should be good now. Cool. So let's start again. The web, we'll use web in non-debugging mode. Here, let's log out. Oh, /login. What happened? I pressed log out, right? If I'm pressing log, what does this mean? Login, no web page found for /login. Oh, there's no page on /login. So on logout page, logout.razor, here we have this one. It should be auth/login, right? Save, run. Why it came directly this login? It came from web program.cs cookies authentication. Here we are saying login is this one, so we'll say auth/login. For logout, we'll say auth/logout. Save, start. And we can see auth.login. Okay, I just wanted to see what is this password. Password, input type text. This is 123456, a very secure password. test@test.com. Okay, login is here. We can log in, we can see these things, we can again log out, log in. Things are working on web. Let's try for MAUI. Windows machine. Okay, it is coming up. All right, we are here. We have login page. We can go to register, and then I again came back to login. We have this not found, which you might have guessed. On register page, we have this link. Nav link, which is saying login, but it should say auth/login. Right, and here also navigate to, it should say auth/login. Save, run it again on Windows machine. Okay, we are on login. Register, login, register, login, working. Let's try to login. test@test.com, 123456. Login. There is some problem. Platform login async. Yes, there is this problem. We need to fix this as well. Stop. Platform login async. Now what should happen from this auth service when we are saying platform login? For this, we need to call MAUI authentication state provider's login method. Okay, so that means we need to inject this MAUI authentication state provider in our auth service. Let's inject this. We can say just authentication state provider, and then from platform login, we can simply say authentication state provider dot login, and here we have a situation. Here we need to pass user with JWT, but we just have user, so we can kind of do a workaround, which is not a good approach. We'll see if we have some other approach, but here what we can do in this auth service, we can maybe have some state, some local state. Okay, and there we can simply have the current user's information, that means the JWT from this login async. Okay, so here maybe we can have a private string underscore JWT. Let's say a default value is null only, which is by default. Let's have this nullable. And on this underscore JWT, when we were here, so we can set this JWT to result.data.jwt. Then we can access this. Here I'll simply say not the best approach. This is not a best approach, but we can go with it. We have underscore JWT. Here we have logged in user. We'll say var, let's say user with JWT. We are going to create this. So new logged in user with token. Here we need to provide user, which we have here, JWT, which we have underscore JWT. Okay, and then in login, we can simply pass this user with JWT. And then we can simply return method result dot okay. And what is the problem here? Oh, this is task. So we can simply say sync. Is login async? No, right? It returns task of authentication state, so we are good. We can simply skip this, save it. Platform logout. Here we can simply say underscore authentication state provider dot logout. Here we don't need to pass anything and just return method result dot okay from here. And here also it is. Let's do this. Return task dot from result, just this. Let's do the same thing here as well. No need to make it async. Okay, so with this we are good. Platform login async, platform logout async. Save everything. Let's run the Windows machine. It should work now. We have login, test at test.com, password, login. Nothing happened, right? Login. What is the issue? Let's go to the login page. Open this. Come here. Put a breakpoint. Login. What happened here? We have added form, model, on valid submit, data annotations validator. Everything looks fine here. Login async. Loading. It got stuck. Maybe there is some error. Let's try to see what that error is. Yes, there is error. Cannot provide a value for property nodes store on type left sidebar. Okay, so we need nodes store here as well. Right now, where we have our nodes store, this is in stores only, in shared project. We just need to register it directly. So in MAUI program.cs, we can register builder.services.add singleton node store. Let's run. So from here we are getting the nodes and adding, updating, all those things we are doing on this store. That's why. Let's wait for it to come up. All right, now we can see this. Okay, inside MAUI desktop app, edit is working. Add new node. Let's say new node from MAUI Windows PC. Validation works. This thing, save node. Loader was there, but toast didn't come. Or did it? We saw that loader, but we didn't saw that the text, right? So let's do this. We'll go to the components in our shared project and note editor. And here, when we are saving the note, or in notes store, when we are saving the note, we'll just comment this hide loader for a bit so that we can see that what we call that loader. Okay, and we should have seen the toast as well. Toast didn't come. Stop and run. I just want to see the loader. We'll fix these things one by one. Okay, so let's maybe update. We added this in save, right? No, what happened? Save. Finally, I said AppState.hide loader. I am commenting this out. That means it should not be there. New note. Again, save. Why the loader gets removed? What did I do? If we go to the MAUI project in main page.xaml.cs, loader shown, loader hidden. Okay. Then if we go to the AppState, loader hidden, loader shown. Great. Hide loader. If we are not calling hide loader, then why it happens? Note editor. From here we are not doing that. Note store. Here show loader. This is fine. We'll come at the very end. From finally I simply removed. Let's put a breakpoint here. Oh, I get it. What is happening here is in load nodes async, if we go to this, here we have patching nodes and here we are hiding the loader, and right now we have only one loader. So this gets disabled or this gets hidden. That's why. Maybe you can try handling these cases. For now, I'm just commenting it out so that I can see the UI of this loader. But maybe you can try different things, or maybe you can comment down what approach you can take to handle these cases. So I'll say Windows machine, run, and edit, save note. We are here. Continue. And it again got. Now what is happening? Load nodes async. Load nodes async. Here I removed this. Save note async. I removed it. Add a new note. Save. Now what is happening? Let's do this. I don't know from where all these things are happening. What I'll do is, I'll simply go to the main page.xml.cs and I am simply going to not have this on loader hide thing for now. Just comment these things out. And then I'll see the UI of this loader. Okay, we can see, but the text is not here. Text is not here. Why this text is not here? This is loading text label. It should be here. Activity indicator, loading text label. Let's try to see label, loading text label. Here, if I say text color, let's say red. Yeah, the color was the problem. It was white color by default. Okay, so we have this. We need to maybe move it a bit lower side so we can have this in vertically center aligned. Okay, and overall padding is fine, I guess. So, well, what I'll do is text color. We are going to have black text color here, and on this we'll say vertical stack layout at center. Sorry, vertical options at center. On activity indicator, this is using default, so I'm okay with that. So fetching nodes. Okay, good. Let's stop. Now we are good. We can actually remove these. Save, and then this is fine. This is fine. Hide loader. Okay. On nodes store, it should be fetching nodes. Oh, it is fetching nodes, but that said fetching node only. Or maybe I misread that. Okay, but for now we can see we are able to load it. We are able to log in. Authentication state is there. Okay, that shows the username. We have logout button. We are able to fetch the node. We are able to edit or create the node on MAUI side as well on Windows machine. Okay, let's see if other animations and all are working, and we'll try to log out and log in again, and we'll try to create a new user account from that. Okay, this animation is working fine. Let's log out. Let's remove all the breakpoints again. Disable all breakpoints. Continue. Okay, here login, proper this thing, register. Here also we should not have these things, right? This outline, we'll remove this. Login and register page. Here we'll say, let's say Windows user, Windows at test.com, password 123456, register. Okay, on here we'll say Windows at test.com 123456, login, and we are here, and we have one problem. And this problem is happening because we are on same device. We try to log in with some other thing, but the way we are handling the user IDs, that is not right. So what we should do is, what happened here is, this is a new user, Windows user. All these nodes, these does not belong to this user. So what happened is, if we go to the left section or maybe the home page, if we go to home page, on this home page, what we are doing, we are getting the auth state and user ID in on initialized. And when we open the application, this home page was already initialized. We log out, we log in, we came back to home page. That home page was already initialized. That means this piece of thing was already executed. That means this user ID was the previous user ID. So when we came back, it try to fetch the same users. So what we should do, we can have multiple options to this. This is not a good way to do this, as I already mentioned. Although this is a very different case, but what we can do is, when we are logging in, logging out, we can maybe retrigger this thing. Or whenever we are logging out from here, we can remove this user ID, and then we should check. The way we are using this user ID, we are passing it as a cascading value, right? So we should have something here. Okay, let's handle this case. So this is not a perfect suited for our case. What we can do instead, let's try this. We know we have our state, that is MAUI authentication state. What is the name? Oh, we can't access that here. Oh my god. We have a different way of handling things. Let me think what can be the quick way to handle this. The best way would be always use this thing wherever we need it. That will be the best way. But I'm just trying to see what else we can do. Maybe we can have a property in AppState. Okay, and then we can get rid of this cascading value entirely. When we are logging in, we'll set that value. When we are logging out, we'll remove that value. Okay, should we try that? And for name also, if we right now see, is it showing the correct name? Yes, it is showing the correct name. But why is it showing the correct name? Windows user. Where are we displaying the username? That is here, underscore name. This is the underscore name. What happened? Oh, this was not initial. Okay, let me try this. Something is not correct here. Logout. Login with test user 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login on initialized. Okay, this page was already disposed. So if you do this, we can see all these nodes. Okay, I need to wait. My mind is not working right now. My mind is not able to process. Let's take a step back. Let's see the entire flow again from a fresh perspective. Okay. Okay, so I closed all the pages. Now we just have home page, nothing else. Here, what is happening? So when we navigate using navigation manager or direct link clicks, these are Blazor routable components. These gets disposed, and when we come back to the page, it gets initialized. So this is fine. We have AuthState. Whenever we are coming back here, that means we are logging out and then logging in. We are coming here, so we always have a new user ID. From looking at this code, we are sure. And whenever user ID is changing, it gets passed as a cascading value to the nested components. Now let's go to the left section, left sidebar. Here we have this always. So when we come back, this on initialize is going to be executed again. Here we have node store.load nodes. Async, we are going to pass the new user ID. Go to this method. Here we are getting the latest user ID, showing the loader, getting the results. We have results. Then okay, this is the issue. So what is happening? We were logged in with test user. We had couple of entries there in nodes. We logged out. We logged in. Now we have user ID for Windows user. We came here, and then when it tried to fetch nodes for the new Windows user, that user does not have any node yet. So it will come here. This condition is always going to false in that case, in case of new user. That means we will not come here, we will not reset the nodes. So right now the nodes collection, it has the nodes for the previously logged in user. It is not a very common scenario, because it does not happen like this, that we have our app and we log in with some credential, we log out, we log in with some other credential. This is rarely happens, but we should handle this case as well. So how to handle this? Pretty basic. We can simply get it out from this if condition. What am I doing? Let's these two lines. So we'll first clear, then we'll check if we have, then we'll add. If we don't, no need to worry, we just clear the existing list, because this is the correct scenario now. Okay, now we should do one more thing. We should actually clear the nodes when we are logging out. So for this, what we can do, we can maybe create a method here. So we'll say public void, let's say clear nodes. Clear nodes. From here we can simply call nodes.clear. And when should we call it? We should call it when we are logging out. So on home page here in logout, we need to inject our nodes store, which we already have. Node store logout. Here we can say node store dot clear nodes. So when we are logging out, we are clearing the nodes first, then we are going to log out. And now with this, I guess it should handle all those cases. Cool. Now while we are fixing these, while we are going back and forth on login and register, let's remove those focus outlines as well. So input text, we can say focus colon outline 0 and focus ring 0. Let's copy these two classes, add these on password as well, save, and then add these on register page also. On register, where is register page is here. So we have input name text, email, password, save everything. I guess with this we are good. Run. Now we should see everything should be working fine now. We should fix that loading text which comes here. This thing was also there, right? We need to fix this as well. You saw that when we come this gets selected. Here we are good. Register, we are good. Login. Let's use test 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login. We are here. Let's try to edit a node. We can see the loader, but we can't see the toast. So let's try to fix the toast. First we'll see if toast nodes test. Here when we are updating, we are calling this toast. And then we can go to our AppState in services, in our MAUI project, AppState. We have show toast. Let's put a breakpoint. Let's save note. We are here. And then we came here. That means this is also working. If we do this, continue, we can't see any toast. And that might be because this is an task, right? So we can maybe try to execute this on main thread. Let's try. We can say main thread dot begin invoke on main thread. Here we can simply say async await and do this. Let's try if this was the threading issue, that this is getting executed on some other thread. I'm running it. Loading this one. Let's save note, remove this breakpoint, continue, and we have some error, element not found, and I remember there is some issue with toast on Windows. Okay, this is a known issue. I guess this is defined somewhere on GitHub issues and all. Toast works on Android, iOS, but it does not work on Windows. It gets with .NET 9. In .NET 8 it works, but in .NET 9 we get this element not found issue. So what we can do, we can try using snack bar. This also comes from the community toolkit. Let's see if this works. Snack bar dot make. Here we have this message. Let's try the same message. We will leave all the options as default. Then on this we have show. Same thing. Let's see if this thing works. So Windows machine. Okay, notes, save. We have some problem. Additional setups required in the package AppX manifest file to enable snack bar on Windows. Additionally, use MAUI community toolkit options. Option set should enable snack bar on Windows. True must be called to enable snack bar on Windows. See the platform specific initialization section. Okay, let's see. We'll see this. But with this, one thing is good. We can see our error alert is working. That means this thing is working. So our loader works. Our error alert works. Only thing is toast doesn't work. So we need to fix this. Okay. Let's try to check the docs, what they are saying. So let's see. We'll say community toolkit.maui snack bar. Snack bar. Snack bar is timed alert, this and that. Android node setup, iOS, Mac at least node setup, but for Windows it says node setup is required. No setup is required, but what happened? Enable the snack bar uses. So we need to enable this. The above will automatically register the required handlers by configuring lifecycle events. Include toast notification registrations in your package. This is one. Oh, this is broken. Tabs. Multiple tabs are selected. Refresh. We'll just say Windows. Okay. Enable the snack bar uses. Oh, you see, on Windows we need to add couple of things. On iOS and Android, no, their JavaScript is broken. I'm selecting this and these two are getting selected at once. Then we have Windows. Now we have these three things selected at once. So we just need to see the Windows. Okay, snack bar. Two steps. One is enable the snack bar uses. Option set should enable snack bar on Windows true. And include toast notification registration in your package.appx manifest file. Okay, let's do these things. So first, this thing, let's add with use MAUI community toolkit. So we'll go here, MAUI program, here use MAUI community toolkit. So options, only single thing, so we can directly have it here. Options set should enable snack bar on Windows true. Save it. We are good. The next thing they are saying that we should add some configuration in package appx manifest toast notification. Package appx in the opening package tag add the following XML. Okay, com and desktop opening package. So for this we'll go, let's first stop this. We'll go to MAUI project, platforms, Windows, app package.appx manifest. and this will open in this editor, which we don't need. So we'll say right click on this package.appx manifest. Let's say open with XML editor text. Okay, here we have this package. Here they are saying just add these two namespaces, com and desktop. Okay, save. We added these two. What next? Next is also in the opening package tag, update ignorable namespaces to include UAP, rescap, com and desktop. So these things, ignorable namespaces. Ignorable namespaces, here we should add all these com and desktop as well. After that, that's all. This is example. What is this saying? Example completed package tag. Okay, there are other things as well. Point number 3. In package.appx manifest, inside of each application tag, add the following extension. Oh my god, there are lots of things we need to do in application tag. Okay, let's go. In here, let's try to find application tags. We have application. We have only one application tag. So they are saying inside this we need to add this extensions. So we have application inside this we need to add this extension. All right, let's do this. We have this application. After visual element, let's paste extension, save it. What next? That's all. Okay. All right, let's try if it works now. Save, Windows machine, running it. Okay, application is coming. Let's try, save note, and we can see this note updated. So it worked now. Toast is working. Great. Toast works now. Toast is working. Loader is working. Alert is working. Login, logout is working. Authentication system is working. Our paging is working. Our note editor is working. Add new note is working. These menus are working. And after this, it does not work. Control Shift I. Is there any error? Yes, there is some error. More than one sibling of element li has the same key value. Key value must be unique. Key value 8. Key value must be unique. What is that? Key value, we are adding key on the left section only, right? So here we have note.id. So IDs are duplicate. We'll try to review it or debug it on web. There we will have better DX. So we'll see it there. Right now if you see, it works, but there is some case which is breaking that thing. Okay, if we save this, then it breaks. No. If we add a new note, still works. We do something, save it, it still works. Maybe that was something else that happened in the past as well, right? We'll see. But right now if we see, everything works fine. So everything works great on Windows as well. Cool. Let's just fix that initial loader as well, initial loading text. If we run it, pay attention to the left section on this thing here, loading text. You saw that? So that loading text that comes from MAUI project root index.html. This is the main initial thing, this div id app loading. Okay, So we have a couple of different options. The simplest option is just to move this to the center of the screen, and let's just say initializing app, nothing else. Okay. Second is, let's get rid of this. Don't add anything here. It should also work. We will not see anything, but it will be there. Now next thing also, what we can do when we are in app state. Where is our app state? Where is our app state? App state, app state. Services, app state. We will have the show loader shown by default. Okay, so maybe here or in the where is our components, not components, main page.xaml.cs here, or main page.xaml here. Instead of setting this to is visible false, we will be having is at is visible true. That means we can get rid of this is visible flag at all. All the is visible flags, we will consider these as true. These should be visible by default. Now we just need to do one thing. And that thing will be, we will be setting these boxes to false. That means we will explicitly trigger the app state loader hidden event from our Blazor application in our MAUI side. Okay, so in MAUI, if we see, do we have something? I guess we don't have anything here, right? Everything is in the shared project only. In shared project, how would we know that our application got rendered? For this, we can simply go to components, or maybe not components. We have this routes.razor. Here we have this on initialized. We can have it here, or we can simply override on after render async method. We can say protected override void on after render, and inside this we are going to have bool first render. So if this is first render, then we'll say we will simply inject our AppState here, and we'll say AppState.hide loader, or maybe let's have it in initialized because the application is initialized here. Okay, now we should do this only if we are coming from MAUI side, not from web side. Okay, so we can maybe leave it like this. It will not affect anything on the web because it was already hidden, so it is already hidden. But if we still want to fix it, handle it, then we should see we already have some service which says form factor, get platform, right? So here, using this, we can simply have a property. This is interface, so we'll say bool is MAUI. Okay, we can just have this is MAUI property here on form factor. Then we need to just implement this property. So inside the MAUI project, we have services form factor, this form factor service. So here we just need to implement this is MAUI would be true. And let's go to the web project also, web services form factor, not in shared, web project services form factor. Here we'll say is MAUI false. Save it. Now what we'll do on routes.razor, here we'll check if AppState.isMaui, not AppState, form factor, right? Form factor, or maybe we should have this in AppState. There's no point of having this in form factor. We are not using form factor, right? We are using AppState, right? Let's use this in AppState only. We'll go to AppState. Inside this, we'll have this property. And then we are going to have this in our AppState in web. We'll say this is web, right? So is MAUI is false here. And then from here, let's get rid of this form factor at all. We are not using this, right? So let's delete form factor. Delete iForm factor interface. Go to the MAUI project, delete form factor. And in MAUI, in AppState, we'll simply have is MAUI true. Okay. Then let's go to MAUI program.cs and we'll remove iForm factor. Same thing, we'll go to the web project, program.cs, we'll remove iForm factor. Save everything. Now let's go to routes.razor. Here we'll simply say if appstate.isMAUI, then only we'll say appstate.hideLoader. Let's run it and let's see how it looks. Okay, so you saw that loading indicator, then it's gone. Updating, it works. Let's see it one more time. Run. We see this loading, the default text, and then we have this. That means we are good, it works. Now let's quickly check web as well one more time if everything is still working there. Then we'll move to the mobile side of this. Okay, here it works without an issue. Everything still works. Saving note updated, everything is fine. Our web is working, our desktop is working on Windows PC right now. We'll check on other platform later, but we are good with MAUI desktop related stuff. Now we have tested on Windows PC. Now next thing is we will be testing it on Android and we'll see if we need to fix something there. All right. All right, so now we'll going to test the application on our mobile device. Okay, so for this, first thing we need to do is we need to connect to API. So right now what we are doing, if you go to MAUI program.cs, here we have this localhost URL. Okay, so which works on the desktop, but it is not going to work from mobile devices. Okay, so for this, we need to host our API somewhere, our web project, but that we are not doing here. So another approach is we can use DevTunnels. Okay, so let's try to use DevTunnel. Here, web project is selected as startup. We can go here, we can go DevTunnel, and here we can simply create a tunnel. Okay, we'll name this tunnel. It could be anything. Let's say what is it? Nodes, tunnel type persistent, access public. Let's say okay. And it is done. We have this. Your dev tunnel has been successfully created and is selected as the currently active tunnel. Now if we go here, this web project, this HTTPS, here we can see dev tunnel nodes is selected. Now whenever you will close the Visual Studio and open it again, it will be in this mode. No tunnel will be selected. Oh my god, what I did. So whenever you reopen Visual Studio, you just need to come here, select the web project, come here and select the dev tunnel. Okay, then you can start it. Right now, let me start this dev tunnel to get the dev tunnel URL. Okay, so it is here. Let's continue. Let me allow this URL. And we can see this application is running and the dev tunnel URL is till.ms. We need to copy this. https till.ms. We'll simply come here and for this base API URL, we are simply going to select this URL. And with this, we'll be good. It will work for all platforms. It will work for desktop, physical device, emulator, for everything. Okay. Now the DevTunnel is selected. Now we can simply run the web project as start without debugging mode. Okay. And then I am going to select the MAUI project again. I have connected my physical Android device. I'm going to select the Android local device, select it, and let's try to run the application there. And let me mirror my device using Visor. Let me set that up till the time it is building. Okay, we can see this. It is building. So let's wait for this to build. It is starting up. Let's see. We can see the loading. Loading is here, but this is not getting removed. Why? We can see the application came up. It should have been removed. Something happened. Let's try. We have set the services AppState is MAUI true, and then in shared routes, if is MAUI, we are hiding the loader. Yeah, this is fine. Let's try restarting the app. Okay, loading. Something is not right. Let's try to put a breakpoint here. Restart. Okay, we are here. Hide loader. Continue. Hide loader came, but it didn't work. Why? Let's check uh, main page.xaml.cs. Let's see what is happening here. Loader hidden. On loader hide. Have this is visible false. Loading text is loading. Is visible false. Right? Let's put breakpoint here. And let's put breakpoint here. Let's restart. Or do you guys know what is happening here? If you know, please drop a comment. Okay, main page. Continue. On initialized. Continue. Okay. When we say AppState.hide loader, it didn't flow through to this loader hidden. Hide loader. Let's go to this hide loader. In MAUI. Loader hidden.invoke. Yes. Okay. Everything looks fine here. Plus equals. This is also fine. AppState. And this should be the same instance as well, right? AppState, we have registered this AppState as we have registered it as scoped. Are these two different versions? This should not happen. Let's do this. Let me go to the AppState. Here I'm going to put constructor and I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Let's run it. I just want to See, if these are two different instances, but on desktop we saw it was the same instance. Okay, it came here first. Continue. Main page. Fine. It again came on AppState. That means this is a different instance. So that means it works differently in web and in desktop and in mobile devices. It again came. That means these are two different instances now. Let me stop this and let me try to run it on Windows machine. We'll see what is the behavior on Windows machine. Is the AppState constructor gets called once or twice? Because in this, what we saw earlier, it was working fine. That means there will be only one instance of this AppState. Okay, one from main page. Continue. Again, no, we have two instances here as well. On initialized. For Blazor components, this is different instance. For the main application, this is different. Continue. Done. That means from Windows when it was working, it was not working for that. Okay, I didn't know about this. So whatever we are injecting in Blazor, this is a different instance. So that means what we need to do, we'll need to go to MAUI program, and instead of having these as scoped, we need to have these as singleton in MAUI side. Okay, because the behavior will be different for web. So let's register all these using these only, this singleton. AppState, AuthService, Node service, and Node store is already singleton. This singleton, this authentication state provider, we are having it as scoped because it accepts, it wants it as scoped Blazor, so we should be good with this. But inside this, we are passing the same singleton instance. So no matter how the Blazor framework is trying to get authentication state provider, we will always give the same instance. So when we do this, let's remove all the breakpoints. Let's try to run it on physical device. Now it should work as expected. This was new to me. I didn't know about it. And why this is not coming now? I don't know what happened. This device is not coming, but I can see it worked. Let me close this visor. Close window. And it is here. Let's stop and rerun. So you'll see it works. So this is new to me, that whenever we are injecting the dependency, we are registering it. So for scoped, for Blazor, that is totally different scope, and for MAUI side, XAML side, this is totally different instance. I was not aware of this. This is new to me. But here we can see we have this login form. Validation works. Let's try to log in with the same test account. Login. We can see logging in, patching nodes, and we are here. It looks ugly on mobile device, but at least functionality works. And this is also working. Now here we just need to think. We need to think what UI should be here. Should we have this? Why when we are doing this show and hide, it fetches nodes? Why it is doing this? Okay. Oh, it does this because what happens is on our home page and left sidebar, if you'll see, shared page is home page and components left sidebar. What is happening here? When we collapse it on home page, it simply gets removed from the UI. Okay. Then when we expand it, it again comes, it shows this, and when it shows this, we'll come to left sidebar, and here we'll see we have on initialized, and in here we are loading the nodes. It refetches basically. We should get it fixed. It should not be like this. The behavior should be a bit different. So maybe when we have this thing, instead of having this removed from the UI, we can maybe hide it. Okay, so just using some, let's say, uh, display none, something like that, but that is secondary. We should definitely do this. We will do this, but right now I'm just trying to think what UI should I have. Maybe should I have this collapsed by default, and then when we are here, it should behave something like a flyout menu. It should be like this, or we should have this main node screen entirely on this screen. Whenever we press this add note or we edit note, then this right section should come on the screen. Yeah, maybe that should happen here, right? This right section, it should come on top of this thing, and this left section should take the entire width on mobile devices. Yeah, let's try to implement this thing. Okay, so what we'll do is, first we need to know that if we are on mobile or not. So we know we can check is MAUI, but we need to have one more thing, that is mobile device. Okay, for that what we can do in our services AppState, we are going to have one more. We'll say is mobile device. Okay, then we need to just implement this. We'll go to web services AppState. We'll make a copy. We'll set is mobile device and we'll set false here. Now we'll go to the MAUI side. Here services AppState. Here we'll say is mobile device. Here we need to check device platform. Device info dot device platform equals device platform dot Android iOS. Okay, we can also have idiom. Okay, so for this idiom we can check, it will be of type device idiom dot tablet, desktop, watch, unknown, desktop, phone. Okay, so here we'll say this is going to be a mobile device if the idiom is phone. All right, now let's go to the home.razor page. Here, this left sidebar, this should be on the screen entirely if we are right now on mobile device. Okay, so first thing we need to inject our AppState on this page. Inject AppState, AppState. Then the main thing is fine. These two things. We need to think how can we do this. So we should not have this W sidebar width unit for mobile device, and here main content, it should not always be there. It should be there only if we want to add or edit a node. Okay, so this thing and this thing, bottom 0, left 0, top 0, and if we are on mobile it should be right 0 as well, so that it takes the entire width. Mhm. And then on mobile we don't want to have this image, this toggle menu button, right? And then all these things will always be there. We can maybe have two separate components, some layout kind of component for both of these different things, right? Okay, let's start. I don't know what I'm going to do, but we'll just see. So in our components only, let's create a new razor component. We'll say, uh, let's say mobile layout. Okay. And inside this, what we'll do, we'll simply go to the home page. We are going to copy the left sidebar and main content, these two things. Copy and paste here. Okay. Sidebar unit, we don't need this thing. We need to have it as W full. Okay. Sidebar collapsed for mobile. It will not be, so we'll just have this label. We are not going to have this button, so we can get rid of this button here. Then here it's sidebar collapse, then do this. But for this case, we will consider that sidebar is never collapsed. So we'll have not sidebar collapsed functionality. That means these classes px3, py1. On click sidebar collapsed. No, it is not going to be collapsed. So here we'll say plus add note. Here not collapsed, left sidebar. We'll see what we need to do. If this is not collapsed, then we are going to have these two buttons and all. So that means we are okay with these. Then we have the main note editor content. So left section, this will always be there. Then we have this note editor, which will be conditional. It will not always be there. Okay. Save it. We don't need this ML sidebar width unit and all. Here we will simply say W full. All right. Then here if we see what all we are getting, we need note. So this can be a direct note here only. So we can say private note model underscore note equals new, just like this. Then we have underscore name here. So this we can get from its parent. So here we can simply say public, we can say string, name, we can get it as a parameter. I'm not sure if we are going to follow this approach. I'm just right now trying to see if this is what we can do. So we'll add at the rate name, and with this is completed, right? Now we need this logout button. So this logout link, what we can do is we can simply have one public event callback on logout. Get and set, and we'll have parameter here. Okay. So from here we'll say on logout dot invoke async. Cool, we are good with this mobile layout. Now similarly we are going to have non-mobile layout. For this also, let's go to home page. Let's copy all these things, paste here. Okay. And for this, we can get all these things. So what all things? These things. Let's copy everything. Then we'll see what all we need. Here in this code, I'm going to paste everything. On initialized, we are setting name, user ID, auth state. We will not have these here. We will not have this underscore name here. We will not have this logout here. We will have this sidebar collapsed. We will have this toggle sidebar width unit, and we'll have this node. Okay. And we are going to have the name and on logout, these two things on this as well. So we'll say name and on logout. This will be name and the logout will be on logout dot invoke async. Save. And with this, we are good with the basic thing. Now on home page, what we can do is we can get rid of this entire thing. So bg gray, this thing, this we have there, or we don't? No, we don't. So that means this inner section, this thing, we can get rid of this entire thing. Okay. And what we'll do here, we will simply check if AppState dot is mobile device. If this is mobile device, we are going to render our mobile layout. If this is not mobile device, we are going to render our non-mobile device. What is that? Non-mobile layout. Oh, I have added space. My bad. Non-mobile layout. So here we'll say non-mobile layout. Save it and we are good. Okay. We need to provide a couple of things. First, we need to provide name. It will be @_name. And we need on logout. On this, we are going to call our logout method. Let's have both of these things here as well. Cool. Now here we don't need this. We need this name. Here we don't need this sidebar related stuff. So these three things we don't need, and this underscore note we don't need. Save it. And with this we cleaned up, and now we are okay and we are good. We can make our changes on the mobile layout directly. Or let's not name this mobile layout, because layout should be in layout class. So let's maybe rename these as mobile view and non-mobile view, something like this. Save. Go back to home. Mobile view, non-mobile view. I know these names are not great, but at least these shows the intent and we know what is happening. Save it. Now we are good. Now we can go to mobile view and let's work on this page. Let's close other tabs, and here we have this entire thing, bigger thing than note editor. It should be there only if we have clicked on edit a note or add a note, and in that case also it should come on top of this main screen. Okay, so that means here we should have some flag. So we'll say private and let's say bool show note editor. Okay, we'll have this flag here. Control C, and here we'll simply say if show note editor is true, then we want to render this section. Okay, now when this is going to be there, so this will be there when we'll say private void add note, when we will do this. Okay, so here what we'll do on add note, First thing, we'll say underscore note equals new, and then we'll say show note editor equals true. Okay, now here if we come on click, instead of doing this, we'll say add note. Okay, and then we are going to have one more method here. We'll say private void on edit note, something like this. Here we are going to have a note model. Here what we'll do, we'll say underscore note equals this note, and underscore show note editor equals true. And from where we are going to call this, we are going to call this from this left sidebar on select note. So we'll say this on select note on edit note. And I guess we are good. Now we just need to have one more method here. We'll say private void close, or maybe we can directly set it here, but we just need to see. Let's try this first, how it looks. But we will not be able to close this note editor, right? So we need to close this. So what we can do here is, we have this left sidebar, which is fixed, bottom left, this and that completely. This is fine. Then we have show note editor, fixed. Did we set any Z index on this? No, right? Okay. Here also we have this thing. Sidebar collapsed. If sidebar is collapsed, we'll have P0, else we'll have P3. So that means we will have P3. Save. Now what we can do for this main content here, we have this flags, main, this and that. Let's have fixed on this as well, with left 0, right 0, top 0, bottom 0 to take entire screen. And on this we are going to set as Z 10. It will be on top of this first thing. We can maybe get it working without using these fixed utilities, but because these were already there, that's why I'm using. If this will not work, then I'll try to see some other styling, but right now it should work technically. Fixed, taking the entire screen from all the sides. We are good. Okay, then we are on note editor. Here we should have a close button, or let's say cancel button on this note editor. So we'll go to note editor. Here we should have a cancel button, but that should be there only if we are on mobile device. Okay, so we are already having this AppState here. We have this save button here, save note. Okay, so here maybe inside this span validation message, here only we can have a button, type button plus, and value will be just X. Just cancel this or close this, or let's simply say cancel. And on this button we can have classes bg gray 700, text white, and we can have these things px3 py1, or maybe let's have just px2, a little less. It has w60, so we can have some lesser width, or let's leave it with default width. And then what else? There is no point of having hover styles on this because this will be for mobile only. Okay, so here we'll say if AppState dot is mobile device, then only we are going to render this button. Save it and we'll be good. Okay, and in this case, for this validation message, let's say else here. But if we are in mobile device, then we are going to have this validation message out of these things. So we have wp flex. By default it will be in row, or maybe let's see how it looks, then we'll see if we need to change it. Save it, save. Or maybe let's do this. For this validation message, we can have it outside of this, just here in a simple span or directly without anything. Do this. Save it. Cool. Let's now try to run this. Let's see how it looks. Oh, we didn't add the close functionality. Okay, that's fine. First, let's see if the initial UI works as the way we are expecting it to work. If it works, then we'll simply add the close functionality for that second model. Loading, fetching nodes. We have all these nodes here. Let's try to click on load nodes. We can have this scroll bar here. Add node. This looks a bit odd here, so maybe we can have this here on top right. Okay, and for this one, maybe we can have some background on this notes, this bar. Okay, all right, these two things. After that, let's try to click on add note. We added a note. We have this thing. Cancel, save note. Everything looks fine. We just need to have the background inside this. So that means if we go to mobile view, this main content here, we should have a background of the same background what we are having on the main home page. So if we go to the home page, that background is BG Gray 100. So let's use this BG Gray 100 on this main content. Save it, and let's add the close functionality. So here we can say private void, let's say close note editor. And inside this, what we'll do, we'll simply set note to maybe null, and we'll say show note editor to false. Okay, and then let's call this close note editor on this note editor. So on this note editor, what we'll do, we'll simply define, we have this additional div here. Why? Let's remove this. Okay, here we are going to define a parameter. We'll say event callback. Here we'll say on close, and this will be a parameter. Okay, and on this button click, we'll say on click equals, we'll say on close dot invoke async. Okay, now go back to home page, not home page, go back to mobile view. Here we'll say on close. Here we'll say close note editor. Okay, now let's go back to note editor. Here on this button, we have this BG Gray 700, which is a lot. So we can have something like BG is 500. And what other classes we had on this submit button? We have rounded class as well. So we'll have rounded. Save it. Save. And then let's go back to mobile view. And here we have this add node button. So we will simply get rid of this from here. And we'll add it after this label here. Plus add node. Here we have this px3. We'll reduce this thing. So instead of px3, we can simply say px maybe 2, empty 3. Now we don't need this. Rounded is fine. BG blue, px2, py1, text white, however, does not make sense. Text white, this is fine. Text to Excel, save everything. Save it, and I guess we are good. And yeah, I was saying that we should have some background color on this div as well. The main header div. Yeah, we'll see it later, but right now let's try to restart and let's see. Okay, fetching nodes. Now we can see it here. Load nodes. You can have it here. Add node. It is here. We have cancel and save button. We'll say cancel. It is removed. When we'll click on it, now how to remove this keyboard from here? How to remove this keyboard now? If you remember, for mobile devices, for Blazor Hybrid, we have a problem. It does not handles the screen when the soft keyboard is on the screen, right? So for this, I have something. So this is a gist I have added. So I'm going to drop link of this thing. So here, if you try to see this, handle keyboard overlap in Blazor Webview .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid Apps. Okay, so I'm going to drop link of this in the description box. You can check this out. The reference of this I got from here. Okay, so we need to add these things in our main activity in our platform Android folder. Okay. Okay, so copy the things from here. We need to add this global layout util class. Copy. We'll copy everything here. Copy this. Go to the project. Stop. Go to MAUI project. Platform. Android. Main activity. Inside this, we'll just paste this. Save everything. Okay. After this, we'll see what all using statements we have. Use all these usings, and then we need to call this from overriding on create. Add all these using statements. Then in main activity, we'll say override on create. Oh, that is broken, right? So let's see, was that public or private? Let's copy this. Save. Is there any error? No, there is no error. Let's try to run it again. Okay, let's add note. We are here. If we do this, you see, now we have this cancel and save note here. If we say cancel, we are back to this. Let's try to edit this. Cancel. Good. Let's try to create a new node. We'll say creating from mobile. Okay, so here we should maybe have this title a bit the font size of this a bit smaller. Okay, then we are here, and maybe we should have the padding also should be reduced, right? Or with padding, we are, I guess padding is fine, but we should reduce the width. Okay, and let's add some content. Here we'll see, we can see content field is required. That is fine. So let's add here test content. Let's save note, saving note, fetching note, and here we can see this note created. It was a snack bar on the bottom. Okay, note created, and then it should come back. So after creating the note, we should close that. That means we'll come to the mobile view. Here we have this note editor. So that means from note editor, where is it? In shared only, note editor. Here, when we are done with the saving the note with its success, we are resetting the note. So here we'll check if AppState dot is mobile device. If this is mobile device, then we'll say await on close dot invoke async. So after saving the note, we'll simply trigger the on close. That means this note editor should get removed from the screen. Okay, and we'll simply return from here. If that is not the case, it will simply reset the note to new. Save it. What else we need? Here if we see on this screen, we should have this background. Actually that will, I guess, look good. Right now it is, everything is white. On mobile, the mirroring does not look that good, but when I'm looking at it on my mobile device, it looks great. Actually the look and feel is good. We just need to set this header a bit different on this. So we'll go to mobile view. On top, on this div, we have border B, border gray this. So here, let's say, let's have shadow LG. Okay, a large shadow, a bigger shadow basically. And on the left sidebar on top, we are having this P3, right? So we will not have P3 directly on this. Or maybe for now, let's have this. On this div, we have this button pxpy, justify between item center. This is fine. On this inner div, let's have some spacing from from bottom. So here we'll say pb2. Okay, save it. And then what else we wanted to do? Yes, on note editor, we wanted to reduce the font size, right? So text 4XL and text 2XL, we will change these. So for these classes, we can simply have variables here. So we'll say private string title class. Let's say title font size class. It is text 4XL. And then we'll say title will say content font size class. Okay, and here we are going to use protected override on initialized, protected override void on initialized async, initialized is not async, just on initialized. Okay, here we'll check if AppState dot is mobile device. If this is a mobile device, we are going to modify these two things. It was 2XL, right? The default 2XL, yes. So here now we'll say @ and we are going to have a problem here. So when we say input text area, this is a component, this is a component. For component attributes, we cannot mix and match. That means we cannot have these things. So text to Excel, if I do this underscore content font size class, it shows fine, but when we'll run it, we are going to get an error that this is a Blazor component. On any Blazor component, whether it was built in Blazor or we created it, any custom component, it cannot have combined things. That means these are raw classes, this is dynamic content C# related. So these two things cannot be added on the same attribute in any Blazor component. So we need to change this. We need to have this entire thing. Okay. So what we can do, we need to have this entire thing in this content font size class. Instead of doing this thing, what we'll do is we'll simply say private string underscore title class, title classes, something like this. And then we'll say private string content classes. Okay, here let's copy all these classes. So that means now we don't need these two things then. Okay, so we are directly going to have these title classes and content classes. Here let's copy everything. It was text to XL, right? Save it. From here, from W full to this focus ring, we'll cut and we'll simply add title classes, and we'll have this default styling to these title classes. Okay. Similarly, we'll come here, we'll check the input text area, all these classes. We'll have @ underscore content classes. We are going to add these here, save, and we are good. Okay, now when we are inside this is mobile device, in that case what we'll do, we'll simply have these copy, and for this content let's copy, and here we'll just say text to XL, maybe for this one, or just text XL. And for this one, instead of text XL extra large, we can have medium. Save it, and let's try to see how it looks now. Okay, loading, fetching nodes, load nodes. All right, let's come here. We can see this a bit smaller. Click on it, have these added, save note, saving note. Okay, and we are good. And here we can see this slightly different thing, but it looks odd. I'm looking at my mobile device. It looks odd because of this left and right padding. Okay, so instead what we should do, this is fine. We should just remove this left and right padding on this main heading. We should have that padding, but it should not be on the container side, because right now this shadow is not here and it is not here on left and right. And similarly, we should have some shadow maybe on this very bottom section, this one, test user and logout. Okay, let's do this. So for this, we'll check what we have on our mobile view. We have this left sidebar, we have everything here. So we have P3 here, right? So we can have PY3 but not PX3 here. So that PX3 we are going to have on all the children of this div. So for example, this first div will have PX3, second div we'll have px3. Save. Now we should be good, and we should have shadow on this last section as well. So here we'll have simple shadow, just a simple shadow. Save, and let's restart. Okay, app is coming, loading, fetching nodes. All right, now it looks better, but it looks odd from here. From bottom, we can see this line because this is happening because we have shadow on this section. Then from top, it looks fine, but we just need to have this spacing from left and right on this main header. Load more. Okay. All right, let's quickly do this. So on this div, we are going to have px3. Save it. And then on this very last, these buttons, what we have here, we have padding top 3, padding top 2, px3. Do we need padding top? No, we should have py2. Okay. After that we have px4, py1. This is fine. We have shadow on this one. On the very top, what we have py3. py3. So here we should have pt3, padding top 3, or maybe we can get rid of this entirely. Okay, what we can do, we can have this pt3 on this first div, and with this we are good. And on the last div, we will have px3, py2 within this section. Save it. Let's restart. Let's see. This is, I guess, final version. It should have everything what we are seeking. Okay, fine. Load more. Great. Add note. We are here. Let's add something. Save note, saving note, fetching note, that got deleted. And we are here. Add note. New note from Android. Sometime in text, save note. New note from Android. On top, we can see this. We can edit. Updated. Save note. And updated. So looks like we are good. Our functionality is working. This here, we just need a bit more shadow on this bottom section. So right now we have just shadow, right? Shadow. Let's maybe have what we have on the top. Shadow LG. So here we can have shadow MD. Save it. Refresh. Okay. No shadow. Why shadow is not coming on this? Let's say if I have shadow LG only. Save it. Still no shadow. What is happening? Shadow LG, border T, border gray 200, border B, border gray 200. Everything looks fine. Shadow LG, VF flex, item center, justify between, gap 3, border 2. Or maybe the shadow is on the bottom side. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. We'll see if we have time. If this video series does not get too long, then we'll maybe try to see this. If you guys know about some CSS styling for this, please do let me know in the comment. Okay, so with this, I guess we are good with our mobile Android version. Let's quickly try logging out and those operations as well. Okay, so fetching nodes, let's log out. We had that logging out, we have login. We can go to register. Let's try to log in again. Logging in, incorrect password, incorrect password. 1 2 3 4 5 6. This was the password, right? What happened? Login, output. Is there some error? Cannot read property, remove child, dialog space. Oh, is it because of that? Okay, okay. I get it. This might be because of that. Where is it? Triple W root home, not home, login. Here we have that JavaScript document.get element by id err remove err. It should have worked. We first need to verify if this is the error. Let's try it again. If this is the error, then we might change this a bit. For web, we'll use that, but for MAUI side, we can handle all these things. So log out. Logging in, and it went through. That means that is the error. If we have some problem here in the form, if we have some invalid password, we'll say login. We have incorrect password. We have incorrect password here. And with this, if we open output window, everything is fine till now. We'll do this, and if we do this close, request cursor anchor on inactive input connection. If I try to log in again, this is fine. If I put the correct password 456 login, this time I can't see that error, right? But that error should be here. Okay, let's maybe try. Did I close that? If I do this login, now nothing is going to work. I input connection wrapper request cursor anchor info. Let's again try. We just need to figure out if this is the error related to this JavaScript only. Run it. Again, this time again I'm going to try, but this time I will not click on that cross button. One, two, three, login. Input password. Let's fix it. 456. Oh, I'm not sharing screen. Okay. Then I'll say login. It works. Okay, that is the problem. If I click on this close button, then it freaks out. Okay. So we had to do this because we don't have any interactivity in web version, web side. Okay. So here what we can do, we can simply inject our AppState. Inject AppState. Okay. And on the basis of this AppState, what we'll do, in this error message is fine. On this button, we are going to have two versions of this button. First, we'll say if AppState dot is MAUI. If this is MAUI, then we'll have different button. If this is not MAUI, then we are going to have a different button. So else If it is not MAUI, we will have the button which we were having earlier. But if it is MAUI, in that case, we don't need to do this. Instead, we can use @OnClick, and here we can simply say underscore error message equals null. Save it, save everything, close it, and restart. Now we'll check it on mobile. It should work this time. Okay, log out, login, error, close, login, error, close, 1 2 3 4 5 6, login, logging in. So this works now. And why do we need this button? We are displaying that error alert, right? So that means we don't need this. If we are working from MAUI side, we don't need this button. Let's remove this entirely, and here we'll say if this is not MAUI, then render this button, this text button. Let's quickly try it once again. Okay, we'll log out, log in, we have error, and we are still showing this thing. Okay, we should not show this thing at all. That means here what we are doing, this thing, this condition should be outside of this, or maybe we can wrap this condition with this. The first condition would be if this is not MAUI, and then we'll say this is not MAUI and error is not null, then only display this error. Save it, restart. Okay, login. Oh, I put the correct password. Log out, try again. Incorrect password. Login, and we are good. Add note works, cancel works, logout works, load more works, edit works. Everything is working now. So on this, on mobile Android, everything is working. So we are good with Android. Stop this, save everything. Let's quickly check if the desktop still works. Run. Oh, not web, what I did. Oh my god. Okay, we'll verify web as well. Let's see if web works and the desktop version works. Then we'll move ahead. Okay, this is our web version. Login, register. Try to login, test at test.com, 1 2 3 4 5. Login, close, login, close, 4 5 6. Login, and it does not work. That means that problem is here. Okay. No interrupt methods are registered for renderer 1. We have some issue. Test@test.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login. Oh, my bad. Save, logout, continue, incorrect password, login. We have this error. We'll remove, and then if we log in, if we do the correct password, if we log in, it worked this time. Okay, try again, log out. Oh, exception, continue, incorrect password, login, incorrect password again. Let's try login again, remove, incorrect password, remove correct password 123456. Login. It is working. Next time when it happens, then we need to see. There is some error, definitely, some issue, definitely, but right now we don't know about that issue, so we just need to wait. Okay, so we are good with this web version. Then let's try desktop version. For desktop also, we need to have the API running. So on API project, we'll say debug, start without debugging, so that API runs. Then we'll select the MAUI project and we'll select the Windows machine and we'll run it. Okay, loading, and we have this. You can see everything. This works. Add note, logout, test@test.com, incorrect password, 456, correct password. So this also works. That means everything is working now. We just have that issue. We'll try to see how to fix that. But apart from that, we are good. Save note, saving note. We have this snack bar. Great. Now our delete functionality remains. Apart from that, everything is working. Okay, so let's see how it looks on and this iPhone and Mac. So this is, I'm running it on my physical iPhone. So this is how it looks. I just need to make a small tweak. Apart from that, everything works. So I just, oh, you can't see the loader here, right? Oh, you can. So this loader, the loading indicator, it was not visible because the default theme was dark on my iPhone. So the maybe the color of that must have been white automatically, that color of activity indicator. So in the white background, it was not visible. So I simply made that change and changed that. Where is it? In the MAUI project, main page.xml here, this activity indicator. On this, you can simply set this color to some other color. Let's say black. Save it. That's all. Okay, so here everything works. Add note. So I'm not sharing this. Add note. We can add the note. Done. Save note. Saving note. Fetching note. Then the snack bar. Log out. Log in and register. Everything works. Log in. Alerts. Everything works. Okay. Now let's quickly see on Mac. So this is how this looks on Mac. I don't know, when I share the screen it looks blurred, but on my Mac it is fine. So here also we can do all the stuff. We can edit, save notes. We can see the loader. It is here. Load more. Okay. Add note. This animation. This works. So everything works here as well. We can just log out. Oh, logout is not working. Does this works? Oh, that problem that again happened. We need to figure it out. Something is not right. After that, nothing works. Let's see if we can find something. In terminal, debug console. So maybe we'll try on my Windows machine. I'll try multiple times doing this and that. So maybe sometimes I again stuck on this thing, and then we'll try to fix it here. Now here it is working. Logout, it worked. Register, logout, login, some incorrect username and password, login, activity indicator, alert. You can't see alert, right? I can see this alert here. Maybe it is not sharing that thing, but I can see the alert here on the center of the screen. It says error, account does not exist. Okay, and then we can add the correct credentials. Logging in, fetching notes, and the screen is stuck here. I logged in, everything is fine, but somehow screen is frozen. Okay, you can see this. So again, everything works the same way. Okay, so that means everything is working. We just have two things now. We need to implement delete functionality. We need to see why this happens if we do this multiple times. Yeah, and we need to fix this. When we are opening it again, we are expanding it. It reloads, but it should not reload. Point number 2. And then third thing is, okay, now it actually breaks sometimes. We just don't know what causes it and what case. We'll try on saying why this happens and what is the main culprit. All right, let's see this next. Okay, so I'm back on my Windows. Here, close all tabs and let's try to fix the refetching of nodes first. So we'll go to home page and we'll go to non-mobile view. In here, we have this left sidebar like this. So here what we'll do is, if this is not collapsed, we are displaying it. If it is collapsed, we are not displaying it. Okay, so what we can do on this div only, we can simply show and hide this. So we can use this hidden class, and this is going to be applied only if the sidebar collapsed is true. So we'll do this here. We'll say @ if sidebar collapse is true, we are going to apply hidden class. If this is not true, we will not add anything. Using this, what we are doing here, now this left sidebar is always here. If we are collapsing, it will just be hidden. It will not get removed from the UI. So it will simply skip that refetching. Okay, let's quickly try on Windows machine. Okay, we are here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Now refetching is not there. Okay, so we are good now. This is fixed. Now next thing, we wanted to fix something else as well. Okay, let's try multiple times what happens here. Now it is working all the time. Okay, save note. We have error. We have everything. Okay, so after this, what next? We need to have the delete note functionality. Okay, so we need to have some delete button somewhere on this left section or here. Where should we have it? Where should we have it? Maybe in left section only. Here we have this time. So on this left section is remaining, or maybe we can move this time to the left section and we can have delete button here. Let's try. Let's see how it looks. Right now I don't know how would it look, but let's try. So we'll go to left sidebar Inside this we have these labels small. We are going to have this inside a div with this small text, and then after this small we are going to have a small button. So we'll say button type button classes, and we'll say delete. Okay, so we can have btn, not btn, bg red, maybe 600 or 700, text white, text xs extra small, px3, py1, and just small rounded. And let's say on hover we'll say bg red, let's say 500. Save it. bg red 600 default, and on hover we will have 600. Let's see how it looks. Okay, delete, 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 delete. It does not look that good, right? Should we have it here or somewhere in the right section? In this section, maybe let's have this in this right section only. Okay, so maybe somewhere here on top. Okay, let's do this. So we don't want to have it here. Let's copy this markup. Let's move back with the original design. Okay, now we'll go to the note editor. Okay, in here we are going to have it somewhere. Alright, so we'll have it inside this edit form, because this form is the one who is having everything. On this form we can have one more class. We'll say relative, position relative, and on the basis of this we can have position fixed or position absolute on this button, so that we can fix it anywhere. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll simply set this as absolute, and then I'll say right 0, top 0, and then I'm going to have a margin M5 maybe. Save it. Save everything. Let's try to run it. Okay, it is here. Or maybe we can have this delete button here only on top. Right now it will be there, the text would be hidden inside behind this. But I guess we are good. It looks fine, right? Or if we really want to have it, we can, as I already said, what if we don't have this margin on this button? M5. Save. Restart. Okay, I guess this is fine. Okay, this is fine. We have this delete button here. Yeah, let's leave it here. So we'll have this delete button here. On click of this delete button, we will have a confirmation, but before that we should display this delete button only if we are in edit mode. Okay, that means this button, will simply cut it. Here we will have a condition. That condition would be underscore note dot id. If this is greater than 0, then only render this button. Okay, then we are going to have a method here. We'll say private async task delete note async. Okay, and then in notes store we need to create a method to delete a note. Okay, so we can, do we already have that method? No, right? So let's quickly copy the save note method. Let's add a new method. Here we'll say task of bool delete note async. We'll simply have note id, int note id. Save it. Here we'll say deleting note, but before deleting note we need to ask for confirmation. Now we are going to have something. So for mobile side we can have, for MAUI side we can have an confirmation box, a device native confirmation box that using display alert, but for web side we need to have JavaScript interop. Okay, so let's do this. In this AppState we have this AppState IAppState. Here we will define a new method. We'll say task confirm async, or here we are not following confirm, right? Just have confirm, and here we are going to have task, this string message, and this is going to return us task of bool. Okay, now we need to define this confirm. So we'll go to both the app states. So first we'll go to the MAUI side, services, app state. Okay, here the way we have this show error alert async, we can simply copy this thing, save, and we need to implement the interface. We have this confirm method here. We'll paste it, and here in this display alert we have one more version of this display alert. Here if we see, we have this one where first is title, then message, then accept button text and cancel button text, and it returns task of bool. So title would be just confirm, message it would be message, accept button okay, and cancel button we can have just cancel. Okay, and we'll directly return this thing. Save it, and we are good. Now let's go to the web side, and here go to service, app state. Here we need to define it, implement interface, confirm, and inside this we need to inject our JavaScript, so JS interop. So we'll say simply constructor. Here we'll say JS runtime. So we'll say JS runtime. Okay, and then from here, from this confirm async, we'll say underscore JS runtime dot invoke async, and it will be of type bool. Here we'll say confirm, which is a built-in method in JavaScript. Then we need to provide message. We'll provide this message. Okay, and it is going to return us a value task of bool. So here we can simply say var result, or maybe we can say this dot as task, and we can directly return it. Save it, and now we are good from both the sides. Now we can go to note editor. Here we have delete, not note edit, notes store. Here we need to define a method, is delete note async. So first thing here we'll say if await underscore app state dot confirm. Okay, we need to show message. Here we'll say, are you sure, do you really want to delete this node? Do you really want to delete this node? Question mark. If you just says yes, then we'll do all this. If you just says no, we will not do anything. We'll simply say return false, no need to do anything. Else we'll have our logic here. So first we have show loader. Here we'll say deleting node. Okay. Then here we'll say node service dot delete node async. Here we need to provide node ID and user ID. So we need the user ID here. Int user ID. So node ID and user ID. If this is not successful, we'll show this error alert. If it was successful, maybe we can just say we can do this stuff. Okay, here we'll show toast that node deleted. Then we'll set page number to 1 and we will load the nodes and we'll return true if it was successful. Return false, return false. We don't need this return false. Good. Delete node async. Now we can go to node editor and from here we can directly say no need to have it as async, or yes, we will have it as async. Here we'll just follow this approach. We will say node store dot delete node. We'll have node ID, that means underscore node dot ID, then user ID. If it is success, mobile device, we'll do close. If not, we'll do this. Save it. And looks like we are good. We just need to call that method on click of this button. So at the rate on click delete node async. Save it. Let's try. So we will check it on Windows machine because this is selected right now. Okay, let's new node from Android. We have this. We'll do this. We have this confirm. We say cancel. Nothing is going to happen. If we say okay, saving node, fetching node, it should have said deleting node. That got deleted. Let's use this one. Delete. Okay. Saving node, fetching node. Why saving node? Nodes store. We are saying deleting node. Right? When we say show loader, what happens is in MAUI side, we have this loading text. We pass this loading text to loader shown. Then on main page.xml.cs, here we use this loading text, whatever we got from here. And why it says saving node? Hi. Okay, let's see how it looks on Android device. It is already connected. Android local device. Run. Visor, would it pick? No, it won't. Let me close the visor. Okay, let's open second one. We have this delete, cancel, we'll say delete. Okay, saving node, fetching node. Let's check it on web. Web, run it. Web, let's do this. Delete, confirmation, cancel, delete. Okay, deleting node. Here the text was fine and status is also fine. Let's try once more. Delete. Okay, node deleted. This time it was very quick. Deleting node and node deleted. So what is happening with MAUI versions? First, let's run the API first. Okay, API is running. Let's now select web. Let's select the Windows machine and let's have a breakpoint here on this on loader shown. Okay, I just want to see why this text is always stale. Are we not getting the actual value here in this loading text? Let's run. Loader visible. Here we have loading text, fetching nodes, continue. This time fetching node, continue. Select it, delete it, okay. This time deleting node. Continue. Node deleted. Let's try once more. Okay. Saving node, fetching node. The text was deleting, but still I don't know why this happens. Loading text label.text. If we go to this node store, if we'll search for saving node, we have save node async. Okay. We have this from here only. Node created, node updated, load next page, delete node, deleting node, node deleted. Let me try to debug this offline. I don't know what is happening. Technically, I can't see any issue. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know something why this is happening, why this is always showing save note. If you go to main page.xaml here, what is the default text? Default text is loading. Loading text label, default text is that. Node store, fetching nodes. Okay, let me debug this offline. I'll see if I can find something. Alright, so I found the issue. The issue is basically we have done it, so we should have checked it. So in node store, we are saying AppState show loader deleting node, and then we are calling this node service delete node async, this method on our node service. If we go to this implementation in our MAUI project, we'll see here we are saying AppState.show loader saving node. So that's why this is coming. So it needs to be deleting node. Saving node. And you see that we have fetching node. It should be fetching nodes. So these are the issues where we see the different text or loader text basically on Windows and mobile versions. Now we can quickly test it out. We'll see web. DevTunnel is selected. Let's open this in non-debugging mode. Okay, let's open the Windows version now, Windows machine. Loading, fetching nodes, response status 401, unknown error, response status 401. Right, that means token expired. So we need to handle this case as well. Let's handle this case. So we'll go to our node service. We are at the correct place because this is the service where we are using API calls. We are making API calls in AuthService as well, but here we don't need token in our AuthService. Okay, so here we are good. We just need to add token, check the expired token in node service. Here we have three methods: get nodes, save node, and a delete node. Okay, so for get nodes, what we can do, we have this try. Here we can simply catch API exception. So when we make calls using Refit, Refit gives us an API exception which is coming from Refit.API exception. So let's say API EX, and here we can simply check if API-EX dot status code equals systemnet http status code dot unauthorized. If that is the case, we will do something. So here it's totally up to us what we want to do. You might maybe try silent refreshing the token using the refresh token and JWT token, combination of these two. I already mentioned it when we were generating our token, right? So you can follow this approach, but for this particular project I'm going to keep it simple. What I'll do, I'll simply say AppState.show toast will show a toast that our login is expired, and then we'll simply redirect to login page. Okay, now how can we redirect to login page? We can inject our navigation manager here, but then we are going to have an issue. The issue will be navigation manager is not initialized until our Blazor is initialized. So if we try to inject navigation manager here, we are going to get an exception. So let me show you what I'm saying. So we'll say navigation manager, we'll inject this here, navigation manager. Okay, and then here we just need to redirect it. So we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to, and we want to go to auth/login, and we'll say replace true so that we can't come back to this page. Save it, run it. Now we should see this toast and it should get redirected to login page. This is what should happen. But let's see. We are here loading, fetching nodes, and we have this login expired toast. But here it says web view navigation manager has not been initialized. So it is not initialized yet. Now what we can do? Maybe let's try. Let's try to inject this as a factory, as some func. I don't know if it will work, but let's try. So in MAUI program.cs, what we'll do, we will simply inject builder.services. Let's say add singleton. We will register a func of navigation manager. Okay, and here we will give this as sp, which is service provider. So we'll say sp dot get required service navigation manager. So it gives us the instance which it has right now. sp, this should be like this. Okay, because this is a func. Let me try this. Yeah, I'm not sure if it will work. If it will not work, then we will try some different approach. Instead of directly injecting this thing here, now we'll inject our func of navigation manager. So we can say nav manager factory. Let's do this. Okay, then when we need it here, we'll say what navigation manager equals nav manager factory dot invoke. Then we are going to use this navigation manager here. Save it. Let's try it out if this works. If this does not work, then we need to maybe read some event from here and we need to access that event. Yeah, not working. Okay. All right. So now we have another approach. So let's remove this, save it, come here. Let's remove this navigation manager, nav manager factory, this one. Now what we'll do is we can simply use our AppState. Okay, In here we are going to add one more event. We'll say event handler string. Okay, we will pass the URL that there is a navigation request for this URL. So here we'll say navigation requested, something like this. So navigation requested for this URL. If that is the case, you should simply navigate to this. Now we can have the handler of this on any Blazor component. So we can have it on the main routes.razor only. Here we already have AppState. So inside this, what we'll do, we'll simply say AppState dot what was that, navigation requested plus equals to, here we can define a method private void on navigation requested. Here we'll have object sender and string URL. Okay, and here what we'll do, we'll inject our navigation manager, inject navigation manager. Here we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to this URL, and we are going to use this here. Now because we are doing plus equals, we should do minus equals as well. So here on top we'll say this routes.razor, it implements disposable. That means we need to have a public void dispose method, and then we need to have the opposite of this is dispose method. So minus equals this thing. With this we are good here. Now let's go to our node service where we have this get nodes async, this thing. What we'll do now, we'll say underscore AppState dot, okay, we can have a method, helper method. So there are two things here. We can do this AppState dot navigation requested dot navigation request, right? Let's go to the AppState. Where is this? This is the AppState, not this one. AppState are MAUI. We need to implement it. Navigation requested. Where did I add that navigation requested in the class? I added it in interface only, right? So AppState here also it should be screaming yes. Implement interface, save. All right. So now if we try to directly invoke it, wouldn't it work? Underscore AppState dot navigation requested dot invoke. Why can't we directly invoke it? I never tried it, but can't we directly invoke it? Okay, if we can't, no problem. We will go to our AppState, and here we are going to have a helper method. Okay, so we'll say public void navigate to, something like this. We'll say string URL, and here we'll say navigation requested dot invoke this and URL. Then I'm going to copy this, move it to the next AppState as well here, and then we need to add this method in our iAppState as well. So where is our iAppState interface? Save it, and now we should be good. Let's go to our node service. Here we should say app store dot navigate to, and here we can provide our URL, which is this one. Save, remove. Now we should be good. All right, run. Okay, loading, fetching nodes. We got redirected to login. We have login expired, but we have this error, unknown error as well. And navigation worked. This is fine. That error came because we did this thing. After that, it would have come to this return where we are saying unknown error, and on the consumer of this method, get nodes async. If we see node store here, we are saying if the result is not successful, we are saying that show the error. So it shows this error alert. Okay, that is what is happening here. So we should handle these cases. It should not show this alert message in this case. So what we can do is here, before displaying this error alert, what we can do, this thing we know, we are going to set this is success to false. And if we are setting it to false, it's our responsibility to set the error. Okay. So if we not set error, then we will not show this error alert. So if not string dot is null or white space result dot error, then only we are going to display this error alert. Okay. Now what we will do, from get nodes async, from here, if we are in this case, we will return from here with fail, but without error message. Okay. So if this is without error message, that means it will simply come here, not success. Yes, true. It will come here, it will check. Okay, but it is null. So it will simply skip this. It will not show this error alert, and it will return from here. That is what we want. Okay. So let's do the same thing for all these methods here. Save note async. Do this. Then we have delete note async. Here also, let's do this. And then, yeah, that's all in node service. So, all right, now we are in this node service here. This thing we need to do for all these three methods. Okay. And then there is one more thing. If there is any API exception that is not unauthorized, it will come inside this and it will going to use this one, and we are not showing anything. So we should show alert message here. Here we'll say API ex.message. So what we can do, we can get rid of this line. What we can do is here, we'll use pattern matching. So we'll say API exception, API ex when this case. So this catch will catch the exception only if the status code is this one. So that means we can directly have this now here, and we don't need to worry about other things. If there is API exception, but the status code is not this one, then it will simply not catch it. It will automatically go to this one. Okay. Now we need to do this line for other methods as well. So there can be different ways to do this. Not do this too. Maybe we can simply use one method here. We can simply say private async task. Okay. We can say execute API call or make API call. Make API call async. We can simply say this, and here we will say the call will be func of task of the result and this T result will be here, T result. Okay, and we are going to return this T result from here. And here we will simply say API call. And inside this, we can do this thing. We'll also try. Now this thing, this will be this API call. So here we'll say simply return await API call dot invoke. Catch this one. From here we will not return this. Okay, we need to handle this case, this catch case. This is fine, this is fine. Okay, so for now I don't want to spend more time on this. So here we can simply say we can have one more parameter which will simply say what needs to be returned when we are in this unauthorized case. So here we can say simply func of T result will say on unauthorized. Okay, so from here we'll directly return on unauthorized dot invoke. That's all. Now we can use this method to make these API calls. We'll say show loader, then we'll say make API call async. We need to provide API call first. So we can simply say async this one, or we can remove this async. We can directly have this line, and then we need to provide the second parameter which is on unauthorized. What should happen? So we should return this thing on unauthorized. We'll simply await it and return it. Then we can simply get rid of all these things. Okay, now here we are not returning default case, so we'll return this is when we are saying unauthorized. Let's change it to default. We'll say we can say default result. Something like this. So we'll say return default result.invoke. And with this we are good. Fetching nodes, then we'll simply hide it. This is fine. Get nodes. Now let's use save nodes. So here also we'll do the similar kind of thing. After saving node, we'll do this. Make API call. This API call would be save node async with model. So save node async with model, and the default return would be method result of node model. Good. Let's get rid of this. Then we are here in delete node. So we'll do same thing. Copy this, paste it. Default would be just method result dot fail. Then here it would be delete node async with this node ID. And let's remove this. So save everything. Now we will not be able to test the expiration case for now because our token is for 7 days. So we'll make some changes to test it. But right now let's see if the existing functionality still works. If we are getting all these things to work, we can save the node, we can get the nodes, and we can delete a node. Then we'll work on that testing the unauthorized case again. Loading, fetching nodes. We are on login. Login expired. We came on login. Oh, we came on login. It worked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Login. Logging in. We are here. Good. Let's try to create a new node. New node. Save. Saving node. Fetching nodes. Good. We have no new node. Let's say updated. Save. Saving node. Okay. New node updated. Delete. Okay. Deleting node. Fetching nodes. And it got deleted. That means all the operations are still working. Now let's do this. To test if the 401 works, what we'll do, we'll go to our web project, endpoints, auth endpoints, where we are creating our JWT token. It has a default expiration of 7 days. Let's try to have this something like maybe datetime.utc now.add seconds. Let's say 10 seconds. So we want this token to expire after 10 seconds. And now what happens is in ASP.NET Core, the default token expiration, whatever we set, it takes a buffer of 5 minutes. That means if we are saying add seconds 10, that means token is expired here after 10 seconds, but it will actually be valid for next 5 seconds as well. That means if this is 2:32 p.m. right now, it will be available till 2:37 p.m. plus 10 seconds. Okay, so we can actually handle that in the configuration where we are setting program.cs clock skew. Gets or sets the clock skew to apply when validating a time. So here we can simply say this is of type time span. So here we can simply say time span.0. That means there is no clock skew time. That means whatever we set from there, here we are saying that 10 seconds, it will simply not add any buffer. It will directly say, okay, after 10 seconds, the token is expired. No need to do anything. Let's try this out. So, but we need to run the API again. Debug, start without debugging because we made change in API. And then we'll run our MAUI app. Right now it will work. We'll simply log out. And then when we log in, after 10 seconds, this token is going to be expired. Right now, we should be good. It should work. Save node. It is fine. Let's try to delete this node. Okay. Deleting node. And we are on back. We see the login expired. And we see this went to login page. That means our logic works. Alright. So we handled that token expired case as well. Now we can leave this if we want to. This is fine. No problem with this. Auth endpoint. Let's get back to 7 days. Save it. Then no need to change anything in node service. This is fine. This handles all the cases now. What else is remaining now? All functionality works, right? Now we'll make some UI changes again to make it look a little better. I'm not a very good designer, but we can at least make some changes. We can change font, we can change some color, some spacing and all, some little different things. We can try those things. Okay, that will do next. But functionality wise, our app is done. Everything is working fine. Okay, so now we'll make some UI changes. Our app functionality is almost done. So first I need to change the font. Before this, we'll go to our Google Fonts to find some font. So let's say Google Fonts, browse fonts. Here I like Poppins font. Why is it zoomed in? Okay. Poppins. Why this is showing Hindi? Where is the English? This and that, type tester, specimen. Why this is showing Hindi text? Okay. Um, Random text to test font. Okay. Alright, so we have these. This is the Poppins font which we are going to use. Here if we say get font, we are here get embed code. If we click on this for web, this is actually kind of web. We have these things. Link pre-connect. Let me zoom it. So this link pre-connect, this thing, and then we have these font family Poppins, and then these things, weight and all. So we can say copy code. We'll copy this thing, and then we'll simply go to our Visual Studio. We'll go to our MAUI project www.root index.html because this is the main entry point. We are going to add these fonts before applying any style. So we'll paste this, save. Now we need to use this Poppins font, and we are using Tailwind, so we need to somehow extend the Tailwind. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply go to the, let's add these 3 lines to web project as well. So in web, in components, app.razor. Here, before using this shared app.css, which is Tailwind, we are going to add this same thing, save. Then in order to use it, we'll go to shared project and tailwind.config.js file. Here we have theme and extend. Inside this extend, we can have a font family. Okay. In this, by default, the Tailwind uses font family font sense. Okay. So let me see if we can see this here. Sense configuration sense font family by default. You see, we have this thing. This is the default family. We can modify this. Let's search if we can get it somewhere. Font family, UI sans serif, system UI sans serif, and all these things. So we can copy this line. These are the default fonts which are being used. So we'll go to Tailwind config.js. Here in this font family, we'll say sans. Then we are going to have an array. And here we need to paste what we just copied. Alright. Then let's add all these things in single quotes or double quotes. Alright. Now, so how it works, it simply starts using the first font family. If this is available, it will use this. If this is not available, it will fall back to this one, then this one, then this one, like this. And if we are explicitly using something, then it is fine. So here, what we'll do, we'll say first one are Poppins. This font. So save it. By default, now it should get applied to all those. Let's quickly try it out. I'm running Windows machine. We should see this changed font on the Windows machine. My internet is connected. Yes. Is it changed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Login. Is it changed or no? Let's try web. There we can verify easily. Run. I don't think so. It got changed. Let me hard refresh. If we see in head, we have this Opens. What is this ITAL? What is this ITAL? Then we have weights 0, 100, 0, 300, 0. I don't know what this is, but let's see if this Poppins font is getting applied. No, it is not. Because of this thing. Font family. If I go to the very first, and if I say Poppins, then we can see this. Okay. Okay. Why? Font family, HTML and host. When we are modifying this thing, theme, extend, font family, ends. Stop Tailwind and let's try to rebuild Tailwind. Build Tailwind CSS. Poppins. Let's go to app.css and now we have this Poppins. So maybe somehow that was not rebuilt and it was using the previous one. Okay, now it should work. So if we say just let's try running web again. We'll see in web it should get fixed and in other versions as well. So sometimes it happens, so you can try manually building the Tailwind. Stop Tailwind and then rebuild the Tailwind manually. Now I say Control F5. Yes, it was getting it from cache and now we can see the font is changed. Cool. Stop it. Let's run the web project in non-debugging mode. And then we'll run the Windows machine again. So select MAUI, Windows machine. And we can see the changes. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, logging in, and we can see the different font now. The font got applied. Now let's try to change a couple of different other things as well. Here, let's have that shadow here as well, the way we are having it on mobile version we saw. Then we'll maybe decrease the size of this button and this image inside this. And then left and right, we have this spacing here. So if we apply shadow, we are going to have the same problem which we saw in mobile. So we'll remove the default padding on this main container. We'll have that padding separately on these individual items. Okay, so that our shadow will take this entire space. All right, let's come here, go to this was in shared project, components, non-mobile view, right? This was the one. Now here, what we'll do, first thing on this one, this is the left sidebar. Inside this, we have this header. So on this, we'll say shadow LG. First thing is this. Then on this main one, we are going to remove the padding. Here we have, if sidebar is collapsed, we are using P0, padding 0. If it is not collapsed, we are using P3. So 3 from all the sides, but now we will use P0. So it should always be P0, so we don't need this condition now. We can directly have it as P0. Save it. Then on this div, we are going to have some padding. So we can say P, maybe PX3 and PY2. Save it. After that we are here H8, let's say H6 and W6, and on this image also let's have we have 4 5, let's use H4 and or maybe H5 and W5. These classes button, we are good. Then we have this button. So because we removed the padding from the top container, so we need to have something here. Right now we have this MT3. Here we'll have MX3. Right? We are using PX3 here. Similarly we'll use MX3 here. Then we are on this div main container where we have all our nodes, list of nodes. Here we can have PX2. So a bit smaller padding from left and right. Then we'll go to our buttons. On these buttons we have gap 3. We can have it if we want to. Here we have PT2 padding top 2. So instead of having this padding top 2, here we need padding from left and right as well. So we'll say PX3 and PT2, instead of this we'll say PY2. Okay, save everything. Let's try to hot reload. And yes, we can see this. You see, we have this. Let's try to load nodes. We are here. It looks better than before. And this stage is not fixed. We'll fix this as well. But this bigger one is fixed. No, let's have some more spacing on this button. Right? So let's go. This button. So instead of H6 and 4, let's keep it as H8 and W8 only. And we'll have this H5 and W5. So save it. And one more thing. Here, this button, let's have this button default state this one, this darker red. And when we hover, then maybe it should get to lighter one. Okay. And we should have some small spacing or 6. Small text basically. So on this button, what I'll do, I'll say text SM small text, and then the hover was busy red 600, default was busy red 400. So let's make maybe busy red 500 as default, and on hover it will be 600. Save it, hot reload. Let's see, we can see this now, and this is better than before. Okay, bigger one is fine. Now let's try to fix this stage. Okay, so here what should happen is when the sidebar is collapsed, at that time we should not have this much of padding on this button. So right now on this header, we by default have PX3 and PY2. Sorry, not this one, this button. No, this button. That means this text. Yes, so PX3, PY2, we have this thing. But if sidebar is collapsed, then we just have this one. So it does not look that good. So what we can do, this thing, we will not have it always. We'll cut it from here. We'll simply add a condition. If not sidebar is collapsed, then we are going to have these PX and PY2. If this is collapsed, then what we'll do, maybe we can on PX3, PY2 is I guess fine. We just need to fix PX. So we can have PX, maybe PX1, and PY2 will always be there. Okay. So with this should get fixed. Save it, hot reload, and this looks like this. Not that good. What if we remove the left and right altogether? If we say PX0, then how would it look? Okay, now it looks good. That means we are good with px0. Okay, now let's fix this plus button. Let's creating a new node button. Let's see what we have on that button. So here we have mx3, margin x3. So first it should be only if we are in sidebar expanded mode. That means we are in this mode. So let's cut this mx3 from here. Go here and let's add it here. So we'll say save, hot reload. Okay, better. Then we have a lot of spacing from here, from all the sides. So with this one it was good, but for this one it is not that good. So we have this plus this thing. So MT3 is fine, but we might be having some padding which is not good for this one. If sidebar is collapsed, that means we are in this case. So P3, this is what getting applied, but we should not have this P3 here. Instead, let's see if we don't add anything, then what will happen. Save, not that good. So we should not have it as bold, but we should have some padding from top and bottom, right? Not left, right. So let's try. We don't need this P font bold. We need PY1. Save it, check it, and it is better than before, right? So we are okay. We are here. We're in collapse mode. We can see this. We can see this plus, and it works. All right. That means we are good. For this bottom section, this one, let's add some lighter background, something like this. That means this div here we have border gray 200, right? So we can say bg gray, let's say bg gray 100. Save, and we can see this some light color. And with this, I guess we are good. Let's quickly check it on Windows, web, and then we'll quickly test it on phone. Okay, so if we go to web project, I just need to see something. app.racer. Okay, let's try it on web. On web, let's start. Okay, this is our web. Shadow, color, lesser spacing, and this version also looks good. Functionalities work. Great, toast, alert, everything is working fine. So looks like we are good. Great. Let's close this. Let's try to run it on our physical Android phone now. Let me run the API. By the way, if you don't want to do this like this, what you can do, you can set multiple projects as startup. Web is running, the API is running. Let's select MAUI. Let's select the Android local device, select the device, and let's run it. Let me set up the visor to show how it looks to mirror my screen. Let's wait for it to come up. Loading, fetching nodes. We can see the new font. And trust me, on mobile phone directly it looks much better. On mirroring it is not looking that great. Load more, fetching nodes. Alright, logout is fine. Then we have add note. You can see this, cancel, it works. Let's say logout. Let me try to log in. Logging in, fetching nodes, only one node. If we create, save node, saving node, fetching nodes, node created. Okay, this snack bar, we can have toast on the Android, right? We had issues with toast on Windows, so we can have some condition there. Okay, let's quickly do that as well. And yes, one more thing, this color of this button, and overall padding spacing, we can simply use the way we are using on this non-mobile view, right? So for this button, what we did, we simply changed these things. So py1 text xm, and then let me copy all these classes. Copy, go to mobile view, come to this button classes. Let's paste those classes here, save it, and then toast, right? Toast. It will be in our services, in our MAUI project, services, AppState. Here we have this snack bar, right? So here what we can do, we can simply check if device info dot, or maybe we can have one more thing. We'll say if Windows, then do this, else do this, toast.make.show. And then and if. This is conditional compilation. Okay. If this is Windows, then you should use snack bar. If this is not Windows, then just use toast. Let's quickly try to run it again on my mobile. Okay, fetching nodes. This is fine. Let's try logout. Looks crisp now, smaller. And then, yeah, then background as well, right? On this also, let's use the same background. So on mobile view, on non-mobile view, we are using the background BG Gray 100, right? Same thing, we'll go to mobile view. On this div, we'll use BG Gray 100, save it. Let's try to hot reload if it works. It got applied, yes. Load more. Okay. Let's what did we change? Yes, toast. So we'll click on it, save note, saving note, and now we can see the toast here. You see that? Save note, this thing. So it looks fine now. The only thing is logout is fine. This button looks a bit it should have some bigger height. So we are in mobile view, we are on the note editor. Let's go to the note editor, and on these buttons, cancel and this button, we have py1. So let's maybe make it to py3, bigger, py3. Save it, hot reload. Let's see how it looks. And on phone, this looks not that good. py2. Oh, we have py 2.5 as well. Let's try py2. Save or reload. I guess this is fine. This looks good. Cancel. Try updating. Saving. Not updated. Good. Stop this. Let's try to run it in on Windows machine. It should show the snack bar now instead of toast. Okay, it is coming up, fetching notes. We are here. Let's try save note, saving note, and we have snack bar. That means everything works. Great. So with this, I guess we have achieved a lot. We have finalized our project. We have done lots of different things. It was Blazor hybrid app with web app. It is using interactive server render mode for the web version, and then we have customized it to make it work on all the platforms: web, desktop, Windows PC, macOS desktop, and then mobile, Android, and iOS. Okay, so I hope you guys must have learned something new. Do let me know in the comment if you learned something new from this series. Okay, and what next project you want me to build. do let me in the comment, give me some ideas so that I can simply get those ideas and I can try creating some new project. All right. Okay, so that's all for this. Please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel. I'll be back soon with some other cool video. Till then, bye bye, happy coding.